Today is the big day when Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann will meet each other for the first time over the chessboard since the big scandal in St. Louis. Magnus Carlsen, he lost the game to Hans Niemann, and the day after he withdrew from the tournament. He hasn't given a comment since, but the chess world has concluded it was because Magnus Carlsen suspects Hans Niemann of cheating. And it's not only the chess community talking about this, the whole world will be watching as Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann faces each other today.
This move I have never seen before.
It's now or never for Giri.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prag style.
They're playing like stockfish.
But he's gone for it.
White hanging on, and he's dropped a bishop.
Dropped his bishop.
Handsome mistake.
This is so difficult.
Whoa! Oh!
No way!
Hello! That is the kind of move that I like to see.
We did see a smile on Magnus Carlsen's face right there, but will he be smiling today? He must be feeling a little nervous because today is the day. In round 2 today, he will play Hans Niemann, and we're all feeling a little anxious today, David. Can you imagine what it's like for Hans and Magnus heading into this day?
It's a big day. The whole eyes of the chess world and even the wider world are on them right now, and it's going to be a very emotional battle, that clash between the two, no matter what happens. And I don't think any of us can predict. It's a historic day for chess.
Definitely. And there's basically 2 scenarios here, Simon. Either Hans Niemann, one of the top players in the world, has cheated, which would be a huge scandal, or we have a world champion creating a storm of false allegations against a young, talented chess player. I mean, how big is this in chess?
Well, it's massive.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's talking about it. I mean, going up to Elon Musk, going up to all newspapers, it's really just shot out into the world. So it's a major talking point, and you know, it's a big thing. I mean, something's happened either way, and we don't know what has happened, and will we find out? I'm not even sure.
Yeah. Coming up in round 6 today. What scenarios can we have in that game, Jovanka? Hans Niemann will have the white pieces against Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be an either-or situation. It might be just a flooded fight.
Because they both have stuff to prove against each
they
other.
have, so you know, they have an agenda. You know, they want to win. Or we could see a quick draw. That might happen. You know, both players might just simply go, "I've had enough. I just want to get out of the spotlight and just continue on focusing on the rest of the games."
Yeah, wow. It's in round 2 today, that game between Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen. And in that those 15 minutes leading up to that game, we're going to build more up to it. We're going to try to answer, did Hans Niemann cheat, or is it false accusations from the chess world created by Magnus Carlsen, who we have to underline, he has not commented. He has not said that he accuses Niemann of cheating, but he hasn't refused either after the chess world kind of concluded that is the reason. But we're also gonna build up now to the first game of today between 2 legends in chess, Vasily Ivanchuk and Boris Gelfand. They have both passed 50 years old, but both still great chess players. And Ivanchuk on day 1, well, he definitely showed he can still keep up with the youngsters.
We talk about controlling the centre in chess. Look at what White has done with his formation there. It's just kind of everything protected, everything controlled. It's perfect and a big threat.
Got 7 seconds. What's he doing?
He's
Come on,
so
move it.
calm.
Oh, okay.
He makes the move. So relaxed.
That's a bulldozer move. Look at that
Killer.
pawn just opening up the position.
Oh, I think the tilt has started now. The black queen can just go and take the white light squared bishop.
Oh no, look at his face.
Falling apart.
Oh, no.
He's just a rook down now. No compensation.
Wow.
He resigns. Ivanchuk, he was about to win this game.
I think it's going to be one-way traffic, unfortunately, for Gelfand.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. I mean, all that White needs to do is just activate the team and get it ready, get it mobilized.
Now it's just a kind of slow death. And also Gelfand 1 minute on the clock. It's going to be hard to put up much more resistance. It will take him a few games to warm up, but he will get some wins. A result in this one, Gelfand has resigned. These 2 pawns are surely going to win the game for White now. The only justification, as you said, Simon, the black knight, at least one of them could step back. Yeah, it just looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful for White. Wow.
Critical
What a
moment.
move. What a move by Ivanchuk.
Yeah, beautiful.
Bang. That wins the game. Now the Black King is distracted, deflected away, and the White C Pawn is going to push and make a new queen. There we go. He takes the win, Ivanchuk. I could draw all the arrows here because everything's under fire, and how do you even start calculating this position?
Has he got a winning move now?
Yeah, he
Here it
does.
is. He's played it. Just winning material and the game, probably. He's just mopping everything up here, so yeah, smooth.
Yeah, he gobbled up one pawn, he gobbled up a second, and the current material count is a whole knight up for White.
It's another win for Hans Niemann, a big one against his fellow teenager, Vincent Keimer. It was a great first day for Hans Niemann. He is in shared second place with 9 out of 12 possible points, together there with Arjun Erigaisi, Pragnananda, and Ivanchuk. On top of the table is Magnus Carlsen, 3 wins, 1 draw, and 10 points for the world number 1. Maybe one of the best starts if he's ever had to a tournament on the tour.
Yeah, he's not normally known as a fast starter, but yesterday was a great day, just taking all his chances when he came, looking good so far.
And we have to talk about Ivanchuk, 53 years old, making his debut on the tour this season.
Yeah, what a legend.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean, I grew up watching his games, admiring his games, learning from him, and he showed he's still got it. He's teaching a few things to the youngsters in this event so far.
He was very close to actually winning all of his game. Time trouble in the first one. He lost to Pragnananda, but you know, he had winning chances in that one. What is it about his style that, you know, gives him this winning opportunities?
It's just always artistic. There's always some kind of really instructive motifs to win the games, to press the advantage, but also just the general understanding. He is very principled. He'll never back down from a fight, which isn't always the case with the top players these days, but he'll always fight, he'll always battle it out, and he showed yesterday. Yeah, he's an attacking maestro.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to follow him today as well, Vasily Ivanchuk. And let's take a look at the games coming up in round 5. Duda takes on Anish Giri. They played many times on the Champions Chess Tour. It's going to be Vincent Keimer against Levon Aronian. Magnus Carlsen, he starts off today against David Navarra, and for Hans Niemann, it is Arjun Erigaisi before that big battle between Magnus and Niemann in the next round. But in this first round, we're going to follow the game between the 2 legends, Boris Gelfand and Vasily Ivanchuk. Who will be the favorite in that game?
Just on current form, it's got to be Ivanchuk. I'm a huge Gelfand fan. He had a really tough day yesterday. I'm hoping he bounces back, but I just think we're in for a really entertaining battle in this one.
They've been in the top of chess for decades, these two. Almost the same age. They have played each other hundreds of times. And let's hear how they expect it to go when they meet each other today.
I think it's always an excitement to play against Vasily. We played more than 100 games in total in our career, and a lot of them were really exciting. Most of them were really interesting and exciting. So looking forward for this challenge.
Of course, it will be a tough game, but in the same moment, it will be a very interesting game, I hope.
Ivanchuk, he is playing this tournament from inside Ukraine. He is sitting in the western part in Lviv, but he did say yesterday, Ivanchuk, it is a horrible time for Ukrainians with the war going on inside their country. He is not allowed to leave the country, being a man under 60 years old. So it's hard for him to actually play chess. Jovanka, or how impressed are you that he's actually able to keep the level he's playing at right now without being able to play too many tournaments?
It's incredibly impressive. I mean, in this day and age, you've seen that people, after the pandemic, have like lost bucket load of rating points, myself included. But it doesn't matter. But, you know, you just see that he hasn't had the opportunity to play tournaments, and he's still playing online chess, which is something that the older generations are not that experienced at. And he played such an impressive 4 games. It could have been a full house, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so close. I'm just breathtaking.
Yeah, what a player Ivanchuk is. And let's take a look at the head-to-head stats between himself and Gelfand. So only 1 year separates them. But while Gelfand lost a bunch of tour rating points yesterday, Ivanchuk, he gained 51 rating points yesterday, and he is the highest. He has the highest fighting chess index among the players in this tournament. So what does that tell us, Simon, about his style? Is it just all fighting chess with Ivanchuk?
Yeah, I mean, Ivanchuk's not scared of anyone. He's played everyone in the world, and you know, so he doesn't care who they are. He doesn't care if they're a prodigy. He doesn't care if they're the world champion. He's beaten world champions, and you know, it's clear that, you know, form is temporary, but class is permanent. You know, with these guys, and I'm hoping, you know, that Gelfand can get some results today. He's obviously not quite as sharp as Chucky at this time limit, but you know, he's a real hero, and we want to see him notch up a win or two, I think, as well. So this first game is going to be great, though. Nostalgic stuff.
Really, really will be. These two legends who have been in the top of chess for many, many decades. These are their classical ratings, going all the way back to 1991, which was the year when world champion Magnus Carlsen turned 1 year old. 1999, that's when Duda turned 1 year old. 2006, that's when Prague turned 1 year old. These two have been there the entire time, and I'm stunned to see how stable they've been this whole time, David.
Yeah, that's almost superhuman consistency and longevity as well. To do it for 20 years, they're still elite grandmasters. They can still beat the best players in the world on their day. And I mean, 30 years ago, they were already top 3, top 4 in the world. Yeah, still going strong. I'm so inspired just by the play of these two players.
Yeah. Is it possible to be a top chess player, to fight with the best in the world all the way into your 50s, even maybe 60s?
I mean, history tells us, yes, it is possible. I mean, we did have Viktor Korchnoi, the grandmaster. You know, he was regularly defeating some of the world's top grandmasters. I mean, and these guys, as that rating chart showed, you know, they have obviously just improved, and they've kept their form.
How long do you imagine playing chess tournaments, Simon?
Well, I only play about one a year now, so hopefully a bit more, you know.
You're still active then?
I'm still active.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also, you know, it's not just about winning. It is, I really love playing. So as long as you keep that love for the game, you can play forever, you know. You've got to enjoy what you do. So hopefully as long as I live, I'll be able to play, yeah.
But there's a very big difference between the generations that we're seeing in this tournament, and that is computers, David. So Ivanchuk and Gelfand, they didn't grow up with computers analyzing opponents using the computer. So do you think it's difficult for them in this field against these players who only use computers?
Yeah, I think that's the main hurdle for them. We heard Ivanchuk in his interview yesterday saying he had to adapt, he had to evolve his game. He's been practicing a lot in the last couple of years with the mouse on the computer. Gelfand, for example, he's actually been coaching some of the young players in this field. He's coached Pragnananda, he's coached Gukesh, some of the other Indian talents, and he's had to learn how to embrace that kind of computer way of studying. But that's why the young generation have gone to players like Gelfand to learn, because he gives them something extra. He teaches them the old method of chess and gives them that deeper understanding that computers can't always impart.
Yeah. Here we see the youngest player in the tournament, 15-year-old Christopher Yu. This is a tournament with 3 generations. We have 5 teenagers just getting into the top of chess. We do have the players like Ivan Saric in their 20s and 30s, reaching the peak of their career, and then the 2 legends of chess at 53 and 54 years old. Boris Gelfand and Vasily Ivanchuk. Hans Niemann getting ready for the day. It's a big one for him. In game 2 today, Hans Niemann will play Magnus Carlsen for the first time since the big scandal in St. Louis. It's a big day, and we're going to start off with 2 legends. And with Gelfand and Ivanchuk, what kind of styles is up against each other, Jovanka?
Well, you know, Ivanchuk, he has quite an aggressive style, I would say. You know, he thrives in complicated positions. Meanwhile, Gelfand has more the kind of positional style, and he likes to kind of play it by strategy as opposed to wild tactics. And I love it when these styles meet, because somehow or other they fuse together and they create madness on the board.
What do you expect from the game between these two?
Well, I think it's going to be a great battle. I mean, I think Gelfand's going to try to, as Jovanka say, keep it positional, so try not to complicate it. And I expect Chucky to do something weird, probably, you know, to spice it up a little bit. And the opening, it's impossible to say, isn't it? I mean, what Chucky's going to do. What do we reckon, David? I mean, let's have a gamble. I mean, like, King's Indian defence? I'm just going to put that out there. So, yeah.
I mean, imagine the psychology. You've played each other hundreds of times in your career. Also, if you're Ivanchuk, you want to play something new every single game. You want to keep yourself guessing, keep surprising yourself. He must be running out of openings to play, right?
Yeah.
So something maybe flexible like the King's Indian, where it's very kind of dynamic and keeps lots of tension. That's the dream.
Is he one of the big inspirations for Magnus Carlsen, who is also known to play everything under the sun in the opening?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, Ivanchuk made it trendy to start playing everything, but not everyone could do that until computers came along and made it easier for us to learn openings. Back in the day, everyone used to have their pet opening, their favourite opening. They played it time and time again. But now Ivanchuk and in later years Magnus, they've shown you can kind of target your opponent's weaknesses by being a moving target yourself. Yeah, that's the trendy way of doing it.
Yeah. Now, you had one worry for Ivanchuk yesterday, Jovanka, heading into the start of the tournament, and that was his time usage.
Yeah.
How did he do eventually with his clock?
Well, you know, he started off in quite a shaky way because, you know, he was outplaying Pragnanda, playing a perfect game. But then the troubles with the clock started and he just blundered the house, actually, and he lost that game. But after that, he's been pretty convincing. He hasn't had any clock problems at all. And that, of course, reflected in his play. You know, he just won the games and they were beautiful as well. And here we are, getting ready.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Gelfand to kind of push the trusty queen's pawn forward 2 squares. It tends to be what he always does. Yep. And then it will be in Ivanchuk's hands. No, he develops his knight. Got that wrong.
Yeah, but it's still flexible. It could still transpose, as you mentioned, Jovanka, to some of his favoured openings. So it's what we call the symmetrical English. Now, White did develop with his knight. Normally, this is called the reti, but due to the push of both sides' c-pawns, it has transposed to that English opening. And now White has a choice. White can push a pawn in the centre of the board. White can bring his other knight out from the queen side. Black is just going to fianchetto his bishop to a dark square. We might see what we call the accelerated dragon. And we've transposed into that opening. Now, after a trade of pawns in the centre, White's knight coming out. White has these 2 pawns in the middle of the board on the light squares. This creates a Maroczy bind, and any type of bind in chess makes it hard for the opponent to break out. We see a set of knights disappearing. Everything's balanced, but White has a bit more space in the centre with his pawns. Solid start by both sides. No aggressive attack yet, but it doesn't have that great a reputation maybe for Black.
Yeah,
that's the opening setup.
I would have thought that Gelfand would be very happy with the way this has gone. You know, Jovanka mentioned that Gelfand maybe prefers a positional game, and he's got this Maroczy bind, as you mentioned, which is it gives White a space advantage. It's a bit easier for White to play, and Black can get a little bit passive here. And we know that Chucky's main strength is, like, you know, if he can unbalance the position, and it's a long way this position from becoming unbalanced. So I would say, Jovanka, that, you know, White be happy the way this opening's gone.
Yeah, I agree. You know, take a look at White's pawns in the middle. Both of them control a lot of squares. They especially control any breakouts that Black might plan with the pawns. And it's just now about developing the pieces and just sitting on that extra space. And what you're going to see instead is that if Ivanchuk has to mix things up at some point, he has to break out.
Yeah, this opening is regarded as quite passive for Black, but I have noticed it's been trendy in recent years. There are chessable courses now on the Accelerated Dragon, and Black is actually the one choosing this variation in a way. You can kind of just play the next few moves on autopilot as Black. Black's bishop has just developed. Next, one of Black's rooks is going to come to the c-file. You might push a pawn in a certain way, and Black's plan is very straightforward. There's nothing to memorize. So there are things that speak in favor of this opening choice. Ivanchuk clearly knows what's going on. He knows everything about everything pretty much in the opening. But Gelfand, meanwhile, is frowning slightly. He looks a bit surprised and just picking his move here. White's light squared bishop is likely to develop.
Imagine like burrowing Ivanchuk's mind for like half an hour or something, you know. Like,
would be exhausting.
I'm not more.
Oh, you'd have to have a lay down for at least a year afterwards, wouldn't you? But I mean, just jumping in to all those variations that he's probably memorised over his lifetime, all those games he's memorised, all that just pure information it must be incredible, you know, his knowledge, and obviously Gelfand as well. But, you know, we can see from his analysis the way he thinks is just exceptional. So, yeah, I mean, going back to the game, I was wondering if White can somehow, you know, moving the bishop, castle looks very sensible, but you can also maybe try putting a knight in the middle at some point, maybe going, playing a pawn move and then throwing that in. And it kind of depends. I mean, if White can stabilise, you would have thought maybe White is more comfortable still here, just because of the space advantage. It's easier to play with space advantage. That's a pretty little pyramid that you've created there, David, as well. I like it. That knight at the top of the pyramid, the old capstone up there. Lovely stuff, David. You know, we like our...
David knows his history as well as his theory, because I just checking the database, and can you guess who were the 2 world champions who played against this particular position against each other?
The 2 world champions?
Yeah,
oh,
and
wow.
think old ones.
Oh, God.
Think Python. I'll give you a hint.
Petrosian.
Python, and then the mad one.
Tao?
No, he's the magician.
The magician. Who's
but
the mad one?
The mad one was the one that we all celebrate.
Fisher.
Yeah!
Oh, Fisher, okay.
Kaja's on the same wavelength as me.
Yeah, OK. Right, OK. Fisher played black.
Fisher played black, yeah.
And the result was?
A draw.
Ah, OK. No surprise there.
And Jovanka in this, I mean, this game is actually following that one as far as I know. And did the White Knight jump in there?
It did.
It did. And maybe you can take us through what happened in that game, because we know Ivanchuk, he's a great chess historian as well. He will be aware of that game for sure. Gelfand, maybe less so.
Yeah, but there was a slight difference. But OK, the bishop was on E2, and the black pawn moved to A6.
OK, so
there were these 2 moves flicked in, and then the knight came in, and because the game ended in a draw, there was like a series of mass exchanges. Everything got swapped off. The queens came off first, and then the knight came off, and then the...
I also love the way you say the mad one. I was just like, the mad one. It's just like, I was like, God, there's so many mad chess players on there. But yeah, anyway, sorry, the mad one.
Yeah, it was. He actually captured with the other pawn, David. Yeah.
And either way, White gets a nice kind of connect 4.
Yeah.
And a bit more space. White can put a bishop on this square.
Yeah.
And it looks pretty balanced, but White is maybe having a bit more fun.
Yeah.
Instead, Gelfand brought his bishop to this square. So we could see similar still. If, for example, Black pushes a pawn, White's knight might jump in, and we might see that trade of queens. Let's go back to the players. This one is still very, very tense.
You mentioned Ivanchuk's memory, Simon, that, you know, there must be so much knowledge inside his head. And Peter Heine Nielsen, the coach of Magnus Carlsen, tweeted right now that Ivanchuk has been quoted saying, "Why do I need a database of millions of game? I can only remember 10,000.
It's like 9,999 more than most people can remember.
Exactly. Yeah. Is he known for that? His memory, just like Magnus Carlsen, is known for his exceptional memory.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't stay at the top of world chess unless you have some phenomenal talents. And with Ivanchuk, it's probably memory, it's creativity, it's calculation as well, a few things. But yeah, I mean, the top players in the world, I'm not sure how much they train it, but they do train the memory a bit. And obviously, it helps to have some natural capacity in that regard. I know Kramnik said he played through 10,000 games every month just in case there were new ideas. I don't know how he remembers those new ideas when they come up, but Magnus, of course, it's like a sponge, his brain. It all soaks up and goes in.
Yeah, and Black indeed pushes the A-pawn forward and perhaps prepares a break on the left. And, well, Kaja mentioned a tweet, and today is going to be a really dramatic day. I mean, it's going to be so much excitement on and potentially off the board. And, of course, we love it when you're at home, join in on all the fun and action and send us a tweet using the hashtag ChessChamps. So send us your selfies, your pictures, your thoughts. What do you think is going to happen? Who you're cheering for? We love to hear everything you guys post. And, of course, we will try and feature them on the show.
Yeah, definitely want to hear your thoughts today before that big dramatic game, especially between Magnus and Hans in the next round, round 6 in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Yeah,
this feels like the calm before the storm. Gelfand just deciding if he doesn't jump into the centre with his knight, if he decides to keep queens on the board instead, then maybe there's more chances for both sides to imbalance things. But I think it would just be sensible here for Gelfand to jump into the centre with his knight. It takes most of the risk out of the position if the queens disappear. And for Gelfand, after a tough start yesterday, losing his games there. I think it's just quite a pleasant situation where you can kind of try for an advantage with minimal risk. What do you think, Simon?
I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, with the last move, Black is really telegraphing his intentions, and if Black gets one more move, he has the possibility to break out. And you've really got to watch out for your opponent's breakouts, especially when you've got the more space. And you don't really want to allow ever your opponent getting any counterplay with some pawn break. Why? I mean, even if it's like not always a great break, you're just like, I don't want to calculate it. So if I was white here, I would just be throwing that knight into the middle. I can't be worse. I'm going to have a space advantage. OK, I might not win the game, but I certainly can't lose the game if I exchange queens and just keep it very simple. So this would be, I think, a very, very obvious move to play. And to my eyes, it looks like white should certainly have a small advantage as you're demonstrating and ensuring middle game, just because he's got a space advantage. And, you know, this bishop that you showed there, David, is beautiful. Open e-file. It looks really pleasant for white, actually. I mean,
Although I realised I've allowed a check here. But I'd have to retreat. But, yeah, I mean, this type of thing, at least.
Yeah.
You can make an argument for, at some point, trying to push this pawn forward and try to clamp down.
As long as you stop Black's break, and maybe Black is still breaking. I mean, you could take with the other pawn if you really wanted to play doubly safe in this one. So, OK, it's symmetrical, meaning more of a drawing chance, but you take out any risk whatsoever by playing in this manner. And he's played it. So,
he has played
very
it.
logical.
And incidentally, this position was actually not this knight jump, but the position had been played before by two other world champions. This time, if I give you a one-word clue.
OK, go for it.
OK, legend is one.
Gary Kasparov?
Gary was playing with the white pieces. And then I'm going to say the trainer.
Trainer?
Trainer, yeah.
Alifman.
No, close. But, OK, think modern-day trainer.
Modern-day trainer.
The one who got divorced recently.
One who got divorced recently.
From his protege. I'm sorry. That's okay. Sorry.
Wow. Divorcee.
That's a famous interview, right, where he said it felt like a divorce.
Yeah.
When the coach and student broke up.
Right.
But meanwhile, you imagine taking the risk out of this position. They're taking all the rooks out of this position.
Yeah.
Gelfand here just trying to kind of speed up that process into the endgame. It makes sense here. Gelfand is a great endgame player. I talked about him in that Grind Like a Grandmaster course as one of the kind of inspirations for the grinding technique, where you take the risk out first, then you look for small advantages, you build up, and you don't necessarily write off the game as a draw, you just keep trying to squeeze and looking for opportunities. So he's done that. He's removed all risk. The reason I'd choose white here, just a little bit more space in the centre. White has a really nice pawn structure there, but it's going to be difficult to break through. The bishops will just cancel each other out.
Can the white king try to get in on the fun? So, I mean, the way that I would be thinking is that white king belongs on the left, you know, primarily on the b6 square, you know, let's put it all the way up there. And the only way it can cross that river is to just swap off dark square bishops. So one thing I would be thinking, as David's highlight, step up with the king, use the bishop, the dark square bishop, as a bridge, and try to dash across. But I realise this takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
And
the problem is the black king might come as well to hold the fort. If black's king was on the wrong side of the board, you're right, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Then this would be a killer plan. Just walk in and start grabbing everything. But yeah, unfortunately, it does look like the black king is quick enough to kind of march over. And yeah, after we see a bunch of exchanges, it might just get completely blocked off. That being said, it's a bit awkward for black. Black's king is stuck, kind of defending the entry point for the white king. What do we think here? Just draw?
Probably just a draw. I don't know how you break this down. I mean, even if you need a pawn push in these positions to try and open up another way in, but I can't see any pawn push that will really help. And why should white be winning these positions? Black has no weaknesses at all. He's super solid. So with correct play, this position is a draw.
Yeah, you kind of need a knight here for white to start kind of jumping in. If you could imagine a knight jumping into this square, starting to attack some pawns. But as you said, if you don't have a knight, you can't target anything. And for example, this is a weakness, but the white bishop is doing nothing if it sits there. The white king can't really get there. So sometimes the squares, the weaknesses, they're only as weak as the pieces that remain.
I think you have to try a pawn break. I mean, maybe you can use Barry, you know, or try to do some space gaining on the other side. But you're kind of hoping, really, aren't you, that your opponent's going to make an error. And Chucky hasn't been making many errors so far.
Yeah. It just looks like a really respectful game from both sides. Neither of them really kind of going on the offensive yet, but still some life left. Can either side squeeze the other? Yeah, that's the question right now.
Looks like a quite calm round so far, this round 5 in the tournament. Bars on the bottom of the screen, roughly to the middle in most games, but I am noticing in the game between the two 19-year-olds, Arigaisi and Niemann, it looks very good for the young Indian. Bar all the way over to his side. Could be a very bad start to the day for Hans Niemann before that big battle against Magnus Carlsen. And after only 15 minutes as well, something must have gone horribly wrong for Niemann.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at that game. It feels like he's played a bit too quickly. Niemann's been playing very fast this tournament, and it's worked well for him, but he blundered a pawn to quite a typical kind of tactic early in that game. So Niemann, maybe he's just got his focus on that match against Magnus, and yeah, difficult start for him so far today.
Yeah. Must be difficult for Hans, actually, and Magnus, knowing that the eyes of the world are on them.
Oh, yeah.
And that everybody, and I've had lots of messages, actually, from friends saying, hey, you know, what's happening in the chess world?
Yeah.
And it's not going to be just chess players, it's going to be everyone, and the media, of course.
Yeah.
It's a lot for one set of shoulders, right, to carry? Mm.
Yeah, imagine Niemann, 19-year-old, you know, either he has cheated, the allegations are true, a huge scandal, or he hasn't, and he has to stand in this storm with these allegations. It's just massive scandal.
I mean, he's either the villain or he's a victim, right?
Yeah.
And he's the victim of, yeah, I mean, what could be career-damaging, I mean, insinuations, and yeah, I can't imagine what he's going through. It must have been so difficult for him to continue playing a tournament last week and then to come here, play again immediately, face the world champion. But
I mean, I think, you know, I think if he does deal with it, if he can deal with it, it's actually he's going to come out stronger, and it will actually help him. You know, if he can just get through it, and you know, and everything is the way, you know, he does become innocent, or he is innocent, whatever it is. It's very hard. If he comes through the toughness, then, you know, he's going to... I think it will really help him, actually, because he's going to have this limelight, you know, he's going to have potential business opportunities, and he's proven that he can beat some of the best players in the world. So, so it's like, yeah, these tough times, it's like in life, you know, you just, like, have to get through them, don't you? So, you know, and, you know, again, you know, I don't know what's going on with Magnus as well. He's getting this, you know, who knows what's happening there as well. So it's very, it's a very strange situation. That's all I can say. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, from what I've seen on Twitter, there is a lot of support for Hans Niemann. A lot of people saying that they cannot find any proof of cheating in that game in St. Louis. But I guess the chess world as well is divided in this matter.
It tends to be two extremes as well. It's kind of people who are fully on the side of Niemann asking for the proof, and rightly so. I mean, if there's no proof, you can't accuse people. But there's also people on the other side who are willing to condemn without any evidence. And it's tricky. There's a huge divide right now. And I mean, for example, some of the games, even yesterday on the tour, I mean, it's utter genius, some of the moves he's coming up with. And again, I mean, people can come up with all sorts of explanations for that. But I mean, if he is innocent, we're witnessing one of the greatest talents in chess ever. So, yeah, I mean, it's just tough time, emotional day for both these two players. And I guess there will be a fallout as well.
Yeah. Oh, wow. In 40 minutes, approximately, that game will start. We are all looking forward to that. In the meantime, we are enjoying a game between these two legends, but the bar is all the way in the middle. Dead draw is what the bar is saying. Is this a dead draw?
No movement whatsoever. Has it moved at all during the game? Like 0 point? No.
Perfect game.
Yeah.
You know, this
is
that's true. Maybe they got their beads in.
Yeah,
just joking.
Chess is objectively a draw, I guess, at best play.
With correct play.
And I mean, there have been some changes. A couple of pawns disappeared. The light squared bishops got exchanged. But yeah, this one, both sides just running out of material, essentially. And I think I'd still choose white, just because white should have the better bishop. Black's pawn in the centre. The black d-pawn, not ideally placed. I like how white's put pawns on light squares, his bishop's on dark squares. That's just kind of good coordination. And of course, Gelfand is fantastic with those positional factors. But yeah, it's going to be hard to break through. If Gelfand wants to win, we should mention now, then it's a critical moment. He needs to take with his f-pawn. Normally, if you have a choice of 2 different pawns to capture with, you want to capture towards the centre, I would say 90% of the time, because you control more squares. If you have rooks on the board, then kind of clearing the open files on the edge, they're really helpful. But OK, I think he's happy to go for the draw here. He does capture towards the centre, which is typical and natural. But if he'd taken the other way, at least there was a chance to create a pass pawn, imbalance things slightly.
I think they got so much respect for each other as well. I mean, when you played someone literally for your whole lifetime, and you know how good they are, and you're here and you've got all these youngsters ready, it's like, okay, you're kind of like you want to go easy on your fellow grandfather, so just take it easy, Like, I don't mean that in a bad way, but compared to the other players, they are the grandfathers. It's like me compared to David. I'm the grandfather. So I'm the grandfather at the table. Kind of, yeah, granddaddy Williams, putting it on. I am the granddaddy. So,
are you reading this tweet from Ollie Pedersen? Simon.
Oh dear.
He says his dad, in an ideal world.
Is it?
David the brother, Kaja the little sister. Oh,
thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ollie Pedersen.
And Jovanka, what is it? Girlfriend. Oh, love is in the air.
So I am your daddy. Oh, God. So scary.
That would make you Jovanka's father-in-law.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Just get rid of that tweet now.
Yeah, either way, these 2 elder statesmen of the game, the more experienced players, still just keeping the balance, not too much changing here. I do like what Gelfand's doing with his pawns. Just aesthetically, it looks so nice for white, but there's no breakthrough, no way to create a pass pawn, no way to kind of trade off the bishops in a favourable kind of transition towards the king of pawn endgame. Just no way to do anything, essentially.
Now, yesterday, Simon, you noticed the books behind Ivanchuk, and I just wanted to mention, before this game ends, if it ends quite fast, look at all the trophies behind these 2. That is a lifetime of success.
Yeah.
Massive.
And I've heard that champions, by displaying their trophies, by seeing them every day, they kind of get in that winning mentality. So maybe that's something I should do, or others should do.
Yeah.
If you have trophies, display them, inspire yourself, remind yourself that you are a winner.
That's where I've gone wrong. I don't have any trophies. Hang on a minute, dudes. Where are they? So, in the attic, that's all.
Yeah. I remember I made this story on Magnus Carlsen's World Championship era. And I visited his father, and all the World Championship trophies was there in this cabinet in a corner. Like the trophies was like bottom shelf. Nothing Magnus saw every day, because obviously he doesn't live there. So maybe he should listen to this.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know younger players, they like to display their trophies as well, just as a badge of pride. But I think the older players, they do it for the memories. And
David, you famously won the gold medal at the Olympiad. Why didn't you wear that, like a Beastie Boy, sort of go around like,
down the nightclubs?
boom, wear that gold out. You could be could be good. Get that mentality.
Yeah, I've got imposter syndrome. Anytime I put it on, I'm like, do I deserve this? Is this real?
Dave,
it's not real gold, unfortunately, but yeah, it's.
I think you need to wear it more.
Maybe I should.
Yeah.
I think you need to rock it out more. Definitely.
For my birthday, I'll bring it out.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have it displayed or in a drawer?
It's in a box somewhere in the flat, still in its kind of protective case. But,
Need to bring it out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Show the world.
Show the world, indeed. And yeah, I mean, they're not just displaying the trophies that they're proud of, but also those chess books. I think that's, the fountain of their knowledge, clearly. I still recommend the old school way of doing it. Read those books. They're useful aid. But meanwhile, white's bishop slightly improved, black's bishop flexible. No targets for the black bishop. Just hitting thin air. There's literally nothing it can attack on dark squares other than its fellow bishop. Yeah, these players keeping us guessing, but this one is going to be a draw. Barring just madness from either of the 2 players.
Yeah.
And yeah, plenty of time left on the clock for both as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I blame Boris for playing very solidly. I think it was the tournament situation. Yesterday, he had a bit of a horrible day, as he said so himself, and he lost all his games. So when you're in that situation, you kind of want to steady the ship. You just want to get 1.5 point somewhere, and then that kind of resets those previous losses, and then you can begin again and just get playing. And whilst the players are thinking, not that much happening, well, GM Asim sends us a selfie of his wife playing chess. Although he does say it looks like she doesn't care about her king. Come on, castle now. It's always a good idea to castle.
Yeah.
Unless I'm just thinking about someone who doesn't castle. Who was the one that doesn't castle?
Oh, we had one tournament where, was it Prague?
Ooh.
Someone was not castling.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, Magnus likes to delay it as long as possible. Prague, maybe? Yeah. I've been in trouble myself in games where I've forgotten to castle.
Yeah, no, I think it was Prague. Might have been last tournament in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
It was something, yeah, I remember there was something going on,
Yeah.
and I was like, why are they not castling? I once did it in a tournament where I got, well, not a tournament, but a team event, and I just didn't castle. I was doing everything other than castling, and I won all my games. And so they said, that is the secret to chess, don't castle. But no, that comes with a don't try this at home.
Yeah. The wisdom is always castle by move 12, then your king's safe. That's what I heard when I was young, at least.
Magnus has a rule himself when it comes to castling. You know, he says one move, if your king is one move away from castling, then your king is pretty safe. If it's 2 moves from castling, maybe safe, maybe not safe.
Okay.
If it's 3 moves away from castling, you've got to worry about your king because it could get under attack quite quickly.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the vacuum cleaner is out in this game. All the queenside pawns, or the left half of the board, they've all been eliminated, exchanged off. Yeah, just no breakthrough. No material left, no pass pawns. It's difficult to get excited about this position. As Jovanka said, completely understandable result. Actually quite good for both players. Gelfand is now going to be off the mark in the tournament. He's going to gain a bit of momentum. Ivanchuk, meanwhile, he's well placed for those kind of top 8, those knockout spots.
Yeah.
It's going to be really valuable.
I expect they might even repeat bishop moves now, David, don't you? And like just to, you know, there's nothing here that can happen. There really isn't. I mean, you know, it's here we go. They might just, I think they're repeating bishop moves. They know it's a dead draw. So it looks like we're getting that draw.
Yeah. It's a draw between our 2 legends. The first point in the tournament for Boris Gelfand and another point for Ivanchuk, who is on fire in this tournament. So a good start for both of them. A rather quick draw, 26 minutes. That's what it took for them to play this draw. So we're going to jump into another game going on here in round 5. Arjun Erigaisi is playing Hans Niemann, and the bar has been over to Erigaisi's side the whole game. Is he winning this?
Erigaisi, he's still winning, but there is hard work to be done. Niemann, he's tried to plug all the holes in the black position. He's defending everything for now, but white is winning because he has more active pieces. The white knight is fantastic, the white bishop eyeing up a pawn, but also a material advantage, just 1 extra pawn in the position. Niemann's blunder earlier in the game was very strange, I must say. Maybe we'll have time to show that a bit later. If not, go and check it out on the broadcast of the live moves.
Kind of like mouse slip strange?
Just blunder, like kind of momentary kind of blindness strange, just where you kind of switch off for 1 second and you just lose a pawn. But meanwhile, white's knight is going on a journey. That's a bit of an odd move by Erigaisi. He has a clear plan in mind, though. He wants to give a check. White's knight is going to retreat to the e7 square, check the black king, and try to pick up a pawn. I think the saving grace here for Niemann, if he can somehow trade off the bishops, which I think he needs to do, if he can somehow trade off the rooks and get the black king active, that's 3 big ifs, then he might have some chances, but at the moment it's not looking positive for the American. Erigaisi, just really calm technique so far. Looks very smooth. And Erigaisi, we should mention as well, he's having a very good tournament so far. Just having a very good year in general.
Just a very good player.
Yeah, he's an incredible player. I think Fabiano Caruana said that he thought that he was one of the most talented Indian youngsters. And I heard a story recently by Salmia, an Indian international master, and she said during the Olympic training camps they actually had a session with Boris Gelfand. And Boris Gelfand was talking about the importance of playing out every single game. And he said, you know, maybe you could get 8 points as opposed to, 8.5 points as opposed to 8 points. And Erigaisi chips up with, sir, why can I not get 10 points out of 10? And he was like, yeah, well, why not? Go for gold in every single one of your games.
Yeah, and I played Erigaisi in the Grand Swiss Blitz last year. It was 2 games. He destroyed me in both games. And as soon as they finished, I just said, OK, at the time he was 26, low 2600s. I said, you're going to be 2800 in the next year or 2. And I'm kind of hoping he fulfills that prediction because he's on the path. Meanwhile, those dark squared bishops did disappear, and Black's knight now attacking the white rook, also attacking the white pawn in the centre. What do you guys think? The rook has to move. Do you get greedy and go and capture Black's A pawn on the edge there, or do you kind of re-centralise and try to protect your own pawns?
I mean, I think you should always look at the most critical move first, and that is a capture here. Yep. You know, you can capture a pawn, and if it's OK, capture the blooming pawn. So, you know, take it. And I honestly don't see anything wrong with taking that pawn when your knight can gang up on the other pawn, and also it keeps your rook active. So why not? Why not take that pawn if there's no reason to do it? Is there any drawing chances in the rook ending? I guess there might be, but maybe this is why he's gone for this move then. Maybe he thought there were drawing chances in that rook ending, and he's decided to keep more pawns on the board. So a little bit surprising, but probably still very good.
Yeah, you're right, Simon. I'm surprised he didn't go for this as well. I guess the justification here we see on the analysis board, Black would win 1 pawn back. White would be 2 pawns up, but it would soon become 1 again. 2 become 1. Didn't mean that. Yeah. But anyway, instead, in this variation, he did choose to just keep things simple, protect his pawn. He brought his rook to the centre. Nice move, defending this key pawn on d4, and big threat still in the position, a knight check, and then White would pick up a valuable pawn, a further pawn. So Black needs to guard against this one. Still White in the driver's seat.
Definitely.
All right. Well, both of them, 19 years old, 2 super talents, Sergeant Erigaisi and Hans Niemann. And we have a graph showing how they evolved over the last few years. Erigaisi is the highest rated player out of these 2. Now, Niemann is the light blue dots or line, and Erigaisi is the yellow one. So we can see that Erigaisi has been more stable over time, and Hans Niemann pretty much shot up over the last few months even. Is this one of those reasons why someone is suspecting Niemann of cheating? Because the graph has been so steep for him?
I think people are also trying to find stuff where there's not stuff there as well. You know, it's like you can always find something in something, right? If you look hard enough. And, you know, this graph, it maybe is a little bit peculiar, but I don't think it's that peculiar, is it? I mean, it's still reasonably steady, you know, inclined. You can't say that someone's a cheat because of that graph. I think that's the thing, isn't it? If you really want to find something, you will find it.
Yeah.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, confirmation bias, indeed. You know, in everything. So you can always, you know, find something that backs up your argument, whatever your argument is. So, I mean, OK, it's a little bit unstable, but I'm sure my graph is much worse than that.
But that's exactly what Hans Niemann is living with these days, right? That, you know, people are looking maybe for something in his story, in his games. I
guess it's also just the fact that he's developed slightly later than the other prodigies we see on our screen. Yeah. We see Prag with the, is it orange?
Prag is orange, yeah.
We see Christopher Yu in the darker blue. We see Vincent Keimer in the grey, and they all hit a very strong Grandmaster level at the age of, what was it, 12, roughly. And for Hans, he only became a Grandmaster a year and a half ago, and he's kind of shot up from 2,500 to 2,700 after a long period where he was stable, despite being relatively active. So I think it's just, he's done it a different way. And it's not the typical prodigy story that we hear nowadays, where it's 12 years old, otherwise it's too late.
Yeah.
He made his big push from 18, 19, and still going strong, still improving.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. Hans Niemann, definitely become a name that everyone is talking about in chess also because he has played so well recently. And of course, COVID is a fact as well, right? Because everyone's talking about how he is the fastest in history to go from 2,500 to 2,700, but he did it right after COVID, right? So he spent COVID years practicing chess, reading about chess, every day, all the time. And then when he could finally play again, obviously he would quite rapidly improve.
He said it himself, he just basically locked himself away, studied chess for 12 hours, only went out to collect food, and that was it. I mean, when you put in such work, you can expect to reap some rewards. The one thing I would say, though, is that with chess, hard work isn't necessarily a guarantee, though, of success. And I don't want to kind of like shed any doubt on Hans' story. Let me just clarify that. But I've often seen it, that you work super hard on your chess, but somehow or other the results just don't show. And they kind of show after the work has been performed and after you've managed to relax and just enjoy the game.
Yeah. Well, he's struggling now, Hans Niemann, in this game. The bar has shot up to 7.5 for Erigaisi. Will we see a win for the Indian player?
Yes, I think so. He's 3 pawns up now. Not much left to do for Hans. Maybe the final hope now is some kind of checkmating attack against the White King, but that is a pretty obvious plan. Erigaisi, 5 minutes, also plenty of time to just find a way out for the White King now. You can give a check with White. You can start, I think, just pushing your pawn forward. You're easily in time. This one's game over any moment. Hans just going through the motions. He's just going to make Erigaisi show that he knows how to win, which is always good. Never resign, even if you're 3 pawns down, until you're 100% sure it's hopeless.
I don't know about that, Dave.
No. I'm not like you, Simon. Yeah. I enjoy sitting there, even if I'm suffering.
There's a massive threat, though, if... the knight is threatening... First of all, black is threatening to push the pawn forward, cage the king.
Yeah, I mean, it's White's move, though. White has, I guess we should call it Charles today, shouldn't we?
Oh, OK.
King Charles, the c-pawn, coming up the board. And
big threat, though. There's a checkmate in one threat. Erigaisi does spot it. Pushes a pawn forward, gaining an escape square for his king. And, Charles, like you said, Simon, is going to win the game.
I think so, yeah. And there's no perpetual here. The king will come over to the left, and I expect this is just the end.
Yeah, and in fact, Hans has resigned. White was about to make a new queen, and a result, a big result for the tournament standings.
Arjun Erigaisi takes the lead so far in the tournament. He now has 12 out of 15 possible points. The young Indian, of course, some games still going on. For example, the guy leading the tournament heading into this day 2, Magnus Carlsen, looking very chill, lean back in this game against David Navarra. And what does this look like? The bar is roughly to the middle.
Yeah, the bar's roughly in the middle. Navarra there, I mean, he's a bit low on the clock, 1.5 minutes, and he just rubbed his head. I've seen that look before from Navarra. It's when he's not happy, and he's not happy with his position. He's a very active player, David Navarra. He wants to be on the front foot, creating stuff, and here he's just defending. It's level pawns, level pieces, but the black king is slightly more airy than the white king, and there's a big weakness sitting next to the black queen, the black e-pawn. White's rook is staring at it, white's queen is staring at it on a diagonal. Could be captured right now, or on the next move. And yeah, look at Magnus as well. He frowned as soon as that move was played. It does feel a bit shaky trying to counterattack when your opponent is eyeing up one of your pawns. I'm trying to figure out why this is a blunder. I don't see it yet.
I guess you can just take the pawn and
which
on
pawn?
e6, maybe just
the rook
with the queen, maybe, and then get behind. You know, maybe. I mean, as you said, David is a very active player, and this is sometimes the problem. I get this problem with myself a lot when you're forced to defend. It's a really hard skill for active players sometimes to do so, and they often do a premature move like maybe this is David. And
yeah, you're right. I mean, he could have just defended passively like this, and he's okay, but it's not much fun. Instead, he did try to break out, and Simon, you predicted it perfectly there. Queen takes pawn, just keeping things simple. Again, Magnus' style, and if the pawn is captured, I'm assuming it will be, then white is just going to step behind, and this pawn will fall. no real way to defend it. If the black rook comes now to defend it, then the white rook can go hunting for different pawns, for other pawns. And something's going to drop. White will be a pawn up in the endgame. Yeah, you're right there. It's just maybe a
premature.
Yeah, a bit of impatience from Navarro, and he's going to suffer now in an endgame.
Yeah. And if you want to suffer against someone in ending, well, probably don't make it Magnus, I think is the key. David doing the right thing, though. He's trying to get his rook around to activate it. Obviously, this is, well, maybe the most important thing in a rook ending. Try to get your rook active, but White's rook is easily countering that, and this is gonna be a grind.
A long grind.
It's gonna be a grind. Yeah.
Ah.
How would you estimate the winning chances for Magnus here?
Oh, well,
50%.
There's only one person we can ask about this, Jovanka.
Yeah,
Jovanka moment of the day. So Jovanka is our resident stat master,
Yes.
having multiple degrees in statistics at Oxford and Cambridge University.
And Stanford.
And Stanford, of course, on that little travel year you did.
Your accent turned even more British when
Oh, of course. Jolly good show, old boy. And so, Jovanka,
Yes.
in this position, David asked a very prominent question. And what stats do we have at White's winning this game?
I think they're 75%.
Ooh.
That's nice. I like the accent as well. There. Yeah, not bad. You know, 75% is pretty high.
I know.
Pretty high.
Yeah.
Did you say 75, Dave?
50 to 60 somewhere, and then the rest draw? No, maybe.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know.
But how about
I
if
trust
you look at
Jovanka,
the
though.
clock as well? I mean, 20 seconds for David Navarro to save this.
Actually, if it was just the position, maybe it would be a bit less. But if it's Magnus with White,
Yeah.
the greatest endgame player of all time, but also with a time advantage, David Navarro down at 20 seconds. Also, he hates this type of situation. He hates defending in positions where he can never really get more than a draw. Often you see him, just like he did a bit earlier, lashing out and trying to force the issue. Yeah, Magnus, I was going to say, he's going to push one of these kingside pawns. He wants to gain a bit more space. This is the side he's stronger, 3 versus 2 pawn advantage.
I mean, I'm with the 75% just from knowing it's Magnus. You know, if it's someone else, it wouldn't be as high, but Magnus just always wins these kind of positions, and it's really instructive to see how, right?
Did you just see that? David just made that move with 2 seconds to spare.
2 seconds, okay.
And that also was a factor in my assessment. Who knew that bottom set in maths would actually pay off so grandly?
Don't blow the illusion, Jovanka.
I just keep it real, Simon.
Keep it real.
B in
indeed.
GCSE. I was very proud of myself, actually, for getting. That was the only grade I could get. I was that bad at maths.
Yeah.
It's definitely a stereotype that chess players have to be good at maths.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some correlation, I guess, but it's not.
Were you good at maths?
No. I mean, yeah, I didn't enjoy it at all.
No.
I did it for A-level in mechanics, statistics.
Did you?
Oh,
I did it.
what about you,
Not fun.
Simon?
I did it at A-level as well, but I gave it up after a year. So gave up everything after a year, to be honest. Yeah, so... but yeah, OK, this last move, quite clever. He's just forcing the king to a more passive square, and he doesn't, you know, this is the kind of position you just nurse a little bit, isn't it? You don't rush. You just do it little by little. Move the king, move the pawn, move the king, get a weakness, get a pass pawn, queen the pawn, end the game. Easy.
Just like that. Easy.
Just like
Logical.
that. Yeah, and, you know, it's really worth watching how Magnus does these things. And obviously now I've completely jinxed him, so it'll be a draw. So, yeah.
Yeah, they do say all rook endgames are drawn, especially if it's only a 1-pawn advantage.
Yeah.
But this time, White has enough control, surely.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing you want to prevent, if you're Magnus, is for the black rook to come in, maybe to the second rank and start attacking some pawns. So one move potentially could be to drop the white rook back to the second rank, just cover things there. Maybe what Magnus is just trying to find a secure formation for his pawns on the left side of the board. OK, he advances king first, but if he can protect his pawns on the left side, then he has a free hand to just focus on the side he's stronger, where he has the majority. And there we go. Navarro's doing the right thing, at least. Going active, gaining a little bit of time on the clock with that last move.
I mean, it's not easy to win. I mean, I wouldn't be feeling 100% confident here as White.
You'd be feeling 75% confidence.
That's right, yeah, good point. Yeah, I just have Professor Jovanka in my mind there, you know, telling me 75% there, Simon. so, you know, just grind away.
That's the pity with chess. I mean, it's not like poker where you can work out roughly the percentage chance with your hand. You kind of just have to guess sometime in chess. You just have to play the best moves and hope, even.
Yeah, and David, very short on time, so this is also a major problem. And but Magnus has got to win this, and I don't know what the exact technique is. If it's not simple.
I think maybe it's pushing the H pawn up, and I think David has to allow the white pawn to come to H5. But as I've learned from David, you don't rush with pawn moves at all in the end games. You try to extract something, and maybe now is the time to think about releasing the white rook. I mean, if that could get into the game, then I think white has very good chances.
75%.
Oh my goodness me! I don't know why I fall into these jokes.
No, you're definitely our resident stat master of the last event. And
I long gave up trying to predict the opposite result to Jovanka or the opposite moves.
Jovanka is the star, isn't she? The results,
But it's just that human touch, right? It's just sensing, okay, the opponent, the clock time, the position, the kind of type of position. It's all of those things. And, down to a few seconds.
Wow.
But Magnus is doing exactly what Jovanka predicted as well. He's just trying to push pawns on both sides of the board. That white rook, if it can ever break free and start checking the black king, it's going to be disaster time for black. I would be tempted now, maybe, to start pushing that white H pawn one square forward. The one thing you don't want to do is exchange too many pawns off here, because then actually black's defensive job becomes easier. If a whole bunch of pawns disappear, you want to keep as many pawns on the board as possible while advancing, and maybe fixing your opponent's weaknesses. With 3 minutes.
Can you release? No, you can't. I was going to say, can you release the rook now? But no, unfortunately, you can't.
You've got to time it right still. White's king can't really get in the game, that's the problem. It's kind of cut off. Normally kings want to step forward. Here, white's king wants to kind of step back and then start moving across towards the centre. But black's rook is doing a good job of keeping it caged.
I'd imagine white can try to win this by, I like your move pushing Harry one square, just to keep those pawns fixed over there. And you need to try to tie down your opponent's rook to a more passive square. So as you mentioned, black's rook is very active. It stops the white king from coming around. I'm just thinking, this is how I'd be thinking out loud if I was in this position. I'd be thinking, therefore, if somehow I can attack, the only pawn I can attack really is black's pawn on the left-hand side at the back. So eventually I've got to break away to attack that. And then if I can force black's rook back to defend that, my king can then at least enter into the game, and I maximise the potential of my white king. And that's how I'd be thinking what I would be doing here to make progress in the position. There might be other ways, but you've got to, in these kind of positions, just think in that kind of way. How do I progress? I want to keep material on the board, but you've got to find ways to. You can play around for a long time. Okay, well this is an interesting decision. So
I wasn't sure this was possible because a pawn takes pawn check, but no.
Yeah, it's very committal what Magnus has done. So he's given up one of his own pawns on the b2 square in order to get the white rook active. Now he's giving another check. I feel like he could have gone for this with his pawn on this square, and then it would have been slightly more appealing. But Magnus is happy to just give this check. Like Simon said, he's going to pick up this pawn. And still a bit awkward for black on the right half of the board as well. Where does black put the king? If you step forward, then you will walk into this check. White will gain time in the process as well, and you could make an argument for going after this pawn now is indefensible. So black's king stepped back into the corner. Oof, feels like the wrong direction. Navarro's king now is going to be cut off on the 7th rank, on the 8th rank even, forever.
And black's pawn on the right will be very vulnerable. I mean, I would envisage maybe trading a set of pawns and maybe switching the attention and just going for that pawn, just to get that 2. Okay, he took the pawn on a7 instead.
Yeah, so he still has an advantage. I think he's going to go for that pawn later, as you mentioned, Jovanka. So in the current position, the evaluation bar really hates what Magnus has done, though.
Yeah, I think Jovanka's idea was nice, wasn't it? I mean, even if you don't win in material, it's like who's got the more advanced pawns, and that certainly looked like a good plan. And if David holds this, it'd be very impressive.
Yeah, and actually, the problem for white now is still you can't get the king active. It's impossible. If you step forward this way, you get checked and kicked back. If you move your rook now, for example, going for Jovanka's plan, if you trade a set of pawns, move your rook, then the saving grace here for black is that he has access to this square to protect his pawn from afar. I think maybe that's what Magnus underestimated.
Yeah.
And no way to win now. If you go for the other white pawn, black pawn, sorry, if, for example, you just move one square across, then this isn't sufficient. 2 versus 1, you can't really create a pass pawn in a good way. So this one, maybe you're right. Maybe Navarra is saving it.
It looks that way, yeah.
I mean, yeah, Magnus, it's strange technique, just rushing slightly, but only 1 minute on the clock, I guess. And let's go back to the players. It's going to be hard to make progress here.
I have to say, David's play has been so impressive. You know, bear in mind that he often had to make the move with seconds to spare, and he just defended like a lion. And, well, I think we are going to see the game fizzle out into a draw. At 25%. But Magnus had his chances. I feel like there was a wind that kind of just slipped out of his grasp.
I think you pointed out, and I have to say, both Hans and Magnus, they're looking a bit shaky, which is totally understandable, I think, you know, as they've got to play in the next round. I'm kind of hoping, you know, the next round gets out the way and then the tournament goes back to normal in some respects, you know, because, you know, obviously we've been talking about the next game, and it is a big game. Everything that's going on in the press, everyone's talking about it. So this is really what I think a lot of people are waiting for. Magnus will be playing Hans in the next game, but there's no way you can win this position now. Not with all pawns on the same side of the board. I say that, and it's probably... I can't see it. It's dead draw, I think, even, yeah. So.
Navarra let out a little smile a few seconds ago as well. He knows that he's drawing this. There is a weakness. Black's H-pawn. The white rook will go behind at some point and attack it, but the black rook is now sitting on the 6th rank, defending everything, and yeah, it's just impossible to create a pass pawn essentially for white. That's the problem. At least your king is free, but your king gets checked away, and not much protection from it, from these checks. Yeah, this one is going to be a draw.
All right, and Magnus Carlsen's game against Hans Niemann will start 10 minutes after this one finishes. 10 minutes where we will build up to that dramatic game. We're going to go through the timeline of everything that has happened over the past 2 weeks. And we're going to be joined by Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who was close to all the drama in St. Louis. He knows what went on behind the scenes, and he did the interviews. And the interview with Hans Niemann, where he did admit to have cheated online in the past when he was 12 and 16 years old. So we will talk to him leading up to that big game. Do you think Magnus is now thinking about that game, sitting here?
It's got to be on his mind, knowing what a move. It looks like Black has just mouse slipped, blundered a rook. But if this rook is captured, it's stalemate. Black has no legal move.
I love it. I love it. Only someone as imaginative as David Navarra would draw in that way, because there are other ways, and you know that shows a bit of beauty in it, a bit of beauty. So just what a bit
of humour in chess.
I love it. I love it. And look at he's smiling. I like that as well. Really good.
Oh, Magnus doesn't capture the rook.
No, right. It's a pity.
I mean, Navarra reminds me a lot of Ivandruk, some of his mannerisms both on and off the board. I mean, fantastic memory, kind of almost photographic memory, creative, loves to fight, doesn't go for those quick draws, doesn't go for safe chess. And this one, he's really had to work for his half point. It still should be a draw because Black's king will defend the only weakness, that Black H pawn. Not much White can do in the meantime. But yeah, that stalemate trick.
That was very nice.
It was definitely not the only move to draw, but yeah, we love this kind of artistic flair that the players sometimes show.
Yeah.
And, big question. Could you take those rooks off the board? But you don't have to calculate that. Keep the rooks on. Easier way to draw.
Yeah, so Magnus will try everything here. Why not? You're a pawn up, and you can sort of play around every square on the board with your king and rook. Hope that your opponent makes a mistake, but with correct defence, this is, of course, a draw. And he's gone back now. I don't know how long we got until the 50 moves, but I'd imagine there's a fair few to go yet. Remember the 50 move rule? If one side or either side doesn't make a capture or plays a pawn move, then the game is declared a draw because it's considered neither side is making any progress. So,
long way to go before that.
Yeah.
And OK, I thought just from the player's body language that maybe Magnus had offered a draw, allowed a draw here, and there we go. We do have a result.
Wow, that is a result in round 5. It's a draw between Magnus Carlsen and David Navarra. In 10 minutes, the game everyone has been waiting for. Hans Niemann is going to play with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. It is their first game since the big scandal in St. Louis when Hans Niemann won against Magnus and Magnus withdrew from the tournament the day after that loss to Hans Niemann. And as we know, the chess world has concluded it was because of suspicions of cheating. Carlsen suspecting Hans Niemann of cheating in that game. And it's not only the chess world talking about this, everyone is talking about it. It could be one of the biggest scandals, cheating scandals in sports history. One of the top players accused, suspected of cheating in a top tournament, or the situation is that the world champion is putting a 19-year-old in the middle of a storm of accusations of cheating. It's a big story in chess. We're going to take a look at the timeline of everything that has happened over the past 2 weeks. It all started on September 4th in the Sinkfield Cup in St. Louis. Magnus lost in round 3 to Hans Niemann in this over-the-board tournament. The day after, Magnus Carlsen did not show up for round 4 and later tweeted he had withdrawn from the tournament. It is the first time in his career Magnus Carlsen withdraws from a tournament. The day after, Hans Niemann did give an interview to the organizers. He denied any allegations of cheating in that game against Magnus Carlsen, but he did admit to having cheated before online when he was 12 and 16 years old. Chess.com has gotten involved in the story. They came out with a statement on September 9th saying, "We have shared detailed evidence with Hans Niemann concerning our decision of banning him from Chess.com, including information that contradicts his statements regarding the amount and seriousness of his cheating on Chess.com." And today, September 19th, will be the first time Niemann and Carlsen meet each other again on the chessboard, and it's going to start in 7.5 minutes. David, this scandal, what are the scenarios? What can be the reason for all of this?
The reason could be that Magnus has suspicions, both from before the game, from before maybe online chess. Maybe he'd heard of Hans and what had happened on chess.com. Maybe he thought that was going on over the board even before their clash. Maybe it was just the kind of sense he got, the instinct he got during the game. But then again, it's impossible to know 100% for sure. So this is the first time Magnus has ever done things. In the past, he's been very skeptical of any cheating, we should mention. But he clearly doesn't have any physical proof. Otherwise, he would have come out and said something. So the scenario is either that Magnus kind of has these suspicions for a reason and they are true, or if they're not true, then he might have to come out and say something. Yeah. Or if he has no proof, because we can't continue kind of having this doubt on such a young player if there's no evidence.
The chess world is divided on this issue, Simon. On what basis is Hans Niemann accused of cheating?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously an incredibly tricky situation, but, you know, if we try to look at some of the facts, and, you know, everyone's taken their side, but the facts are, unfortunately, that Hans has admitted to cheating 2 times online. He's been caught, and he's admitted to that. Chess.com, on top of that, have inferred that it's more than 2 times as well. And, you know, one thing I would like to say is that, you know, some interviews that have been out there that are going on a lot, most people are saying, oh, cheating online is not as serious as cheating over the board. It doesn't matter so much. It's like, you know, cheating at your homework. And I think that's completely wrong. I think that's a load of baloney. I think that cheating online is incredibly serious. It ruins games. I mean, you cheat at your homework, you're cheating yourself. You're cheating online, you're cheating yourself, you're cheating your opponent, you may be cheating them out of prize money. You're doing it so much more extreme, especially over the last period of time. Online events have been probably more prominent for prize money than offline events. So saying that it doesn't matter that you cheat online, and this, I mean, I know so many people at every standard who run into this, and it's appalling. You know, it ruins online chess. So it's a major thing. And one thing to learn from this is do not cheat online. You know, this is, you know, if Hans hadn't have done this, this would never have been to the situation it is already. I mean, other people are saying that, you know, everyone cheats online, it's okay. There's no excuse. Just because everyone does so something wrong, it doesn't mean you should do it.
Yeah.
So all the arguments of cheating online, in my eyes, it's like, I think it's as serious as cheating over the board. So those are the facts of that. But again, Hans is a young person. I know I'm going on a bit, but he's a young person. You feel for him. And, you know, everyone makes mistakes, right? So it's like, did he cheat with the board? No, he's no proof of that. So it's like, it's a really tricky situation, right? Really tricky.
And a lot of the top grandmasters has come out to support Hans Niemann. Levon Aronian has a quote saying he thinks a lot of his colleagues are paranoid, accusing young players of cheating. Fabiano Caruana has been quoted, "I do not think Hans Niemann cheated in this tournament. I feel very strongly that he didn't." And Jovanka, what speaks against Hans Niemann being a cheater?
Well, these players are saying it themselves. They don't believe that he cheated. They believe that he played human moves, he made human errors, and they were very much fair games. And we always have to remember in situations like this that you have to presume innocence. You have to respect that principle. And there is, of course, the idea that there is a due process involved as well. If you suspect someone of cheating, you should not just tweet something. You should not just accuse them directly. This leads to paranoia, witch hunts. Instead, what you need to do is just trust the authorities, trust that everything will resolve itself and that people will be treated fairly. And it's really not fair, as you say, on a 19-year-old. And if these players are saying, and we've seen the games themselves, you know, if they're saying that they're very human games and that they think that Hans could have played like that, then we have to actually, keep our mouths shut until the evidence is 100% foolproof.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen has not made a comment since withdrawing. There is a tweet also from the legend Garry Kasparov calling for an explanation from Magnus Carlsen. His explanation is required, is what Garry Kasparov tweeted after the drama in St. Louis. This is Hans Niemann getting ready for that big game against Magnus Carlsen starting in a few minutes. We're also joined by Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who was in the middle of all of this drama. Hi, Alejandro. Can you hear us?
Pleasure to be here with you guys. I'm currently in the Dominican Republic, so I hope the internet is okay. We do have a hurricane on top of us coming this way.
I heard. I hope you're safe. Right from the storm in St. Louis to a storm in the Dominican Republic. And Alejandro, can you tell us what went on behind the scenes after Game 3, before Game 4 in St. Louis with Magnus and Hans?
Well, between them two, nothing exactly, but I did hear a lot of rumors that Magnus was not going to play the next round. I heard this a few hours after Magnus resigned Game 3, and I thought that's very strange. And I mean, of course, the chess world is full of rumors, so I didn't pay too much attention to it, but it came from trusted sources. And I started to think, wow, might actually be true. When I showed up the next day on Game 4 and Magnus was definitely not going to play, it did come as a surprise because it's such a strong statement. It means that the world champion really wanted to say something, that he was very unsatisfied with something. And at that moment, we didn't really know what it was. Of course, there were allegations and there were rumors and all these kind of things, but nothing official was ever made from Magnus except for that tweet that is incredibly ambiguous. So what happened and the storm around it, a lot of it came from people talking to each other and interpreting things between the lines more than this was said directly. And I think that's also very important to say.
We're just taking up the game view. Hans Niemann is ready to play with the white pieces. And here Magnus Carlsen come. The game should start very shortly. We're going to bring you into the game as well, Alejandro. As we wait for the first move, I'll ask you directly. You were there. Do you think Hans Niemann cheated in that game against Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, I was actually asked very point blank this yesterday. I was on Tanya and Peter's broadcast, and I have to say I don't think that he cheated in the Singfield Cup. I think that a lot of the things that are going around are just not true at all. I think that Hans exhibited a very good level of chess in the first 3 games, but it's nothing so out of this world that a 2,700 talented kid in the Rise couldn't produce. He got a good position against Magnus. It was a very, very good game. It was probably an inspired game, you could call it. But is it an obvious proof of cheating? Definitely not. I don't think he cheated in the Singfield Cup. but everything else is still
sorry,
up in the
Alejandro.
air.
Sorry, Alejandro. I just have to interrupt you because the game started and Magnus has logged off. What has happened?
Magnus has resigned.
Magnus has resigned the game against Hans Niemann.
Yes. At least that's what it says in our transmission.
He made one move and resigned.
Yes. It looks that way.
Wow. You look shocked, David.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we saw Magnus appear on the webcam, I thought, OK, we're in for a game. At least this will help things blow over. Let's focus on the chess again. But what do we say now? This is a bigger statement than the tweet, I think.
Yeah, definitely a big statement. And now, you know, he's proved it with his actions, that he's confirming all the rumours and the allegations. And now he needs to make a statement. I'm going to say, you know, he can't just do this.
Wow.
I mean, it's his own tournament, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing this, and this is kind of incredible, right? It's not like the Sinquefield Cup, a third party making a tournament. It's basically his organization's tournament, and he's resigning in protest on move one. Either he knows something that we don't, and this really needs to come to light, or this is incredibly disrespectful.
Yeah. Wow, this is simply huge. Magnus Carlsen has resigned against Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann winning this game, playing only one move, Magnus Carlsen. So does that mean, is this Magnus Carlsen, Alejandro, confirming that he thinks Hans Niemann is cheating against him?
I don't think that this confirms that Hans is cheating against him or
no, but
general.
that Magnus thinks.
But it's a clear indication that Magnus thinks that something is wrong with Hans. Whether it's cheating, whether it's something else that happened, there are other possibilities. There's a lot of, this word cheat gets used a lot, but there's a lot of other things that might have happened. I don't know what it is, but I do know that this is so strong that Magnus needs to come forward and say something.
Mm-hmm. Now, you did the interviews with Hans in St. Louis. It was a difficult time for a 19-year-old. He knew the whole world was talking about him, looking at his games. How do you think Hans Niemann has handled himself in all of this?
I think it's incredibly difficult for anybody to deal with this, but when you're a 19-year-old rising kid, as he mentions himself, with very limited social interactions because he's been living off a suitcase for 2 years, it's almost impossible. I mean, the fact that he could show up and play chess for the remainder of the tournament, to me, was amazing. Of course, he got some bad positions, but even those he didn't collapse. He just showed up and he saved it. And he's a very fiery guy. He always says what he thinks. And it really has caused this stir in the chess world that, is this guy telling the truth? Is Hans Niemann believable or not? And this is where the jury is out, right? That, like, everybody has their own opinion. So many experts have come out with their computer analysis or, you know, anti-computer analysis to see what's going on. And he's just embroiled in this drama that keeps expanding what looks like to be day by day. Even from the end of the Sinquefield Cup, the internet has not relented at all. They just keep coming up with new explanations, with new ideas, with new theories. And now we have this new drama today. I just can't imagine how he's focusing at all.
Yeah. It is huge drama. Alejandro, we were hoping to talk to you about the game. Instead, we have some new drama. You are calling now for a comment from Magnus Carlsen. Thank you so much for joining us and taking us through what happened in St. Louis.
No, thank you for having me. I wish I had a better call, a longer call.
Yeah. And stay safe in the storm in the Dominican Republic. There is a lot of storms going on right now. One big storm is definitely going on in the chess world. Okay, so we had a few minutes now to breathe after this. What is your reaction now, David? Magnus Carlsen resigning.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find words still. He has to come out and say something now. I agree with Alejandro. I mean, you can't just leave it on this note. I mean, I don't know if he can continue the tournament if he leaves it on this note. I wished we'd seen a game. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Are you critical of Magnus's decision to do this, or is this a clear statement from Magnus regarding Hans?
I mean, it's a pretty clear statement. Yeah. Definitely, you can't get much clearer than that. But yeah, I'm in agreement with everyone else. I mean, it's a very tricky situation. But you know, there is no proof of Hans over the board. cheating, and that is clear. And you know, all these inferences, they have to be cleared up. So I think it's time now for Magnus to say something, you know, because you know, there could be ethics commissions for both sides, couldn't there? Now, I mean, it's like, you know, there's a history of people accusing people of cheating as well, you know, throughout chess, and I've been really against it in the past. I think, you know, it's as bad as nearly cheating yourself in some respects as well, because you're really slandering someone. So but it's such a tricky situation because he's obviously got some reason to do that, and there has been cases of it happening in the past. So, I mean, what do we think now? It's just it's tricky. I'm like, you know, I keep going backwards and forwards, and you just sort of feel for both of them because they're both going through a lot of stress at the moment, to be honest. So, yeah.
Yeah, Jovanka, what's your reaction?
I feel the same. I'm a bit shocked, actually. I really wasn't expecting that. I thought, you know, just by Magnus and Hans fighting it out to the bitter end over a chessboard, that would resolve maybe a lot of the things being said. And instead, we're getting more, Magnus has poured more fuel into the fire. And now he needs to present his evidence. Actually, I think he needs to do more than just a statement. In fact, he can't just say, yeah, I think you cheated. And just as David said, Simon said, you know, initiate a witch hunt. He has to say, this is my proof. And it's almost one for the legal side of things, you know, I have to say.
Wow. And David, this must be the first time Magnus does something like this, hitting the resign button after one move.
Yeah, I mean, I remember kind of a nice situation where he resigned very quickly, but that was because Ding Liren had lost his connection, and Magnus, out of respect for his opponent, kind of lost a game on purpose to balance up the scores, and it was just a fair thing to do, fair play. But yeah, first withdrawing for the first time ever in his career a couple of weeks ago, and then now this is unprecedented in the history of chess, I think, by any world champion, by any top player, let alone Magnus, who normally loves playing every game possible, who normally has great respect for the game of chess and for every tournament he plays. It's just bizarre times. Maybe like Alejandro said, maybe we're off with the cheating, maybe it's just a personal grudge or something, but something's up.
Something's up, no doubt. After one move, Magnus resigned against Hans Niemann, and that has something to say for the standings in the tournament after 6 rounds. Hans Niemann, it's looking quite good for him. Remember, 8 players qualify for the knockout stage. Let's take a look at the live standings in the tournament. So we now have 2 players on 12 points. Hans Niemann is one of those players. Magnus Carlsen then losing that game is stuck on 11 points, but it is looking very good for both of these players to qualify. And of course, big chances then. They will meet each other in the knockouts. And what will Magnus Carlsen do then?
Don't look at me. I mean, I can't predict anything at the moment. I mean, it's a bizarre situation that's unprecedented in chess. And, you know, it's going to be very hard to resolve now. I mean, you know, it's sort of a hole's being dug. How do you get out of that hole, you know? And there's so many different factors involved with it as well, you know, and it's a lot. I think it's a very complex situation from all sides, and I honestly don't know what the solution should be now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be fascinated to see how Hans is feeling. I don't know if we can get a word with him or something, but I mean, he must be shocked by that. I mean, if your opponent turns up for a game, especially when there's so much surrounding it, then you would expect to be able to continue. But
and this was Hans's reaction that moment Magnus Carlsen hit the resign button.
Okay, he doesn't look too surprised, I've got to say.
Yeah, almost like he expected it.
Maybe he expected something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, now the big question is Magnus going to continue the tournament even? Yeah. Is he going to withdraw just like he did in the Sinkfield Cup? Or will we see him continue, like you said, with the possibility of still facing Niemann in the knockouts?
Yeah. Many questions, and neither Niemann or Magnus Carlsen did turn up for interviews with us yesterday. Obviously, we will try again today, and we are hoping for a comment from both of the 2 people in the center of the limelight right now. But the tournament is still going on. Julius Baer Generation Cup. Luckily, the other players are fighting it out on the board. So do you guys feel ready to jump into some chess?
We'll try. Yeah. Maybe chess will be a nice kind of antidote to what we've just been experiencing.
Yeah, definitely. We do see on the bottom of the screen there, 3-0, 3 points for Hans Niemann. 0 points for Magnus Carlsen in that game that lasted one move. But Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keymer, they have now played 16 moves, a battle between two teenagers. Pragg with the white pieces. What are we seeing on this board?
We're seeing a very tense position, all 32 pieces still on the board. It's stemmed from an opening that we call the King's Indian attack. And that means that white often just abandons one half of the board and focuses all his army, all his pieces on the king side. Here, white, I think, is lining up a sacrifice potentially against the black king. Black's king doesn't have too many defenders around it. Black clearly has the advantage on the left side with all those pawns marching forward, but can you stem white's attack? That's the big question. Praggnanandhaa, this is a very ambitious choice, I've got to say. Very fighting choice by both sides.
Very committal as well. And I'm looking at the computer assessment, and I just have to mention that the computers always hate this position for white. They're always like, oh, look what black is doing on the left. You know, that is amazing. And of course, computers can refute white's potential attack on the right side of the board, but humans find that very difficult to handle. And as David mentioned, piece sacrifice is coming up. Maybe a knight is going to spring in. This was Bobby Fischer's old favourite opening.
Yeah, he won countless games with that. This is the sacrifice we're talking about. Bishop takes pawn. Okay, Vincent, very calm. He doesn't even try to defend against that. One typical idea would be, for example, to retreat the bishop to defend this pawn indirectly. I guess if the bishop had stepped back, as Jovanka mentioned, the white knight might leap forward. Still some hints at some kind of breakthrough, some kind of sacrifice on this square. Another typical idea that's very popular is for white to just move the king into the corner, move the rook across and start pumping this pawn forward just to open lines. It's all about getting at that black king. Instead, from Vincent, we do see the knight retreat. And I guess his rationale is that the knight on f8, there is no mate. That's the rhyme we're taught when we're young. But is this true in this position? Bishop takes pawn is the first move Pragg will be calculating. You can see him very excited, Pragg, kind of shaking back and forth. And if he captures here, the white queen can take back. He's sacrificed one bishop for 2 pawns. There are, however, ideas of the white knight jumping in with a nasty check. Ideas still of other pieces joining in with this, but maybe black can defend just by moving his knight to the side, maybe swinging his queen across next move. It's hard to imagine any checkmate appearing yet, so the sacrifice maybe a bit too hasty. Simon, you're the big attacker here in the group. What would you be tempted to play for white here?
Yeah, I guess there's 2 moves involving that G4 square. I mean, I guess the rule to follow when you're attacking is look at your pieces that can do something, they're attacking, and see if you can do something immediate, which David just demonstrated maybe not. And then if that's not the case, bring in reinforcements. So look at your pieces that are not doing anything and see if they can improve. So that knight that David's pointed out, maybe even the light squared bishop. Bobby Fischer, as you mentioned, loved playing this attacking formation as white, and you should look at his games from his brilliant book, My 60 Memorable Games, if you want to learn more about this. And the bishop coming to that square, maybe the knight coming in, and even the pawn coming up. These are the 3 critical moves, and I expect Pragg is now just working out which one is the one he wants to play. I mean, to me, bring the knight in is the first critical move, but maybe black defends by bringing his knight over. So it's really like, you know, working through those ideas. And again, I think Jovanka said the computer always likes black in these positions, but practically it's kind of much more fun, at least, to attack, right? To be on the attacking side of these positions. You just enjoy them more.
Yeah. And yeah, as you say, it's all about the black king. If you can break through successfully, even at the cost of a pawn, a piece, then it'll be great for white. But if not, then black has a free hand to continue pushing. And it's going to be very difficult. The board is basically split in half by whites. I mean, this pawn on e5 is always a signal that you should attack on the king side. This pawn splits the board in half. And yeah, here right now, it's a critical moment for Pragg. How does he proceed? I have a feeling, as Simon mentions, after the black knight stepped back, that we will see one of those 3 moves. Either going for it with pawns. Do you attack with pawns first to open up lines and then follow in with pieces? That's a philosophical question. Or do you attack with the pieces first? And yeah, the knight coming forward, also very natural. Let's check in again in a few minutes when Pragg has made this crucial decision. These 2 prodigies, they're going to be at the top of world chess for a long time. They've already been top players since their early teens. And yeah, I mean, this is shaping up to be an interesting battle of styles. Vincent looking very calm despite an attack brewing against that black king.
It's funny, I was just thinking about, that again, the Magnus game. How many times someone has done a protest like that, in a game to sort of protest something, and there's not many examples, but there was one in the 4CL I can remember, which is the English league, which I think was completely wrong as well, and it's a rare thing, isn't it? These protest over the board kind of resignations, and but it's just big news. But it has happened before, at least.
It has happened before, and I can tell you, Twitter has just gone completely crazy because a lot of people are actually condemning Magnus's decision. A lot of people Hans Niemann has a lot of support, and a lot of people saying, give us evidence now, we want to see. And a few voices are actually praising Magnus for standing up for what he believes in. But I mean, I have to say, it is a moment in chess history because, as Simon said, it doesn't happen often. I do remember one game where someone wasn't going to play against Bobby Fischer, and when he found out, he went to the room and he marched his opponent out of the room, and he said, you're going to sit there, and if you're going to lose, you're going to make a move, and then you're going to leave.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah. So it has happened before, and definitely support for Hans Niemann. I even see Jon Ludvig Hammer, who is a friend of Magnus, who is a teammate of Magnus on the Norwegian chess team and a commentator on Norwegian television. He is quoted saying, it's completely unacceptable behavior to lose on purpose. It's the most unsportsmanlike you can do in a competitive sport. A lot of criticism from Magnus Carlsen right now.
I think everyone needs to chill out a little bit as well, just generally, because it is big news. But they both got their points, whatever valid they are, and they're both going through a lot of emotional trauma, aren't they? Just remember that when you're commentating, it's a very tricky situation, please. And Hans is very young. He needs a lot of support, but Magnus as well. He's had so much pressure on him throughout his life as being world champion. It's not. It's a tricky scenario. So just.
But I guess the criticism is because he's not saying anything. So he leaves Hans Niemann in that storm without providing any sort of evidence.
Yeah, this is a
problem.
Also,
he's not following the protocol, which you should be. I mean, OK, first of all, we don't know whether he suspects Hans Niemann of cheating, but we certainly suspect that Magnus thinks that.
Yeah.
But there is a protocol to follow. And you can't just bandy about these whispers and hints and allegations and then just everyone pile up on that, because that's not correct. That's absolutely not the way to do it. And as Simon, you mentioned, it's like a crime to do that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I think but I think one thing that comes out of this that needs to be clarified. It needs to be clarified. You can't make wild accusations. That is just like, imagine doing that in a court of law. You've got to be innocent until proven guilty. That is just a fact. But there should be now some, I think, FIDE and also online chess sites. I think they need to come together and work out what happens if something like this occurs, and have something very, very direct that people go through. It's going to be a problem forever, this cheating online, cheating. There's going to be so much paranoia as well.
I also think that the process where people are kind of condemned if they're cheated online, it shouldn't be so. I know that for technology's sake, they sometimes have to keep things secret, but that kind of also doesn't reinforce our trust in them. So I think it needs to be somewhat more transparent. And something has to be done.
Yeah, what do you think, David?
I mean, I was going to say, maybe you guys have been in similar situations, but I've faced opponents over the board who have cheated against me online. They've been caught. They know that I know they've cheated, but it's hard to stay calm at the board, but you just have to play. You just have to continue. Yes, they've done wrong in the past, but it should be up to the authorities to punish them. And that's why, as Simon mentions, it is time for FIDE to come forward. They haven't been strict enough in the past. There was a very famous incident at, I think it was the Women's European Championship, where a bunch of the top players got together. They signed a petition accusing the leader of the tournament of cheating, and there was zero evidence, zero proof. She'd only played 1 or 2 good games. I mean, it was clearly... it was
bullying.
It was exactly. I was going to use that word.
It was disgusting, actually. I remember that. It was actually destroying.
Witch hunt,
completely bullying, and it was appalling. They should have done something then.
FIDE barely did anything. They gave the players who signed this petition a small rap on the knuckles. They were like, "Oh, don't do it again," essentially. And and things blew over. But it destroyed this poor lady's tournament, her confidence, her reputation even, and FIDE need to be stronger. And as you said, the top websites, it's time to come together. Yes, there are going to be legal implications. Yes, there's going to be some troublesome cases that have to be dealt with, but it's for the sake of chess. And I don't think we can go on. This type of situation will arise time and again. Now that technology is so advanced, we need to stamp it out now. Just any kind of we have to make the process clear, essentially.
And, well, suitable enough, after this round finishes, we will be joined by a very special guest, Dr. Kenneth Reagan, who is actually the man who has made the computer software for anti-cheating. He's working with the tour, he was working with the Sinkfield Cup. He's behind that software who checks all the games and also checked that Niemann Carlsen game in St. Louis. So it's going to be very interesting to talk to him and hear his thoughts when this game finishes.
I mean, I was just to keep going a little bit longer, but David, when you played this player who's cheated against you in an online tournament, maybe affecting prize money, maybe, many things, and he got caught cheating. When you played him then over the board, I mean, I would find that so hard to do, know that I'm playing someone who's cheated directly against me, knocking me out maybe of a competition. I've had it before, knocked out of a British championship qualifier because my opponent was cheating. How can you play them? How did you cope with that? I
mean, my blood was boiling. I actually played some moves, just very provocative moves, because I thought, OK, I'm angry now. And, OK, I managed to win that game, but my opponent kind of... he was dodging eye contact the entire time. I mean, that was just a one-off game, but I've also met people in the flesh. Again, I wish I could name names, but scared of the legal action. But they've cheated against me online in a money tournament, and then they met me in person. They were putting their arm around me saying, hey man, how you doing? Good to see you again. And I was like, wait, you cheated against me 2 months ago. You got caught, you got banned. Like, how are you this kind of shameless, essentially? And it's just so difficult. Also, it takes all sorts of types of people to cheat.
Totally agree. Just don't cheat online. It's big. It really, it can lead to these complications. Just don't do it.
Don't cheat.
It's becoming normal, isn't it? That's the thing. I mean, I know so many kids who cheat online. I don't realise how serious it is. It really can ruin your reputation. And I just think it's like that's a starting problem. Yeah, you make mistakes. It's OK if you do it, but it's got to stop, this cheating online.
Yeah, definitely. It has to stop. And, David, you actually had the unfortunate experience of someone cheating over the board against you.
Wow. In a way, it's flattering that I've had a few cases of people cheating.
We both had the same guy.
We both got beaten,
Yeah,
and that was at the Olympiad in 2010. I think we can mention Sebastian Feller. He was later punished by FIDE. He was caught. The French players, they did cheat. They had a very sophisticated method, but he's back playing now very regularly over the board. It must be awkward for his opponents knowing he has done that in the past. I was fuming for months. I was suspicious of any opponent who played quickly against me or played confidently against me, who played well against me. And it took me a long time to kind of trust again.
It's incredible how this guy cheated. I mean, we can mention it that, because I played him a year later for England and European, and one of the coaches would stand behind a certain player, like resembling what file it should be, and then another player. So there was like basically a code word for where this guy was standing. He was getting moves sent to him via a computer. So it was complex and quite imaginative in some ways.
There's all sorts of ways. I mean, there's been cases of players being caught cheating alone, and they only have themselves to blame, but some have accomplices. And we're not to say that any cheating's gone on, but I guess it's just these types of situations that make people suspicious nowadays, whether there is cheating in this circumstance or not.
But again,
that suspicion we need to...
But the accusations of accusing is nearly as bad as cheating, if not as bad, So it's so hard. If you accuse someone, you can ruin their life. So it's like...
Exactly.
You can't do that either.
And the big problem, I was going to say, is that your phone is better than the world champion. You can pick out your phone and it can feed you the moves and it will play like 100 times better than Magnus Carlsen. And that's a sad fact of the matter. And when you have that technology at your disposal, then it does lead to paranoia. That's why the process needs to be perfect, and people need to feel safe and secure whilst playing chess.
But in sort of Magnus's favour, though, because this probably demonstrates that he is 100% sure that Hans Niemann has cheated against him at some point. And what does that do to a player's motivation to play at top level, to spend time every day preparing for these games? I mean, it must kill all motivation to actually put in the work into play.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Magnus, he puts chess above everything else in his life. I mean, it's the #1 motivator for him, and maybe he just wants to make chess a purer game by kind of highlighting this point. But still, in this individual case, I mean, he does have to say something about the player it affects, and that is Hans Niemann. So, yeah, I mean, for chess, maybe it's a good thing long term that we have this discussion now, and whatever happens, whether it's FIDE coming in and making the process clearer, whether it's a legal action or whatever, maybe long term it's now or never for chess.
Almost a little bit reminds me of the doping scandals in cycling, where they really did clean up that sport quite a bit after the scandals with, obviously, Lance Armstrong and very many cyclists being doped while cycling. But they did have that huge scandal, and they kind of cleaned up the sport a little bit. And maybe this is the start of something similar in chess.
I think they need to start with online chess. I mean, if someone's caught online, because this is where it's originating, you know, all the chess sites need to get together, and they need to have the same. They need to be very transparent. The problem is, the chess sites online, they're not transparent. You know, they're banning, they're letting people play again. Well, what's going on? You need to have the same rules throughout, and you know, you need to put people off cheating online, which is not really happened so far. People are cheating, they're allowed to play again, and start there and then build that in, because cheating over the board is very rare. And I don't. Is there any evidence that Hans was cheating over the board? There's not at all. But you've got to start somewhere. So let's start online and build up from there. You know, just do something, get the sites together. Seems a logical way to go to me, at least. You know, so
Good point. Yeah. All right, well, hopefully we will get a comment from both Hans and Magnus after today's rounds. This is only round 2 out of 4 today. Round 6 in the tournament. Prag is playing Vincent Keimer at the moment, bumping his head. Pragnananda, is he getting nervous, anxious in this game?
Possibly. His position isn't necessarily the greatest right now, Pragnananda. There have been a few changes since we last discussed the position, so maybe we can jump in just to describe the current position situation. Right now, White's attack isn't looking so promising. We talked about the Black King being a potential target, but Black's King looks pretty safe for now. Any potential sacrifices on this square are lacking ammunition, and Black's Knight doesn't look great, but it would become a great defender if White decides to go all in on the Black King. Meanwhile, the other half of the board has opened up slightly, and usually that's in Black's favor. Here, Black's pawns, they are pointing towards this side of the board, therefore Black should play on the queen side. White's pawns pointing towards the other flank. White's play normally should take place on the opposite flank, and the lines have opened up. This knight is sitting on a great outpost. The Black rook potentially could jump into the position. A bit of a mysterious move here from Vincent Keimer first. Maybe he wants to support something along this diagonal. Maybe the Black Knight jumping into this g5 square just to trade off some pieces. The more pieces that get traded off, the more inclined I am to favour Black, just because he has potential targets. This pawn could become weak. This pawn could become weak in an endgame. Then again, White at the moment is covering everything. Black can't be too careless, otherwise there will be some attack, potentially revolving this square. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm changing my opinion here. I'm torn in two minds. I think I'd choose Black, but you can make an argument for either side, really.
Yeah, I mean, I go along with what you say. I mean, White hasn't broken through, right? In this kind of position, the more that you open up the area where you're strongest, the better for you. Black has opened up the area he's strongest, the queen side. So I think, you know, Black should be very comfortable here. And we see some exchanges. But there's always that danger to Black's king. You just got to watch out for this sacrifice at every moment. But I think I would take Black. Jovanka, what about yourself?
Yeah, myself included as well. I just think Black has a lot of the long-term prospects, as David highlighted. And because I really like this pawn structure with the black pieces, I think it's nice in the fact that it's White's pawns that are vulnerable because they're just undefended. And if you start targeting the base, then one pawn will fall and maybe the other one. But this is dreams for the time being. And yeah, I just like black's position. I don't think white's attack is going anywhere. Good times for black.
Yeah, nice move there by Vincent. He's just pushed his rook up one square. He's getting ready to stack his queen behind it. And he's trying to say, OK, we can exchange rooks, but it's on my terms. For example, if we see a rook exchange now, just to show what we're talking about, if we see a queen exchange as well, then it's all about whether black can start attacking this pawn. Can't quite yet, but also this pawn. It might take a while, but I do think black is the only one who can hope to be better in this type of situation. Yeah, two prodigies here, but Vincent maybe with a small advantage on the board and a small advantage on the clock.
How huge would it be for Germany if they finally had one of these young players now become one of the top 10 players in the world?
Yeah, I think they've got one of the most members in their national federation. They've got nearly 100,000 members. So Germany, big chess-loving country. They had these 4 princes, they called them. And Vincent, he's one of the young prospects. Their Olympiad team was super young. I think the average age was around 20. But yeah, I mean, the problem is when you're thinking about prodigies, India is one of the top nations, and Pragnananda is just one of many in India. So yeah, Germany, one of the strongest countries potentially in Europe.
Yeah, that would be very cool if Germany had a top 10 player. India is going to have many. We feel no doubt about that. Pragnananda, probably one of those players. He's done so well in the Champions Chess Tour this season, and once again fighting to qualify for the knockout stage. 10 points so far for Prag.
Yeah, and this is a kind of risky move by black. It's ambitious. Black's created a pass pawn of his own, but white's a pawn is also a pass pawn now. Which pawn is more kind of potent here, do you think, guys? I'm not sure about this last decision. If you wanted to play safe by Vincent, he would have captured on this square with the bishop, kept the pawn structure as it was, but I like the ambition, the intention behind it.
It seems like white, this move was worrying me from the black perspective, this idea of switching that knight. Again, you know, when you're manoeuvring around in positions like this, yeah, you just like look at the ideal squares for your pieces, right? And that knight coming to the queen side seems like a great square. Black's bishop looks pretty bad here, yeah? Really bad bishop, and it would have been an okay piece had he taken, you know, with the bishop on that square rather than the pawn. So even though the computer slightly favours Vincent, I don't know. I quite like white now.
Yeah, it could still go either way, for sure. Black's pieces, like you say, it's not just the bishop, but the black knight as well. What's it really doing now? It was planted on this square as a defensive piece. You don't need to defend anymore, so maybe it's time for Vincent to relocate it. There we go. And he retreats, but the knight is on a journey back to the other side of the board. That's the problem with knights. They do take a long time to transfer from one flank to the other. That's where bishops are more flexible, but as Simon mentions, black's bishop a bit blocked, and white's knight now sitting on a nice outpost, blockading black's potentially strong pass pawn. And now, surely it's time for white to start advancing his own passer. The white a pawn. Alice ready to step forward. The white queen maybe could improve herself. White's other knight can start moving. Everything's gravitating towards the queen side, but okay, pass pawns are there to be pushed.
Yeah, and I also like that pawn move because it controls, it takes away the b6 square from the knight. And yeah, actually, now I'm changing my mind, like Simon and you've said. I suddenly like white's position. I just think the white knights could work very well together. And I can actually see a situation where once you've kind of controlled the activity on the left, you can actually switch over to the right side and do my favourite thing in the world. Push those pawns. I know. I'm playing with fire. I'm going to get burnt. But why not?
Yeah, you never know. It's definitely a plan long term for white. And Vincent, it's kind of hard to see what to do right now. It definitely feels like the white pass pawn that has been created newly, that's a potential winner. So, okay, it's very tense. Vincent's catching up with Prag on the clock. 3 minutes against 3 minute 40.
And we do have some results already this round, as we all know. A win for Hans Niemann against Magnus Carlsen after only one move. Magnus resigned, and look at that, Ivanchuk. He has lost a game now, and this time to the youngest player in the tournament, Christopher Yu. Wow, it is against the youngest players. He is struggling, Ivanchuk. Was this in massive time trouble as well?
I'm wondering what's happened there, because Ivanchuk was a pawn down, objectively losing, but there was still a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of life left. It's either a very strange resignation from Ivanchuk or he's lost on time.
We're getting so many strange resignations.
Something's in the air today. So.
I've seen Chucky do this before though. When he will lose a pawn and he'll just resign.
Yeah.
A man after my own heart. So he literally, he's just a bit sick of his, of his play. And even though he might be able to save the game, he's just like, no, I don't want to bother. Let's move on to the next one.
You're right.
Disgusted with his own play. Yeah. So
But that's a double-edged sword, right? You want to play the perfect game every time. When you play the perfect game, you're happy. When you mess things up, you just beat yourself. You kind of get down and it can spiral. So for Ivanchuk fans, hopefully that one loss doesn't spiral into anything further.
Yeah.
But that one isn't a good one to follow. That game is not very instructive. You should play on. He still had decent chances to save that game, even if he was a pawn down for nothing.
And he's going to play Wojtaszek in the next round, Ivanchuk.
Yeah. But meanwhile, fair play to Christopher Yu, we should mention, youngest player in the tournament. He's beaten Prag and Ivanchuk now. That's not a bad debut in the tour.
Currently inside top 8, Christopher Yu. It would be a sensation if he qualifies for the knockout stage. So we're going to pay close attention to the young American. All right, and in this one, 2 prodigies, 2 teenagers fighting against each other. Clock has ticked down under 2 minutes for Prag. And the bar is rough, well, it's all the way to the middle, 0.0. Will this be a draw or is it the other results more likely?
If 2 compete against each other, this would be a draw, but it's hard to call this one. The Black Queen looks like she's well placed, looks like she's great, but she's not really doing much. Every square the Black Queen is trying to attack is covered. Also, the White Queen now maybe going to edge towards the A file to support the White Pawn for stepping forward. It's kind of both sides neutralising each other right now, I guess.
It does feel like the position could reach some kind of deadlock, where Black stops White's plans. Black has stopped White from achieving the best that they can get, and maybe a draw is a fair result.
It's just fascinating. Look at the body language of these 2 players. We've got Prag just rocking back and forward non-stop, and Vincent, I mean, is his camera frozen?
Yeah, I think his camera is frozen.
Is he meditating? Yeah.
There he goes.
Yeah,
back to life.
Back to life. But he is definitely more still than Prag. Look at Prag.
Yeah.
When do we see Prag doing this? Is it when he's nervous, when he's feeling good, when he's feeling bad?
I think it's normally when he knows it's kind of critical moments where things could turn in his favour, but they could also turn against him. And normally he starts nodding his head a bit when he knows he's about to win. And OK, Black's bishop came to attack the White Knight. The evaluation bar went up a bit there for White. I mean, White's pieces look very clumsy to me, but maybe they're just holding all the important squares. That Black bishop, like you said, Simon, not that great, actually.
Maybe Prag has been very sneaky. He's threatening to jump in with the knight to the c5 square and maybe attack the pawn. And Vincent, well, he's a sharp one. He doesn't let Prag deposit the knight on c5 square.
Yeah, so Black's knight doing the same as the White Knight is doing, just blockading the opponent's pawns. Knights are the best blockaders. Knights are the best pieces in that regard. It definitely feels like a standoff. It's like, how does either side improve? How do you improve the white pieces? I don't really see it. OK, Prag goes back in order to go forward. And likewise now for Vincent, how does he improve Black's pieces?
Still the same plan in the air, actually. And this is a very nice move from Prag. The knight, yeah, OK, it stepped back, but it's planning to go to d3 and then planning to put a knight on c5. And, the goal is simply to push the A pawn as far up the board as it can go. Remove the blockader.
Yeah, remove the blockader. Takes a while. Try and get rid of this knight, but once it's gone, the white pawn will march forward. I guess, for example, if Black just waits, then at the very least he can just put his bishop on this square, cover any entry points into his camp that the white knights might want to use, and still it's hard to see how White is improving. Maybe we'll see a situation where there's nothing else to do. White just moves his king back and forth. Black just moves his king back and forth. And the players just agree. Oh. It's 2 armies just staring at each other, but not making that first lunge.
But I'm tempted. I think that the White King might become part of the action. After all, a knight is the king's best friend.
Yeah, this is true. Maybe easier for White to improve pieces. Meanwhile, Prag goes the other way with his knight. Maybe his plan is actually, for example, if Black just continues to wait, the white knights will protect each other, freeing up the queen. The queen is no longer tied down, and she could potentially activate on this diagonal. The queen could be the one to dislodge the black knight over the next couple of moves. It's all about planning, and maybe Preg has at least found a plan. Yeah, it's just so tense. I mean, it's hard to focus on this game after everything that's gone on, but the players, I guess they're unaware at least.
And I mean, I'm even curious, will Magnus show up for the next game? He's going to play Levon Aronian in round 7. Will he turn up? Will he withdraw from the tournament?
I really hope he turns up.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a kind of a disrespect. I mean, I know it's a very harsh word, but it really is a little bit of a disrespect to kind of withdraw, to first of all lose on purpose and then not show up and withdraw, because he's known that, you know, he's going to be playing alongside Hans for a few days now, maybe even a few weeks.
Yep.
And yeah, you got to respect the tournament. You got to respect the effort and energy everyone has put in.
Yeah, and this situation, I mean, it's going to continue. Hans is going to get invites to big tournaments as long as there's nothing found against him. And Magnus is clearly going to be invited to big tournaments. Something's got to give. I mean, he can't keep doing this if they're competing at the same events month after month.
I mean, it kind of needs to be clarified, but how do you clarify it? It's like, it's such an impossible situation. I mean, you know, I don't see how it's going to be resolved, really, the whole situation. I mean, like I say, maybe the Ethics Commission, like if there is one, I'm assuming there's one.
There is one.
I'm sure what they do, but there is one.
Yeah, maybe they need to have a look at, like I say, have a look at both, you know, the whole situation, not you know, and make a decision of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean,
or at least ask the players to talk to each other, to talk to them, to talk to FIDE.
At least get some answers. You know, they don't even have to be public answers, because you know, I don't think.
I don't know.
Do they? I think now some public thing has to be said, but I think to the commission that can be private. I think. So, you know, you can't just accuse people, can you, without backing it up? That's you know, terrible as well.
The thing is, though, if the public doesn't get any knowledge whatsoever, then people are going to speculate.
Well, until a decision has been made, I was thinking, you know, when a decision has been made, then make it public.
But how can you reveal cheating? So we have this computer anti-cheating. They go through the games. If they're, I guess, too computer accurate, that's suspicious. If it happens several times, that's suspicious. Who takes the decision? This has to be cheating.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to sit in a few kind of lectures that Ken Reagan, our guest, imminent guest, he gave these lectures about his programs, how they assess cheating, how a player is expected, for example, a 2700 player is expected to find the kind of top computer moves a certain number of times, depending on the type of position. And if they're finding the computer move, the top computer move too often, it kind of goes into a certain red zone and it becomes suspicious. And there are all sorts of algorithms, all sorts of statistics there. So I guess that's one way, but even in that regard, even if Hans is playing the top computer move every time, we can't prove it. I mean, we can't prove that anything dodgy is going on. I mean, he's clearly a very strong player. He's capable of finding the best moves in most positions. So I think from what I've heard, I mean, you still can't ban someone from their over-the-board games unless you find physical evidence. Online, I think it's a bit different. It's clear in Blitz, if they're finding the top computer move every time, probability-wise, it's literally impossible. So you can just make a judgment call there. I think in court that would maybe stand up, just because there's pretty much no doubt if someone's copying the computer move every time. But of course, a clever cheat wouldn't do that. A clever cheat would play moves that are good enough, or especially if they've gotten a strong accomplice who can figure out what computer moves you can kind of go for and what you can kind of, we call it like sandbagging. You can just play one bad move here and there. You can kind of guide a winning position towards a draw just to throw off suspicion here and there. There must be clever ways to do it, but it's a difficult one.
And when you're very strong, I have to say, you know, I think Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen have gone on record, said that if for them to win a game with assistance, it would just require a nudge, just to, you know, something just to say, yep, choose this.
You don't even need to hear the move. You just need to be made aware there is a move.
There is a move, anything is possible, and they could easily gain like 150 rating points just with this knowledge. I mean, we've seen it with the bar, you know, that is our nudge. And immediately, you know, the bar shoots up, oh, hang on, where's the tactic? Where's the check, the capture, the threat? And whereas, you know, if it wasn't there, it might have escaped our radar.
Sometimes it's just when there's only one move to survive, or sometimes it's when one move is much better than the others, the only move to keep equality. I mean, there's, yeah, like Jovanka mentioned, just occasionally a nudge. I think that's a guaranteed way of improving significantly.
I think Ken says that, doesn't he? I mean, we speak to him, but he mentions if you have an opportunity in a game where you get that one thing, it's a difference between 150, 200 elo points at even the highest level. So if someone just tells you you've got to move here, or you get a little bit of help on that move. So it's really small, really small things that can dramatically improve someone's play. They're not like looking at a computer the whole time. It's like glancing at the computer for like 10 seconds in a 7-hour game can make someone 150, 200 points higher. Yeah. So it's really hard to police that, right? Yeah. I mean, impossible, really, in some respects. Unless you actually catch them cheating, outright with a computer or something, you can't really 100% foolproof say this guy's a cheat in any situation.
All you've got is circumstantial evidence and conspiracy theories in most of these cases, and it's just incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some tweets there about the interviews that Hans gave as well. I mean, yes, there were inconsistencies, but again, that's no proof. Everyone makes inconsistencies. We occasionally say the wrong variations here. We mess up. That's natural, so it's hard to draw conclusions from.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you play a game of chess, your brain's all over the place. I thought that was, again, somebody jumping to conclusions seemed complete nonsense. We can only go on what facts are there, and what's been shown, which is what we're trying to talk about. But guessing from an interview when someone's played a hard game is just, you can't make any conclusions, I think, from something like that about a player. But yeah, it's a weird situation.
Yep. And meanwhile, this game has changed a bit. The biggest change is that there's been a trade of pawns in the centre of the board. And look at that black king. It's done a walk the whole way across into the other corner. It's gone from one side to the other side quite happily. Black's king looking very safe now, guarded by its knight, by its queen. Still in the balance, though. Despite those changes, I don't see any way for either side to break through. It could be decided by a time trouble blunder, potentially. Who can hold their nerve better now that they're both under 20 seconds? I think that's the biggest question right now, because both sides have found really nice kind of defensive blockading formations.
I don't know, I suspect that Pragg has a sneaky idea of moving the king to the right square and then pushing a pawn on the right.
Yeah, that's the only way.
It is, yeah.
Actually, if you look at all the pawns that can be safely pushed, okay, white's knight jumping in there. The pawns on the left side, they're both blockaded. Oh, there's a bit of a change here, but white does have this g-pawn which can push. That's the only pushable pawn right now. Okay, Pragg went down to 2 seconds to answer that check, moved his king out the way. Is black going to grab that white a-pawn with the queen? The black queen can snack on the pawn next to it. It does, but you do lose this pawn in the process. It looks like this should be a favourable exchange for black, because now black has the only passed pawn in the position, the b-pawn. But still, I mean, both sides are solid enough. White's knight at the bottom of the board is still protecting the advance of black's b-pawn. Maybe it's still just completely balanced. It's just a really high-quality game, again, from both these impressive teenagers.
Wow. So they're going to keep fighting for a win, both of them?
It looks like they've both been playing for a win throughout the entire game, both making really ambitious decisions. Neither of them wants the draw. OK, Vincent grabs another pawn. He's a pawn up, but the black king's open to some checks now.
I think it's time for Pragg to start bailing out and start checking the black king. And oh, he plays for more.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep surprising us by being so ambitious. I think you're right, Jovanka. White could have just given a bunch of checks with the queen. I don't think black could have safely escaped there. Now it's really dangerous because black's pawn, the b-pawn, is ready to start pushing. You have to use your white knight as a blockader potentially at some point, but the black queen's on a great diagonal. She combines perfectly with her bishop. Black queen on light squares, bishop on dark squares, covering everything.
And clocks are ticking.
Yeah, pressure's on Pragg. He's a pawn down, and he's getting slightly low on the clock. Oof, a few seconds left. He has to move. He's dancing forward with his king. Maybe the white king is going to zigzag into the black camp. Try and find safety behind enemy lines.
I love the way they're both playing, because they're both playing for the win. They could have, consolidated things, but it seems like Kaja is now really in charge here. Look at that b-pawn flying up the board, but Pragg has a lot of checks as well. So still unclear what the result will be.
Very unclear, because the black king can maybe start dancing up the board.
Yeah. How is white going to continue checking? If you don't continue checking, then that black pawn is going to win the game. Okay, this is a clever check. Now, if the black king tries to walk down to the a5 square, the white queen actually has another diagonal she can start checking from. You don't want to dance too far, too near to that white knight if you're the black king, because the white knight is potentially a great attacking piece.
But now the bishop shields, and still a lot to play for, because now I was going to say the queen will block the... But no, the king just moves back, and, well, Pragg will breathe a huge sigh of relief because that B pawn will drop.
And there it goes.
And that's really nice to get rid of such an advanced pawn, isn't it, in the position. You can relax a little bit and the knight can come over to defend the white king. Now I'm preferring Pragg's position again. He's going backwards and forwards this game, and you know, they're both playing on so little time. The knight has to block here, which it does.
And the queen can give one more check. Force the white king to a bad square. White's king now has to go to the edge of the board, and it's really lucky for Pragg that the black bishop is pinned. Black's bishop cannot move, otherwise it could go up to the top of the board to check that white king and win the game. But everything has worked out tactically for Pragg, just about. The black king is likely to move here, I guess. You could maybe give another check with the black queen. As you mentioned, Simon, if you're not careful, white might be better here. The queen and knight combine better than the queen and bishop usually. But the white king is really precariously placed.
And now he's threatening that big check with the bishop, which is a major threat. So how do we stop that one? It's not so easy. Maybe
Give him checks.
We have to, don't we? So he has given a check, but...
Again, a clever check. Where to put the black king? The white queen is hinting that she might go and capture a pawn if you went to the wrong square. So black's bishop blocks, but pinned again, a self-pin. And Pragg, I would just be itching to get my king some escape squares. The white king looks terribly placed, but centralising the knight.
Fearless play here. And
fearless players.
Yeah.
Both of them.
All three results just hinging on each move at the moment. And
Pragg has gained a bit of time, though. Vincent under 5 seconds again. It feels like Pragg is maybe the slightly quicker of the two, or slightly more confident in these really, really sharp positions. That's a check. The white king, is it going to go back? Is it going to go across one square? It's running to safety. Okay, centralization from the black queen. Looks sensible enough.
Would it favor anyone to take the queens off?
Good question. It's not clear, actually. I think it would probably favor white slightly, just because knights are better when the pawns are on one side of the board only. And black does have a couple of weaknesses. Black's isolated pawn in the center of the board. Black's pawn's on the other side as well, potentially weak. But okay, checkmate threat on the board, attacking that black bishop. The black bishop's pinned, cannot move.
But the black queen will dive into the h1 square, give a check. No, it doesn't.
It offers that queen trade that Kaja mentioned, blocking any threats.
But now black would have quite a good passed pawn. So white decides to keep the queens on. Generally, you've got the queen and knight. You want to keep the queen and knight on the board. They coordinate fantastically together if you can get them into your opponent's position. But the white king looking the more exposed at the moment. Black's bishop, not good though. I just don't know how to, to assess this position. I keep changing which colour I prefer, but it's probably just holding the balance really.
Yeah. And that's typical of these types of positions. With best play, of course, it's a draw, but for a human perspective, under 20 seconds now for both players.
Danger on the board. Yeah. It's going to be a checkmate if white does not do something about the bishop coming to the g1 square, delivering a deadly check.
Yeah, and time ticking.
Yeah, time is ticking. Yeah. Remember, the queen has to also keep an eye on the knight on b5. That's why Pragg gives a check. But, OK, the king steps forward.
The white knight could give another check, potentially, from the top of the board.
But it's a bit of pressure here, because he's got to find defence eventually to this bishop move, unless he can just keep checking. It's a major threat that Vincent has created, that bishop coming all the way down to combine with the queen, attacking the white king.
Yeah, maybe it's time for the white queen to just slide the whole way across, defend her king. It looks like the white knight is discoordinated from the rest of his army there. Pragg went down to 1 second there.
Got to be a bit careful the knight doesn't get trapped there, I guess. With
this check can be blocked by black's bishop.
Yeah, also the king can take a step backwards and attack the knight.
Yeah.
Getting really, really sharp.
It is.
Very sharp here.
Yeah, I think if the black king steps backward, white could just go and grab a pawn with a check. We should mention now, just to highlight, I know the players don't have much time, but we should highlight big threat on the board. For example, if Black's king had stepped back, then there would be a threat of checkmating attack. But the problem was, if you step back in the wrong direction now, there would have been a check, and White would actually win a pawn in this process. That's why the Black queen did jump back to defend her king, and we reached this position. Neither king is safe. And it's all about whether this knight survives. It's on the edge of the board. It's not protected. Can Vincent profit from that?
He'd love to get that knight into a central square where it's defended maybe by a white pawn.
If it could end up here.
It'd be beautiful. You know, knights in the centre of the board, obviously the best place. They can attack everything. But at the moment, that knight is really tied up. But Black's king is very weak as well. So it's again, just in the balance at the moment.
Every move there are these types of threats, these types of checks. And marching up the board, this is playing with fire. Again, you're inviting the white knight back into the game. You're inviting the white queen to come and check you. But maybe it's okay. Maybe the Black king has intentions of jumping into the position. OK, White does give a check. Maybe the Black king, is it coming this way?
It's coming.
It is coming, but the Queen can also give a check now on c6. The Knight can check and let the bar.
Yeah, it looks like Pragg has turned things in his favour.
Wow.
It's just that Queen and Knight combo again. We mentioned it, the Queen and Knight weren't coordinated, but now they are.
Yeah.
And the Black king in big, big trouble.
As soon as they get working together, and you know, you often want them close to each other, they can combine to cause so many problems against your opponent's king, and there's a dangerous check here already.
Yeah, and now the king has to let go of his protection of the d-pawn.
Yeah.
And yeah, when one pawn falls, it's going to be so tricky for Vincent here.
Yeah, he's lost control simply, Vincent, and that you just can't lose control if you're facing a Queen and Knight.
Such a hard position to play, though, wasn't it? I mean, in these queen endings, you make one slight mistake and it just collapses. And this, you know, you've still got to win this one, but it should be winning now for White.
That's a pretty formation of pieces, I should mention. 5 pieces in a row there.
Needs to get the White king up there as well, right? So just in front
like a totem pole.
The totem pole.
But yeah, meanwhile, the White knight could just retreat, attack the Black bishop.
Yeah, I like that move.
There we go.
Keep it simple.
If the queens disappear, then White should be winning, unless the Black king can get all the way back to its pawns. The Black king's done a lot of hard work this tournament, this game even. But I've had that exact endgame once against Sam Shankland. It is a draw. So if the queens come off, you have to make sure the Black king can't get back. So Pragg, big decision. Take the queens off or keep them on. I think he should keep them on.
Yeah, I agree, because, again, it's that Queen and Knight. They work so well, but can you keep them on? OK, so he's playing a bit of a crafty move to try and prove his knight if the queens do get exchanged. And the White king, if the queens come off, has a diagonal route in. So Black deciding not to swap queens there.
Yeah, and it looks like the queen exchange might be forced on Pragg. If he's not careful, suddenly the White king might come under fire. Yeah, still any result possible. Pragg down to only a couple of seconds, giving a check in the end.
And I just have some news for you guys. This is a super long game. So round 7 is about to start for the other players. Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian. We're going to go into that game. Magnus has turned up. He is playing.
Good.
So that's good news.
Yeah,
that is good news. We will jump into that game when this one finishes with a win, maybe, for Pragg.
It's looking that way. This is a very important knight check he's just given. The Black king now running out of squares. He doesn't really want to walk into the eye line of the White queen.
I mean, maybe now White can exchange queens by moving it into the centre.
Yeah.
Because the Black king has wandered a long way, unless there's something...
Why?
OK, he's gone this way as well, so it's a similar idea.
Big checkmate threat. Queen coming back to g2, potentially, to deliver checkmate. Also, the White queen can come back to the first rank, check from the side.
Did he make a move?
He's just about survived that scramble, but surely there's a checkmate now, and there we go. Pragg finds a really nice pattern. Checkmate next move, and he takes the win.
Incredible. 92 moves in a big battle between two amazing teenagers. It ends up with a win for young Praggnanandhaa. And we did promise you we would be joined by Dr. Kenneth Reagan in this break. We don't have a break because this game lasted for so long. So after the next round, Kenneth Reagan has kindly said yes to wait to join us until after the next round. We're going to jump into Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian first. These are the results from round 6, and of course the big shock the big drama. Magnus Carlsen resigning after making only one move against Hans Niemann, and that gives Hans Niemann all 3 points in that game. Some other players also won their games to gain all 3 points. So let's take a look at the standings. We now have the 19-year-old Arjun Erigaisi with 15 points in sole lead. 2 points behind him, his fellow Indian, the young Pragnananda, with 13 points. And behind there, Hans Niemann, after gaining all 3 points against Magnus, now with 12 points, and 1 point behind him is Magnus Carlsen. Vasily Ivanchuk is also still inside top 8. Remember, only top 8 qualifies for the knockout stage. Levon Aronian, he is outside top 8, so he's fighting 4 points. This is round 7 against Magnus Carlsen, who resigned in his game against Niemann in the previous round. He is playing this game. That means he is continuing in the tournament.
Yeah, it's nice to see Magnus playing chess, and he looks like he's very focused right now. Both players have played very quickly up to this point. It's already move 14. It is the Catalan opening, one of Magnus's favourites these days. He used this successfully in last year's World Championship match. But it's a critical moment. The White Knight is now trapped behind enemy lines. The White Knight is on the 5th rank. It didn't have many escape squares. It had to jump in with the check. It gets exchanged. And look at Aronian's speed. He's definitely studied this one before, Levon Aronian. Actually, both players have definitely studied this one before. And now it's level pawns, level material, but White's queen sliding across defends a very important pawn and also attacks the Black Knight in the centre. Jovanka, I wonder if there have been games in this position, because it looks like the players have been racing through.
I know, I thought that too, but unfortunately not. This is totally new area of chess. I mean, no one's seen this before, but the players seem to know exactly what they're doing. But having said all that, Levon has always been very confident when it comes to online chess. You know, he's found this kind of technique where he's just going to play as quickly as he can, put the pressure on the opponents, and even sometimes very comfortable in playing dodgy lines. Yeah. And here I have to say, his position does look a little bit creaky, but then he does have one big asset in the position, and that is the passed c3 pawn.
Yeah, that very far advanced black pawn is a nuisance. It's not easy to get rid of either for Magnus. I like the fact that White has the 2 bishops. I like the fact that from the White side, the Black king is not ideally placed. But look at Magnus. He's suffering there, frowning, maybe just annoyed that he's been caught in his opponent's opening preparation, maybe still suffering the after effects of the drama of the previous round. I'm expecting Magnus here just to improve a piece. That's what he typically likes to do, his default setting, just maybe improve the white rook next to the king. Or this is also a decent move, or it looks very logical at least, undermining Black's advanced pawns on the left side. Levon Aronian not flinching, just castles. He's gained almost 2 minutes from the start of this game. And yeah, Levon, you can never know whether he's bluffing, whether he's just playing super confidently, super quickly, but here it definitely has the feel of opening preparation. And I guess it's predictable nowadays that Magnus plays the Catalan against the top players in the world with White. Normally, if he respects a player enormously and wants to beat them at all costs, it's quite an important game after the last one, then the Catalan is his go-to opening. But now, is it time to exchange off a bunch of pawns? Magnus says yes. Levon will take this pawn back with his queen, or not. Wow. OK, just moving, sidestepping.
Or a mouse slip.
Could
have been a mouse slip, right? I mean...
yeah, I mean, queen takes pawn. But in fact, I just checked the top computer line. That's just actually Levon's move.
Yeah. OK, it's opening preparation.
Yeah,
sure.
All under control.
Yeah, so move 20 as Black in a position that's, in a variation at least, that's new. I mean, you mentioned it was new, Jovanka, 7 moves ago or so. This is impressive depth. This is what sets the top players apart from the rest of us. Just they go so deep in the opening, they know all the ideas, all the patterns. And right now, White's a pawn up, but still a problem how to get rid of that Black advanced pawn. If we jump in, we can see that right now the problem for White is this guy, how to deal with it. If you capture it right now, then knight takes pawn, hits the white queen, more importantly, hits this pawn. So for example, if the queen moves, this is a nasty check. The king has to run, and black can damage the white pawn structure with a couple of trades here. Look at how weak, isolated, doubled all these pawns are. This is just a wreck now, white structure. So white cannot contemplate taking this pawn. Instead, I'm expecting a move such as bringing the rook to a slightly better square, or potentially just defending this pawn that black has hit with his queen. Magnus doesn't look happy, I've got to say. Levon Aronian, just the speed, the confidence, it must be unsettling for him. And he just needs to recompose himself. And
it's not the only one.
Yeah. I want to jump back to the studio just to show you what Simon's going through right now.
Basically, a bit of a coffee mistake going on here. But,
we've all been there, Simon.
Yeah.
A bit of a spillage here in the studio, but
God,
Simon sorting himself out.
Trying to. Coffee everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, it's a critical moment in the game. I expect Magnus to think for a while, so you've got some time, Simon.
Great, thanks. Literally just spilled my coffee all over the computer, all over myself, and all over my phone. So nice touch there. And I've got this little bit of thing to wipe it all up with. Can I borrow your jacket a second, Damien, please? Is that all right? So
there's something in the air today, I swear. Like so much strange events going on.
Thank you very much,
Magic
David.
of television.
Cheers.
And yeah, meanwhile, Magnus, I don't envy him, to be honest. It does feel like a difficult day in general to focus, but also the position in front of him. He's been hit by an opening surprise. Okay, he does decide to just move his rook, not to the most active square, but he does defend the previously attacked e2 pawn. And so much going on right now, it's hard to focus on the game.
People are bringing me paper from everywhere. It's so kind. I'm getting my supplies. You know, so thank you very, very much. That's very, very, very kind. You know, I'll just cry here into my tissues. So okay.
Forgive us, everyone. This is bound to happen eventually.
The beauty of live television.
It's kind of one of those days, isn't it? You know, so just good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen more incidents of this type of thing happening with the players.
Oh, that's true.
They're playing super fast chess. We've seen them drinking, seen them snacking. Yeah. We haven't seen that many kind of accidents with drinks, malfunctions.
We have seen mosquitoes.
We've seen mosquitoes attack.
That's true.
A few times.
That was a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we'll be composed again very shortly. The players looking very composed, kind of mirroring each other's body language there, head in hands.
They are.
What are you up to, Simon?
What I'm up to? Just giving the floor a little scrub while I'm at it, you know. Yes. I mean, we're getting there. So yeah.
That was a lot. Do you need some more coffee now, Simon?
Oh, I don't know. I'm a bit cautious. I've got enough. I won't risk it. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah,
keep that far away, Kaja.
Yeah.
Round
yes,
two.
yeah, just keep it over there, just to be on the safe side.
Oh, what a day, you guys. What a day.
And we're in for more surprises, I think. I mean, it's all about those interviews as well later.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope people stick around because I'm sure we'll find out more.
Definitely. I mean, we have so much more coming today, actually. There's been a lot of drama already. The build-up to the Niemann Carlsen game, the game itself that lasted for one move. We still have Dr. Kenneth Reagan joining us after this game, the guy who created the anti-cheating program that did analyze Niemann Carlsen game in St. Louis and that is doing the anti-cheating work in the tour. And of course, we have another round coming. Prague, Magnus in that last round. We love that game. And of course, hopefully getting reactions from Magnus, from Niemann, hearing from Levon, Anish Giri. What do they think about the action today?
Yeah, it's literally non-stop today.
It is.
So many revelations ahead. Meanwhile, Levon, his first think of the game. 2.5 minutes spent on this move. That, to me, means that either he just stopped his opening preparation, stopped analysing with the computer after his last move, and he thought, OK, this position looks great for black, I'll worry about it when it comes. Or Magnus's last move is not the top computer suggestion. That's just how things work at the top level. Often, if a player pauses after they've been blitzing, playing really quickly, that means they've been surprised. And normally that surprise is by the fact the opponent hasn't played what the computer recommends. So Magnus's last move looks like a decent one, surviving, protecting stuff. But Levon, maybe alarm bells or something's going off in his head thinking, OK, the computer didn't suggest that, it must be for a reason. And Will he try to punish Magnus for this kind of timid rook slide? I'm trying to find what black could be tempted to play here. Maybe we can jump in to the position. It looks like the most natural move. Okay, it wasn't. I was going to say this one. I was going to say maybe to take this pawn with the black knight. It looks like you're getting very active. Now you're definitely threatening to push forward, and this pawn surely has to be eliminated. But after a capture here, maybe Levon just didn't want to end up in a situation where he's got some tension. This looks fine for black, to be honest, but instead Levon went for something even more ambitious. He pushed his A pawn. And this is what I mean. Normally, if your opponent surprises you, it's either you just try and survive or you try and punish your opponent. And Levon's trying to punish Magnus for his last move by pushing forward. But the computer hates it now, the evaluation bar shooting up in white's favour. Let's try and figure out the reason. If white takes this pawn, it should be mentioned, then black, I think, is doing pretty well. Black will capture here. This pawn just looks too strong. The white rook will step forward. I don't see the follow-up, actually.
No.
For black. It looked like a knight jump would win some material, but white can escape from this by just playing rook takes pawn. If the white queen disappears, the black queen also disappears, and white has won a couple of pawns in the process. Maybe this is possible, but in the original position, the other option is maybe to take this pawn, and we'll reach a position such as this one, where black still has this really nice construction, active pawns, active pieces.
This is the kind of position where Magnus is the reason he's the world champion. He can sort of, as soon as he gets a chance like this, you can see that from the evaluation bar, he normally takes it, right? Because, you know, otherwise he's going to get this grim position you're showing on the board there, David, where you're just playing against this horrible passed pawn. So maybe it is taking that pawn that Lev's moved. Maybe this is the variation that you can actually get away with. I mean, it doesn't seem that hard to calculate either, you know, so... Is it playable?
Yeah, I just checked the computer variations, and top choice, pawn takes pawn, as you, B takes A5, as you indicated. There's actually nothing concrete, and it's precisely for the reason that you mentioned.
Yeah, and it's a pity here that black's rook can't use this square. You would love to just keep this pawn alive, defend this pawn. If you can keep it on the board, you're probably just winning. But the black rook, if it uses this square, will just get captured by the white bishop. So I just don't see what Levon Aronian has up his sleeve. And yes, he spent 2 or 3 minutes thinking there, but it's a critical moment. And right now, if Magnus does take this pawn, he needs to justify his, this last idea that he's played somehow. If he doesn't justify it, white's just going to be a pawn or two up. Critical moment. If Magnus captures this pawn, it looks like he's the favourite.
Yeah, maybe that last line was playable for black, just about. Maybe you can give up the exchange. I mean, it's not really what you want from the position before, because you're taking a lot of risks to do this. But I think you need to try and keep that advanced pawn. You must keep that pawn on the board.
Bank everything on this pawn. Go all in.
You still got the knight threat then at least now. So it's white who must find a good move in this position.
And the queen, of course, the white queen can't step forward. So, yeah, maybe it's too dangerous to actually grab that rook. And I'm just going to take a peek, because I did, when I peeked earlier, I could actually see the top choice was actually not to capture that rook.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
White's best move, White's best move, according to my computer here, is actually to jump in with a knight into the centre to E5.
It's a really hard move to find that one.
I would immediately get the scanner out and start scanning my opponent if white played this knight jump.
Yeah.
It looks like you can just take a rook for a bishop
for one
free.
Of these,
We have an anti-cheating device here in the studio.
I'm not sure about that. I'll put it away quickly.
I scan Simon every time he suggests a great move.
Sorry. I don't know where this came from.
But yeah, I mean, here...
There you go, Jovanka. I'll give it back to you now. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Simon.
It's all right. You could take that back to your hotel.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
I mean, the reason this knight jump just looks so crazy is it ignores black's biggest threat of the knight jumping in, and of course, it also ignores the fact there's free material up for grabs. So I would be incredibly surprised if Magnus finds this knight jump. Maybe that's why he's spending time. He's spent 4 minutes on the clock right now. We are looking at this position, but we expect Magnus eventually, after some time, to take on this square. If he finds that knight jump, though, wow, just what a move.
Yeah, but he probably won't take the pawn unless he sees it, right? Because you have to see that knight jump in advance, and you know, even for someone like Magnus, I mean, okay, will he find it? Is the world champion? Is he going to find that variation, Jovanka? What do you reckon?
No, I think he's the world champion, but I'm going to say no because, well,
there we go.
There you go. I've been proved wrong. He has seen it, so now pawn takes pawn has to be played. I really thought that one of the big errors in calculation that you can make is you just stop and then you assess a position as just much better for, say, your opponent. And you don't really go beyond anything. And Magnus, clearly, he's very good at calculation. He's very good at those assessments. I mean, it's interesting, because David, you're also very good at calculation. How do you make those snap judgments?
Yeah, I'm less good than these two at calculation, but you're right, Jovanka. It's, I mean, I try to calculate as little as possible unless the position demands it. So, for example, here, I would calculate as far as that line we showed where White's bishop was taking a rook, and I would stop. Either I would think, OK, I'm material up here for White. I should be able to survive. Let's go for it. Or I would stop saying, oh, OK, Black's pawn there in that variation is too strong. Let's go back. Let's look for alternatives. And if it was a long game, I would have time to double check my variations, maybe go a bit deeper to ensure my kind of evaluations weren't just presumptuous, that they weren't premature. But in a rapid game, you've got to trust your instincts. And there's two different styles. The top players, they tend to calculate a lot and very quickly. Maybe my style is to calculate a little bit less, but just to try to look for options that are playable and that take me into kind of my comfort zone.
I think Ken, you know, the person we're going to have later, Ken Rogan, he was saying that the difference between an IM and a GM is so small, but it's just that calculation, you know, with the way he's made, you know, this cheating mechanism. And you often find out the difference between the you know, players, GMs, top GMs, it might not seem like much, but it's sometimes that ability just to see a couple of moves more, have that little bit extra that you can envision. So, yeah, just, you know, you've got to train that up.
And talking about extra moves to envision, did we even think about this pawn move?
No.
Because it wasn't even on my radar. I was like, pawn takes pawn, that is it.
I mean, this is really surprising, playing on the other side of the board suddenly, also opening up the black king willingly. But the whole idea is to kick away White's bishop. I have a feeling Levon Aronian was trying to evaluate that position where he gave up the rook for White's bishop, and he decided, OK, it's too much material. The White bishop would have snapped off that black rook, and he just wants to kick this piece away. If White's bishop retreats to a bad passive square, then the same stuff we were showing, it's all going to work in Black's favour. So what has Magnus got up his sleeve?
It's a lot of moves to look at. I mean, you can still consider throwing the knight in as well. I mean, there's the central square is where my eyes are being drawn to. I want to try to come forwards with my pieces rather than retreat. So do I put a bishop on that square, or a knight on that square? Do I have something else? Incredibly tactical at the moment.
Super sharp. I mean, we could see a situation where, for example, all these knights are in the centre of the board. This bishop is attacked. This bishop is attacked. Black still has this pawn surviving, clinging on. There's also a knight takes pawn check. This is the type of position where 5 or 6 ideas are in the air, and you just have to sit on your hands, slowly calculate all the variations one by one. So, yeah, I think you're right, Simon. He'll be looking at this type of thing, Magnus, but he's only got 5 minutes now. He's got to kind of be practical. And, wow, he gives up a piece. OK, he just calmly gets rid of Black's important pawn, that passed pawn. But now, after a queen exchange, which has just happened, the bishop drops. And what is the material count? Black will have a piece, an extra knight, but White has 3 pawns in return.
Yeah, but one of those pawns will drop off if he's not careful. And, well, we're going to see. And this is his plan. OK, he jumps in with his rook, attacking a bishop. I'm very sceptical in general. Normally, I would prefer the piece compared to the pawns, but I guess this one is going to be very strong in a couple of moves. If White gets time to push it forward 2 more squares, it's going to paralyze the black pieces. And, yeah, if we can somehow save this pawn from the grasp of the black knight, then that would be a bonus for Magnus. The evaluation bar also not reacting too much. That means he's found a nice way for White. Normally, if you sacrifice a piece and the evaluation bar still likes your position, it means it's a great choice.
Yeah, and the A pawn's going to be very strong in a lot of situations as well. So it's they always have such interesting games, Magnus and Lev. I mean, they always go at each other with no matter what colour they have. You can guarantee an exciting game. And I don't know how many times these guys have played, but it must be Do you reckon they haven't played as much as Ivanchuk and Gelfand, but
Getting close, probably.
They've got a few years to
there.
catch up.
Yeah, they have got a couple of years. I mean, maybe they have because they played more online. I mean, in these events. So, have they played 100 times?
I would say, if you include online games, I would say yes.
And these online tournaments, quite possibly.
I mean, last season and this season alone, they must have, in combination, they must have played 40 games, maybe.
Oh, wait, yeah, they actually played a total last season and this season. Magnus won 12 games. There's been 27 draws and 8 wins for Levon.
Wow.
So that's 39 plus 8, 47.
47, yeah.
This will be game number 48 on the tour.
And that's very evenly matched as well, isn't it? That score group. So
Yeah.
Magnus is on record saying nobody in World Chess has outplayed him as many times as Aronian has.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's just online from the tour the last 2 years. They've played plenty of times in longer over-the-board games as well, so maybe around 100.
Yeah.
Not more.
I'll give it a couple of years, maybe Hans will catch up, Liv. Is that a bit too early?
Too soon, Simon.
Too soon, yeah. All right. It's all about the timing, isn't it?
It is.
So, yeah, it's just, and that wasn't the right time. OK, back to the chess quickly, please.
Yeah,
Okay, so-
I was just going to go back to the board and I was thinking, how is White going to defend the c3 pawn? And Magnus just says, no, not going to capture the f pawn instead. But the one thing I see about Levon's position is that his knights do a good defensive job. They can block out the light squared bishop when they can. And, I mean, it's enough, right? It's enough to kind of neutralise this a-pawn.
Yeah, but the big question is, are you neutralising? Also, long-term, there are serious weaknesses, deficiencies in the black structure. Again, if we jump in, black does grab a pawn. So now, again, it's black having one knight for white's 3 pawns. Magnus he needed to defend against this, so he steps forward. And strategically here, black is busted. Black has, I mean, a weakness, a backward pawn on this square, which is going to be eternally weak, meanwhile retreating. White also has this pawn marching forward, so it's just about whether black can survive long enough and get rid of this pawn to make use of his extra knight, and the evaluation bar shooting up.
Wow.
Massive improvement there, so.
Yeah. And I mean, here, the problem as well, this black piece is in the way. You want to kind of place it in the middle of the board somewhere, but you're several moves away from achieving that. Even if you plant yourself on the edge, hinting that you might get rid of this knight, White could just say, no, I'm going to retreat, and this is still a bad piece. White's knight, if anything, is going to start heading into some nice squares. I just don't see how you're ever going to get rid of this pawn as well, and that's going to be a real bone in the throat. It's just going to cause so many problems. Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus has found a nice kind of risk-free piece sacrifice in a way. I still think if everything goes wrong for White, probably you lose this pawn, but you'll gain this pawn, for example, in return, and you're still not material down. So, yeah, it definitely feels like Levon needs to slow down a bit. He's a very fast, intuitive player, but here you can't use intuition. You need to calculate your way out of trouble.
Well, it's looking good for Magnus, definitely on the bar. And he could be about then to strike back after losing in the previous round to Hans Niemann, resigning after 1 move. You can read the full story on this dramatic game and the drama between Hans and Magnus already on chess24.com/wall. Also, there are reactions from people in that story. And it's probably going to be updated because more to come, more reactions, hopefully from Magnus and Hans as well after today's games.
Yeah, and talking about reactions, I can see a lot of strong reactions on Twitter. Many people really condemning Magnus for just losing that game.
So
and
it's
sending
mostly
such
that way?
Mostly that way, I have to say. And I've even seen a strong chess player, some title players stepping in and saying, you know, this is not acceptable.
Yep.
They have very strong opinions that now Magnus has to say something. He can't just let his actions speak for themselves.
And I'm keeping an eye on Norwegian media. Remember, Magnus Carlsen is one of the biggest sports stars in Norway. Every single top newspaper in Norway has this as their top story. And them as well is condemning the actions of Magnus. And it's not very positive about what Magnus has done, even in Norwegian media.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Time to have a long holiday for everyone, I think, you know. he's got to say something, hasn't he? Now, I mean, he can't keep going. I mean, he's I don't know.
The chess doesn't speak for itself. We need Magnus to speak for himself.
That's a very good point, David. Yeah.
I mean, meanwhile, a couple of exchanges on the board. I'm slightly surprised by this last move by Magnus. Then again, if he can get his pawn just one square further forward, he's bound to win. So right now it's still that situation of a piece for 3 pawns. Now White has got a second pass pawn, very strong protected one in the centre of the board. Maybe that White A pawn is going to tie down the Black bishop, and then White will have a free hand on the other flank. What do you guys think? I mean, it feels like Black should be okay, but I'm biased maybe by the evaluation bar, thinking White is almost winning.
Yeah, I mean, the A pawn is still incredibly hard to stop, and you know, White's got this mass in the middle with the king coming up at the same time, and it's just finding a way to free up the position for Black, and I don't see how Black can do that really here.
Yeah.
You know, White can just play even a bit slowly here, funnily enough.
Yeah, you're completely stuck. First of all, you can't exchange rooks. If you take, then White will jump in, kick away this Black rook, the blockader. Yes, the pawn drops, but the Black bishop also falls. White will have a 2-pawn advantage. Easy win. And like you said, you can play slowly. I mean, what does Black even play? One move would be to bring the bishop to this square to hit the White rook. Here, I guess you just trade off the rooks. You plant your pawn on the A7 square. Both the Black rook and the Black bishop will be tied down defending it. And then, as Simon mentioned, you can start improving the White king.
And maybe White's even threatening to move Eddie the E-pawn up a square tactically just to unstabilise Black's rook. So there's quite a lot of problems I think that Lev's got here. His pieces are too passive. Yeah, he's got the extra piece, but he's never been able to get it into the game.
It's a really bad bishop.
Yeah.
You're going to have to plant it in the corner at some point. Also, White has ideas of sliding the rook across and then bringing it up to kick away the blockaders of the White A pawn. It definitely looks like in the current position, these 2 pawns combined are worth more than the Black bishop. Yeah, it's not about the point sometimes, it's just about the quality of what's left on the board. Looking great. I mean, this is just fantastic evaluation of the position. I mean, that piece sacrifice earlier was, I mean, it's not obvious at all.
Yeah.
No.
And also to predict the future, to see that the White A pawn would become such a monster.
That's why he's the champ.
Yeah, that's why he's the champ. And
It was inspired. I mean, I actually did see that it was the computer's top choice, but I thought, no, it's not going to happen. But then, you know, Magnus played it, and then suddenly you look at this position and you think, wow.
should we scan Magnus? Finding such an incredible move.
Yeah, maybe, you know, if you demand one person should be scanned, you know, they scan them all.
I mean, it should be equal throughout, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they should just have some universal guidelines that everyone sticks to. As simple as that. And it shouldn't be different on different sites and different federations. It should be the same for everyone. Equality in some respects.
Yeah, FIDE need to prioritise this.
Yeah, definitely. And here it comes. This is the plan. You mentioned, David, just, well, you know, tie up Black on the queen side, bring your king in to the king side, and you still got to win this, but Black can't move. Even though Black's a piece up, he has no activity here. This kind of position Magnus loves playing, right? Just taking his time to torture away.
And as that king moves up the board, what music would you have it move to?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've been watching...
God Save the King.
Yeah, I've been watching quite a lot of the funeral.
yeah.
I was going to say the same. Like, something from the funeral might be appropriate, right?
Yeah.
So, like,
We should actually mention you're all wearing black today. And I guess it is to honour the Queen who was buried today in England.
Yeah, emotional day.
Yeah.
In and out of the chess world. It's for everyone
Absolutely.
involved. It's been,
Yeah.
been a long day.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, definitely. And
We all feel for you. What a great person, the Queen of England, Elizabeth II.
I don't know if we can get this tweet, but, you know, I like getting a bit of humour in the darkest times. I think it always helps. And there was this tweet about the king, and it was in the church, on the checkered church board, and it goes, the king's going to take a lot longer now because he can only move one square at a time. Maybe we can get that tweet up, but it's nice to throw some humour into the darkest moments, I think, and hopefully we can show that one, because it was I thought it was quite funny anyway. So.
That is a fantastic picture of Queen Elizabeth on a checkered floor on one of the squares, and she looks like a chess queen on a chessboard.
And now they got King, I should say, doing the same kind of thing. So it's a great tweet.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Levon Aronian just struggling to keep all the white pawns at bay. His king is marching forward, but now it's 4 pawns for the bishop. So white actually has the material advantage. And all those passed pawns together, they're going to win the game. Look at Magnus just staring, kind of his eyes flickered off to the left. He's just quickly calculating what he can try to do here. Normally when he does that, it means he's spotted a winning idea or at least a clever idea. I wouldn't be surprised if, either the white king comes forward or the white rook sidesteps 1 square, hits the black bishop and breaks through, maybe checking the black king. I just don't think you can hold this type of fortress forever. The black bishop is going to be overworked. The black rook is completely paralyzed right now, blocking this white pawn. That black rook is a terrible blockader. Rooks always are. And the black king as well. It's not going to be entirely safe. Even checkmating ideas against this black king, if you're not too careful. Yeah, it just feels like a matter of time before Magnus starts pushing even more pawns and starts overwhelming the black defences.
Yeah. If the pawn in front of white's king can safely move up 1 square, then it's completely winning. So black can try this move, but it does look so risky now, because if the white rook can get behind the black king, just imagine moving that rook behind the black king, it would be checkmate. And this kind of idea, and he's going for it. He's just going to get that rook around the angles. And I'm not sure if Lev can stop this strong plan now.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You have to, I guess, try to kick away this white king. This white king is actually with the opposition, as we call it. It's just keeping that black king in a box. So I guess you've got to come round with your bishop, hit the white rook, and when the rook moves, you have to try checking the white king. But is this going to work? The white king, at the very least, is just going to step 1 square to the side. Although now there's no checkmate. At least now you have somewhere safe to run.
Is there not a checkmate after rook takes pawn? So if the king...
Rook takes pawn?
Yeah, and then I thought rook check, and then...
Rook check, the king runs, and...
Yeah, no, I miscalculated. Sorry, David.
No. I mean, this is the type of thing Magnus is calculating after all.
Still very close, isn't it?
The king is close to getting trapped. I mean, the other alternative is to move the king this way. Maybe this is what Magnus has in mind. Now the threat of checkmate is still real, because the black king has no escape squares. And if the black rook checks the white king...
Who's getting mated?
Yeah, who's getting mated? But I think the white king can safely march up the board, and now white has a threat of checkmate, but white also has a secondary threat of bringing the rook up the board and then just promoting a pawn to a queen. And we might see something similar in the game. Levon Aronian has gone to a different square with his bishop, but it's all about whether this king now gets trapped. Magnus doesn't even go for checkmate, he just keeps his pawn alive. This is actually a very safe, simple way of doing things. A check is met by the king sidestepping. This king is still not safe, and more importantly, this white pawn alive, and the rest ready to start pushing soon.
Yeah.
Game over.
And that checkmate idea is still in the back of the pocket. You know, he can still kind of cage that king in.
He just needs to push a pawn forward, take away the square.
Exactly, one small move.
And then step back, and again, checkmate.
We might see it, you know.
Yeah, we might. I mean, I would be very tempted to, in the game position after the black bishop moved, I would be very tempted to just push either this pawn or this pawn forward, keep the black king. I mean, take away its escape square, simply. Yeah, I think Magnus is just going to wrap this one up. It's rare to see Levon Aronian so low on the clock as well. He's been so speedy throughout the tour. Yeah, I mean, considering the circumstances, Magnus going through that turmoil of emotion, the roller coaster, to play just a kind of masterful game like this, it's impressive. Composure.
And just kind of shows how strong psychologically he is, because I'm sure if I'd been in that situation, I would have crumbled, because I would be thinking, am I 100% sure of my decision? Maybe, and he will know that his decision will come under tremendous scrutiny as well. He will know people will not be impressed, and that must be running through the back of his mind. But when he sits down on the board, or in front of the screen and just plays chess, it seems to be that the chess just takes over.
Yeah, he's just inviting controversy. He knows that, Magnus, but yeah, I guess the chessboard is his refuge. And right now, looking very, very composed. We're expecting one of those pawn moves. You could make an argument for the white rook coming across, checking the black king, kicking the king away. Okay, he does take away an escape square. The black king had to run out of the danger zone. And now the white king is going on a journey. Is the white king going to start sneaking and going towards that white a pawn to support it? The white king does have a free hand to travel around the board. Very appropriate. Talking about God Save the King.
Yeah, we might even have that tweet of the king at some point.
We do actually.
And it's quite appropriate because the king here is moving one square at a time, just across the board, very slowly.
It's going to keep moving.
And here it comes, the slow king.
Get that. I think it's ready. If we can have that tweet up. I think it's a picture. Okay, it's not ready quite yet.
Okay,
it's coming.
go.
It's coming.
The white king's going to continue moving, as does the black one. So it's a dance of the kings right now. And we await that tweet with excitement. Yeah, it's. I mean, all white needs to do now is bring the white king, protect that white a pawn, then use the rook to just kick away the black rook.
I would
Game over.
also be tempted to give some checks. Yeah, but Magnus is in full control here, and he checks the king. I'm really not expecting Levon to last too much longer. He has to move the king back. And the problem, he has to probably put it on the g6 square, because if he moves it to the e6 square, well, his pawns will start to fall. And there you go.
Yeah, so Magnus just kicking the black king as far back as possible. It could go to the edge of the board, I guess, or it could just retreat. And then Magnus, he's going to bring his rook all the way across, again, keeping his a pawn alive. That's the key. That one white pawn is keeping the black rook out of the game. And is Levon Aronian going to resign? Okay, it looks like we don't have a result yet. Body language, it looks like Magnus was ready to move on to the next one. But, okay, the black king moved, the white rook protected its pawn again, and still the white king is coming. It's going to march triumphantly. Its coronation is going to support the promotion of a pawn into a queen. The king wants its queen.
Yeah.
Now, just keep that white rook safe. That's all that Magnus needs to do.
Yeah, probably any square pretty much on the A file. Look on the line it's on. Rook behind the pass pawn is often the best place to have your rook, because it supports that pawn going up the board and your opponent has to blockade it. So the black rook can't really move away at all. Now it's totally tied down. And it's funny how White's the one with the piece less, but he's been dominating black's position, even though he has less pieces. And they say the king is a really important piece in the ending, and you can see that here, just how important White's wandering king
Well,
is.
Levon does have like one idea. I mean, well, okay, he hasn't done it, but I thought maybe he could put his bishop on b7 and, try to get the bishop to the square where the rook is standing. But Levon is just, nope. He's just making moves, I think.
Yeah, look at the white king.
It's coming.
It's gone on a real journey.
And you can either grab... Oh, no, you can't grab the pawn. Whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't get greedy, Simon.
Yeah, there was a small trap there. If the black king had marched onto a light... If the white king, had marched onto a light square, but, yeah, just stay on the dark squares.
I think rook takes bishop is a threat even here. If you want to do it in a flash way, but you don't have to play that way. But many ways to win.
Is Levon Aronian going to resign, or is he going to let us show this idea quickly? Yeah, as you mentioned, Simon, the white rook taking the black bishop, that will break the black defences. White will definitely promote a pawn in that case. I think he's going to resign.
It's okay, yeah.
Any moment, he looks resigned, body language-wise. Levon Aronian, nothing to do. Okay, he does play on. This is good. Just why not try one or two last moves? The black king, both kings now. It's funny you mentioned that tweet, Simon. Both kings getting in on the fun.
Wow, just wandering around the board.
But, to be fair to Levon, he is playing some tricky moves. King moves forward, and his idea is just sacrifice that rook and, take the pawn in the middle of the board. And woohoo! Black gets his own pass pawn.
That was so sad, though. The white king found his queen, but then she got eliminated. But it was enough to make Levon Aronian resign.
It's a win for Magnus Carlsen, striking back after losing to Hans Niemann in one move in the previous round. All 3 points in this game against Levon Aronian. In the next game, Magnus will play Pragnananda. But first, it was a good game by Magnus. David, where did he get that win?
It was a really good game by Magnus. We talked a lot about his perfect endgame technique just towards the end there, using his king, using his pawns, his rook, all of his pieces together. But it was this moment that he turned the game in his favour. And a bit of a mistake here, we think, by Levon Aronian, opening up his king, pushing a pawn, misjudging the endgame that arose. Magnus was happy to give up the bishop that was attacked by this pawn. Instead, he eliminated black's most dangerous pawn. And after the queen exchange, and after this bishop was captured, we saw white's rook jump into the position. Soon, white's pawn started marching forward. That paralysed, that dominated the black army. And Levon Aronian had no answer. It was all about the strength of this white pawn, which later cost black a rook. Just a really, really strong game there by Magnus Carlsen in the circumstances.
It's one of our favorite matchups in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour with the white pieces. Praggnanandhaa, he's beaten Magnus several times on the tour. And that game is coming up in 17 minutes, Magnus, with the black pieces against the super prodigy, Praggnanandhaa. But now, finally, we are joined by Dr. Kenneth Reagan, the man who once calculated that God would have a perfect chess rating of 3,600. And here he is, Dr. Kenneth Reagan. Thank you for joining us and for waiting to join us.
That's fine. I'm just in my office preparing lecture notes and exercises for my classes starting at 4.
All right, good. I'm glad you made it. And I have to ask you about the big story. First of all, as a chess lover, what is your reaction to the big drama now? Magnus resigning his game against Hans Niemann today.
Very much regret. It's not proper. And one thing about the tournament is the top 8 qualify, and I guess Magnus is likely to be near the top of those top 8. But now he has gifted Hans Niemann a free point. And if that causes Niemann to go in when someone else would have, that other person has a complaint. So it's very unfortunate for the sporting nature.
Yeah. And Kenneth, your work with cheating in chess in the early 2000s, you created an anti-cheating program for chess that is still in use today in the tour, in the Sinkfield Cup. Can you, first of all, tell us, how does this anti-cheating program work?
Yeah, so it actually has 2 stages. And I should say my work began with a very qualitative block key model that I used in the Toilet Gate chess scandal of 2006. But that was already sufficient to show the main principle which has operated in the game between Niemann and Carlsen 2 weeks ago, which is that if you have a position with a clear standout move, a strong human player and a computer are both likely to agree on that move. So therefore, what my model does is try to ascertain to what degree a position has standout moves, how difficult, how complicated it is, and thereby put probabilities on all of the given moves in a position, and from that derive related aggregate statistics that can ultimately be used to make statistical judgments of unlikelihood. Mm-hmm. And it's predictive analytics. It's a very common type of modeling that is used by insurance companies, for instance, to ascertain the likelihood of damage to your house from fire, from flood, from wind, based on the rating of the neighborhood in which you live. Mm. But in my cases, the events are probabilities of moves in the chess positions, and there can be catastrophic events such as 2... resigns in the game we just saw.
Yeah. And using this program to analyze many, many games in chess, can you tell us how big of a problem is cheating in chess? How often will it reveal cheating?
Well, there's really been, the pandemic has shown a great discrepancy between online chess and in-person chess. With in-person chess, it's still the case that the number of cases coming to my attention can be around 5 to 10 real cases per year, not all of which are ultimately sustained, and maybe 10 or more other accusations that were like this one, ultimately unfounded, as my work finds. Uh-huh. In fact, one of the purposes of especially my first stage is that I can rapidly dispel accusations before they mushroom if this stage is used quickly enough. So I should say I have two stages. The first stage does not have the deep analysis of a position. It compiles a box score of agreements with the computer and the amount of error, average center pawn loss in my scaled version. And very quickly, within an hour of the game's finishing, for instance, can provide a global picture of the statistical health of a tournament and highlight, things that might need closer look.
And actually, as our grandmaster in the studio, David Howell, has pointed out, that if you're a smart cheater, of course you're not going to make the perfect moves every time. Is the program designed to reveal that if you're cheating in a smart way, not always making those perfect moves?
There are features I've added to the program to try to enable that. In particular, it can use a distribution that upweights critical positions. It has to have its own way, a non-chess way of identifying critical positions based on the flux in values of the moves and how much the player to move stands to lose from a plausible bad decision. So that can therefore put more weight on positions where a smart cheater is more likely to have sought aid. I completely agree, by the way, with the statistic that Simon quoted just before about how one bit of information about whether a given move works can be worth 150 ELO points. That's Viswanathan Anand's estimate.
Wow.
However, during the pandemic, it transpired that the cheating that was encountered in volume was not so smart. And then it's actually better to use the original unit-weighted version of my model, because when you clump up a distribution with weighting, you can increase the standard deviation, which is the denominator of my z-score.
Exactly. And I think you already said it, Kenneth, but that game in St. Louis between Magnus and Hans, that Hans won, you did not find anything suspicious in that game.
No, I mean, Niemann played well, but not too well. So I reported z-scores very much deep in the normal range. I mean, positive, but not even near 2. And 2 is the civic idea of significance. So as FIDE uses a higher threshold, 2.5, when there is other evidence that the statistical results can support, and a vastly higher threshold needed, or at least proposed, in cases where statistics would be the only evidence.
And have you ever found anything suspicious in Hans Niemann's game, if it is over the board or online?
So most in particular, and I've now had leave to reveal this publicly. So as I said, I have 2 stages. I have a screening stage, and I do every Monday an omnibus screening of all of the tournaments in the Weekend Chess and ChessBase updates. And in total, since 2+ years ago, I have 106 data points from Hans Niemann, including his online tournaments, Title Tuesday and the Chess.com Coinbase events. And I obtained a completely normal distribution, centered on 49.8. My screening stage scale is 0 to 100 with expectation 50, the same scale as flipping a coin 100 times. When restricted to over-the-board tournaments, the center notched up only a little bit to 51.4. And this stands in huge contrast to what I observed of Igor's rouses. Not quite as many tournaments were available via those updates. He played in a lot of lesser tournaments that I didn't get data until later. But from 20 of those tournaments, every one of his screening scores was above 50 and several above 60. So it was clear that he was always performing above average. So that's a very definite contrast. So that's why I say that, at least as shown by my first stage, there is no evidence of any cheating in in-person tournaments or the major online tournaments in the past 2+ years. And I had communicated that privately to principal people everywhere, and I've revealed it publicly in response to a website called Pornalyze, run by someone named Caleb Wetherill, who claims that he has run simulations of those tournaments and reached the conclusion that Niemann performed considerably above average. So we have results that conflict with each other.
Interesting.
I'm measuring different things. I'm measuring concordance to the engines much more directly. He's measuring the results of the games, which depend on the opponents. And one data point in particular, where we'll need to do a lot more work to see if this is relevant in the large, but just about Niemann's surprisingly strong win in the Havana Kappa Memorial last April. He scored 7.5 out of 9. His screening scores were actually just about 50 or even a little under, depending on which engine I used for my test. But his opponents played much worse. His opponents had by far the greatest average cent-to-pawn loss. So that might explain why he harvested 7.5 points out of 9, whereas the direct test of information from the engine shows a little bit subnormal. So I have to say, you must be the smartest cheater in the world if you can get critical information at points in the games, win your games, and yet produce a result that shows up with me as less than 50, less than expectation agreement with the engine. I'll tip my cap to you if you can do that.
And which is a very cool cap, by the way. Buffalo, it's a Buffalo.
Yes, well, so I'm in Buffalo. It's the University at Buffalo. It's my office that I'm broadcasting from, and the Buffalo Bills play on Monday Night Football this evening.
Ah, fantastic. And so just to sum up your answer there, where I asked if you ever have found something suspicious in Niemann's games, the answer is basically no, but he has performed over average.
Over the court chess and prize tournaments since August 2020, no. And I started being able to do the online tournaments better when Mark Crowther gathered an index. He runs the Week in Chess. When he gathered an index of the real names and ratings of the online players at the top tier events, because my work is entirely tied to the FIDE rating scale.
Super interesting.
And Kenneth, you've mentioned that in your work you have collaborated with FIDE, with other chess websites. What do you think the next step should be now in order to prevent kind of just people throwing accusations out all the time in order to maybe deter potential cheats?
Right. It requires greater engagement with the chess community and greater diffusion of science. And I'm hoping, for instance, that a story on chess.com will help propagate this awareness as well. And also, a lot of the lessons in the chess world are very similar to lessons we can gather from the COVID pandemic, including, people cherry-picking examples, say, of unfortunate results of vaccines to give the impression that this is the norm. This is something you see on Facebook, the way statistics are represented not in context, such as when Sweden is compared with Europe rather than being compared with Finland and Norway. This happens all the time, and we hope for a greater public awareness. I am actually right now teaching the freshman seminar in my department called The Internet and Society, and several of my colleagues as well are providing these educational examples of how data is represented and misrepresented on the internet. So we just need that kind of education that might help forestall some of these accusations. But I must say that engagement is not directly my work. I mean, I can reference the science, but there's a lot more work by people who are more in the chess community than I am. I'm here in my Buffalo bubble. So it needs to be a greater partnership of that nature.
And I just want to...
And also...
Yeah, go ahead, Kenneth.
I was just saying, in this case, there's also the element of whether opening preparation was stolen. And that does not really overlap.
Yeah. Good point. I just want to update the viewers that Praggnanandhaa has ended his game with a draw. So his game against Magnus will start in about 8 to 9 minutes. And that's good news because we now have time to speak some more to Dr. Kenneth Reagan. And you are an IM yourself, Kenneth. You grew up in the US chess scene in the aftermath of Bobby Fischer becoming the world champion. Hans Niemann is one of those young American players today. Was it very different 40, 50 years ago when you grew up in the American chess scene?
Yes. I mean, we actually had to use books, you see. Okay, this is a programming book that I used in my class. But we had Shahovsky and Formator, and we later had ECO. We had in-person chess. We had chess magazines. I even invested in some Russian chess magazines, but never really had time to use them. I was... One thing that's relevant also to say is I went from 1440 at age 11 to over 2100 just before my 13th birthday. And then I became one in a long line of, quote, youngest master since Bobby Fischer players. I co-won the U.S. Junior Championship in 1977 with John Fedorowicz. At the 1976 student team, I was the only non-Russian to win a gold medal, board prize. So I had that experience, but I never did intend to go into chess professionally. I eventually earned my IM title in 1981, but by then I was a graduate student at Oxford University, pursuing the degree that led to my current career, represented by the equations you could see behind me on the whiteboard.
That's super cool. And I did start out announcing that you have been working so much on. Oh, that's a cool book.
Yes, this is a textbook that I've written on quantum computing with Professor Richard J. Lipton, who is also a chess fan. He was a spectator at the 1990 championship match for the leg in New York. So we adopted a chess motif, but this is a textbook on quantum computing for MIT Press, and we write a blog called Gödel's Lost Letter and P = NP that is one of the much-read computing blogs.
Yeah.
So
how cool.
So that represents my other career, but the chess aspect of it is taking up most of my time right now.
And we're very glad to hear that. And since this is the Julius Baer Generation Cup, I did announce that you once calculated that God would have the perfect rating of 3,600. That's one of my favorite quotes in chess. Magnus Carlsen is around 700 points away from being God. And working on all of these chess ratings, is it possible to compare generations in chess? Would you, for example, say that top players now are much stronger than what they were maybe 50, 60, 70 years ago?
Actually, I have experienced that. The pandemic kept me so busy that there were some studies of this kind that I haven't done. But my main training set is based on the years 2010 through 2019. Okay, that's how I train my model. And then I do extensive vetting of my model on resampling trials, and I look at cases where high outliers are thrown up in these trials. And most often, they are caused by subsets of games from the past few years, 2017, 2018, 2019. And I have other measures that also suggest that quality has become a little higher. There has not been rating inflation or deflation, but especially with the greater need for a computerized opening prep, it may be the phenomenon that Lewis Carroll wrote about in Alice in Wonderland of having to run faster just to stay in the same place.
Aha. Very interesting. Dr. Kenneth Reagan, we're running out of time, so I have to say thank you so much for joining us. It's been super interesting to hear your thoughts on the cheating and also these ratings. And good luck in your lecture coming up in an hour.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you very much. And the last thing I want to say is that the article Pandemic Lag on the blog I mentioned is specifically about my challenge of accurately rating young players.
Aha. Yeah.
And I have had to, while their ratings have been frozen. And you will hear more about that scientifically in the near future.
Super interesting. And best of luck in the Buffalo game tonight as well, of course.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. All right. That was interesting to hear from him about the anti-cheating work. He's saying that he's never found anything suspicious in Hans Niemann's games.
And you can see that he's mentioned that he was very thorough. You know, he really revealed that, you know, he had looked at the last 2 years' games, worth of games, both online and over the board, and found nothing suspicious. So, yeah, and he's the expert.
Yeah.
So what can I say? His word carries a lot of weight.
Yeah. All right. Well, in just a few minutes, Magnus Carlsen is going to play Pragnananda in the next round here in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Hans Niemann, he lost the game today after a blunder. We're going to take a look at that game. Here is today's Lisaveta Learning Point.
Been a roller coaster day for Hans Niemann, all sorts of emotions in the air, but he did start the day quite poorly. This was a position in his first game, Arjun Erigaisi with white, Hans Niemann with black, and what we can learn from this is don't put your pieces on loose squares, especially this pattern. This is one to remember. Black's queen now came out. Hans played this after only 1 minute of thought. He put his queen on a loose square, it's not protected, and also this tension between queens. It can often backfire. One of the most common tactics in chess I've seen countless times is this one. The white knight now can leap out of the way, creating a discovered attack against the black queen. The black queen is forced to move, here naturally capturing the white queen, and after this happened, knight takes bishop comes with check. This check, an intermediate move, a Zwischenzug as we call it, forces black to recapture, and after black recaptures, for example, white takes the queen back, and with a big advantage. In fact, white even took the pawns off on the c6 square first, emerging with an extra pawn, and Niemann, due to this blunder, did fall to defeat. Don't put your pieces on loose squares, but Niemann bounced back from it very well.
You said it, David. Rollercoaster day. Hans Niemann, a win against Magnus Carlsen, who resigned after one move in that game. How will he do in his final game? Now, let's take a look at the results from round 7. A couple games ended up with winner Duda, a win against the youngest player in the tournament, Christopher Yu. Wojtaszek, another loss there for Ivanchuk. 2 in a row. Is it a tilt we're seeing, or can he strike back? The great Ivanchuk. Keimer winning his game against Ivan Saric. As we saw, Magnus Carlsen striking back with a fantastic win against Levon Aronian. Liam Le, he got a win against David Navarra. For Hans Niemann, it was a draw against Adiban. So these are the standings after 7 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries. Erigaisi still on top, 16 points. 2 points behind him, Prag and Magnus, who now will face each other. And 1 point behind them, Niemann and Duda. Remember, top 8 goes through to the knockout stage. And here we are, Pragnananda against Magnus. This is one of our favorite matchups in the tour. Prag has beaten Magnus several times, and with the white pieces.
Yeah, Prag is especially dangerous with the white pieces. Just great opening preparation. For someone so young, it's rare to achieve such a kind of dynamic, kind of bulletproof opening repertoire, but he has that, and Magnus, starting in provocative fashion, he's gone for the modern defense, and we've seen him employ this before yesterday with success. Magnus Carlsen. Prag has clearly come prepared. White's H-pawn marching forward. Simon, you must be loving this right now.
Well, the last move is a surprise, actually. I mean, I love, as you know, pushing the H-pawn, and normally, though, you prepare this move first by defending that square. And I've actually played this position as white and black. I normally played it as white in blitz games as a bit of a punt, but very interesting idea. I mean, we can maybe show the critical line here, I think, because there's only one move that really you can play, I think, and that would be knight takes pawn.
Let's keep an eye as well on Magnus's reaction. He looked so devastated after this move was played. Looks so disturbed. So let's keep an eye on the players' cameras and let's jump in. It's
a very interesting idea that in a chessboard course that I did along with Richard Pallister, that here you go Okay, wow, he's actually given up the exchange. What an absolute maniac. So that's all I'm going to say. Prag wants to kill Magnus.
He's your hero.
I mean,
kill the king.
This is extreme chess. I mean, he's given up the exchange so early, and he's going straight for the attack. I mean, it's obviously incredibly dangerous. The knight's coming in, the bishop's coming in. This is like old romantic 19th century chess, 18th century chess even. So, wow, I mean, he's obviously prepared it as well, you know, with the speed he's moving at the same time.
This is how to beat the best players in the world, right? Just show them zero respect, just attack them. And not only has Prag sacrificed material, as you mentioned, but he's actually, the evaluation bar loves White's position. And that's rare. The computer normally is very skeptical unless there's a forcing variation. But Magnus, caught by a surprise, just pushing a pawn forward one square. Maybe he wants to use his queen just to defend the pawn next to it. This is the target, right? This is the weakness.
I'd be interested to know if this has been played before. I mean,
it has been played before.
The whole idea of H4, H5 is very common, isn't it, Jovanka?
Yeah.
And who's actually played it?
So, OK, so we have a game between Ganguly against Karthikeyan. And that ended in a win for White.
OK, so two very strong Indian grandmasters there. Maybe that's inspired Prag's choice. Maybe Prag is aware of that game. And here, I mean, so many tempting moves. White can castle queenside, just putting the king to safety, tucking it away in the corner, and then bringing the rook into the game. White could also just bring a knight out, getting ready to kind of come forward and attack this weakness. It's also slightly tempting for White to, at some point, bring his bishop to attack the black queen. Maybe you wait for that queen to move before you jump in here. But, yeah, I mean, plenty of choices here. And black is going to be on the defense. It's actually quite a long-term sacrifice. Black's king is not going to find safety for at least another 5-6 moves. Yeah.
But it's like you said, David, this is the way you've got to play against the world champion. I mean, Magnus has got the best understanding of slow positional games out of anyone probably who's ever played chess. So you've got to just try to destroy him, you know, try to kill him before he can get out of bed. And that's exactly what Prag's doing. I really like the sacrifice. I mean, I haven't studied it before, but the more I'm looking at it, it's just so easy to play. Like you say, all those moves you suggested, David, make a lot of sense. Even pushing a pawn in the centre, you know, stopping, you know, allowing a knight to come into that square, stopping a queen coming over to defender. He's actually gone for this one straight away. And this is, you know, it's looking really scary, but you are the exchange up, of course.
Yeah, you are the exchange up as black. You just need to survive the next few moves, and that's not a guarantee. As you mentioned, Simon, if black is too slow, I mean, black's natural move, maybe bringing the knight out. But now there are threats, serious threats, attacking the queen. You can't block, really. I mean, if you move your queen, the white knight might jump in. It might start coming into this dream square. It's really dangerous. Already, you might just castle queenside. You might just say, OK, how are you ever going to get the black king to safety? The black king will never find safety on this flank, and it's actually cut off, so it can't castle through check onto the other side of the board.
I tell you what,
terrifying.
Yeah, Magnus is hating this, isn't he, Jovanka?
But there's one conclusion I've drawn from that. Don't allow that bishop to that square. It looked too scary.
Yeah, that means you have to take a timeout to stop this.
But then,
if you take a timeout, push your pawn to this square to prevent white from using it, then you've lost even further time. And white will definitely castle queenside now, and maybe it's still playable. It's still hard to break through for white, but I know, Simon, all of your creative juices are flowing right now. You're getting excited.
Go for it, Simon. White. Show us what you can do.
Just any old iron, you know. Just literally get the pieces out, aiming at your opponent's king, checkmate. That's all you need to do, right? Maybe you go d5 at the right moment, blow that open as well.
Yeah.
You know, you could really enjoy this position.
I don't know. I find these quite stressful. I think it's because I'm like such a cautious person.
You find these stressful from white or from black?
Yeah, because it's like, if you know, you make a mess of it. That's it.
I love these positions. It's like, you know, you just literally go towards your opponent's king and you don't have to think about anything else. There's no subtlety. It's like home in and destroy. So it's strange, isn't it? Different person, you know, different ways of looking at the game is what makes it so exciting, though, as well, you know? Because I often overpress in these kind of things. So, yeah.
It's different styles, I guess. And this is one style that Magnus hates playing against. I just remember when I played him, we were both 18 years old, and in the taxi after the game, he was saying, oh, I just hate it when they start attacking me from the beginning, when they show me no respect.
Wow.
And I mean, I've never done that against him. I'm not brave enough to attack, but not in this manner, kind of just so direct. But
thing is, if you play this opening as black, it's probably the riskiest opening you can play as black, the perk. You're going for an incredibly sharp counter-attacking game. You must expect this kind of thing. And I think you could see in his body language, as soon as Pragg pushed Harry up to that square, he was uncomfortable. You know, he was like, oh, I've allowed this, you know. So he really, his body language is, you know, it just doesn't seem like he's enjoying this at all. I mean, would anyone enjoy this position with the black pieces, just defending against all the white's pieces coming in?
I mean, not unless you've prepared it really deeply with a computer and you can guarantee you'll survive the next 5-6 moves. But there's no guarantee here for black. We just showed one variation that was very scary, white's bishop coming forward. But that's probably one of multiple variations, possible ideas that Pragg has in the next few moves. And look how comfortable Pragg is right now. He's starting his typical rocking, getting the energy pumping. But Magnus, we saw it immediately, as you mentioned, Simon, but also leaning back. He's now head in hands. Could we be seeing another victory by the young Indian over Magnus?
Incredible.
Pragg beats him so often, doesn't he?
He's won 4 individual games in the tour.
Wow.
He beat him in the in the final of Miami, in the final round recently.
One on demand as well.
I have three wins for Pragg on the stats list.
Maybe it's 3.
Yeah, 3, 2 draws, 5 wins for Magnus this season.
Yeah. Could this be game number 4, win number 4 for Pragg?
I mean, Magnus is going to be front page news around the world for all the wrong reasons. Losing, you know, against Pragg in India, in Norway, you've already mentioned. It's the whole incident. It's going to be. Don't read the papers tomorrow, I'd suggest, to Magnus. I mean, if he loses this game. And I can just see him getting crushed here. I mean, OK, he's trying to keep the position closed and take away a square for the white knight. That makes a lot of sense, but it's now white's move. Can white increase the pressure here? Well, he just castles. He doesn't care about being exchanged down.
Look at the evaluation bar. It thinks that white is just winning.
Wow.
I mean, still material down, remember. White is down a rook for a knight and a pawn, but the attack must just be kind of long-term. It must just be that dangerous, ferocious. Black's king, I just don't see it getting to safety anytime soon.
I mean, it doesn't look that bad. I mean, if you throw the knight towards Black's king and try to castle, you know, where you're safest as Black, I mean...
Maybe that's the problem, Simon. You can't get your king to safety.
Yeah, I guess so, because you can't put the knight in front of the queen. What am I talking about? That's a horrendous move to play. Maybe the worst move on the board.
Whoops.
Yes, you just get your queen trapped. So, oh dear. Yeah, so there's a little bit of danger here. Well, Magnus has played... You say, when you get an attack, don't open up your king. So what's he done? He's opened up his king. So very risky move, that, as well. But he's got to, I guess he's got to take risks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's banking on the fact that after a capture, he's solid enough. I mean, it looks shaky. Actually, here, white's knight can maybe start jumping in. Although black can just about survive. Bishop takes pawn, plugging all the holes. Looks very, very scary.
Knight comes out and... Whoa.
Yeah, we could go 10 moves deep there, but we won't. We'll wait to see what Pragg comes up with. But it would be very tempting, right? Just capture this pawn, open up the white rook, open up lines even further. And the reason this was working, this last variation, is because this pawn cannot really take the white knight. It is pinned. After all, yeah, if the white knight gets into this square, it's just game over.
Very natural to open a position.
I wonder what does Magnus have planned? I mean, you're just giving a pawn back. Actually, now it's level material, and you're getting attacked. Every piece is asleep, basically. I mean, this bishop is like, come on, wake up, the rest of you. You forgot to set your alarm clock.
Yeah. Maybe he's got Simon's idea in mind that now the knight can develop in front of the queen, and
Simon's looking at this.
Oh yeah, you know me too.
Blowing it open towards the black king. Oh whoops!
Oh dear me.
Arrows.
That's
so scary.
Okay, forget that one. That's just too dangerous. But yeah, Pragg has said, yeah, I will welcome that opening, and now the bishop has developed. That's a much better move.
Yeah, but it's white to move, and it just looks like there's so many dangerous ideas here. I mean, developing can't be bad. Bring the knight around. I mean, there's many tempters. It's just very easy to play these positions when you're attacking, because again, you just look at your opponent's king, move pieces towards it, and materialistically, I mean, okay. I mean, he's only 1 point down. Let's remember now. It was I remember David Bronstein, one of the strongest players never to become world champion. He was doing a lecture I was at, and he basically said he loved the King's Gambit, going back to the Romantic days. And he said that, giving up the exchange at the start of the game is a great idea because minor pieces, knights and bishops, are better than rooks at the start of the game. It's only in the ending or late middle game where the rooks become more powerful than knights and bishops. And he made this point time and time again in some brilliant games in the King's Gambit that, minor pieces are better than rooks. Look at the rooks. The rooks are not going to get in the game. And White's knights can. So you've got to survive that danger here for Black somehow.
Yeah, Magnus, I think at this point, he's just, with his last couple of moves, he's just hoping. He's playing moves that he thinks kind of help long-term, but he's just hoping there's nothing short-term to crash through for Pragg. And for Pragg, I guess the biggest pitfall is that he gets carried away calculating kind of ideas, trying to force the win immediately, when he should, I think, as you mentioned, Simon, just keep things simple, develop pieces. White does have a couple of pieces that haven't moved either, so bring those into the battle.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of like stupid moves. As you can easily get carried away here, but don't take the pawn with the rook, Simon. Just calm down. And OK, he's played a more positional approach, right? I mean,
It blocked in the bishop.
He's blocked in the bishop, but he's keeping his strong pawn in the centre. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure I like that so much because it takes a bit of time, but it still looks very good according to the computer.
Yeah.
Maybe, the key is actually just to keep the Black King stuck in the middle because, living by Magnus's rules, the Queen is threatening to come to step in front of the square in front of the King, and then the King will just hide away to safety.
Yeah, or maybe you just try to blow the position open with F5. I mean, pushing that pawn, you've moved again.
Yeah.
The knight can also develop. I mean, there's...
Oh, that looks...
I mean, it's...
Oh, this looks horrible.
It's very... I mean, why not try checkmate? It's quite fun. giving it a go.
Quite fun. I guess it could backfire.
Could backfire here,
Maybe this pawn will drop, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
He chooses... I like this one as well, Simon. In a blitz game, you play this and you just checkmate and you win.
This is much more sensible. Yeah. Get the firepower in first, right? So, yeah.
Bring the knight in and ideas of this one. And Jovanka, you mentioned if the Black Queen moves...
Yeah.
Then Black is one move away from castling, one move away from safety. Several ideas here for White, but among them, maybe Simon's idea again.
Well, hello, I might take that pawn by rook now because I just can't resist it, just because it might be rubbish, but I've got to do it.
Maybe you could kind of... I think this is just a bit smelly for Black, right?
It looks a bit scary for Black, yeah. I mean, the other knight's coming in and...
Yeah, if you go here, there's a family fork, hitting everything. And yeah, as you mentioned, if you go back to square one, then...
Maybe.
How do you survive? Checkmate threatened.
The bishop is coming in to attack that square. I mean...
But the beauty of defensive chess is that you sometimes don't need to take the material that's been offered.
Yeah, and White is a rook down, so...
Yeah, it's true. It might not work.
It might not work.
It's just fun looking at these games because you rarely see this kind of romantic, old-school kind of way of playing.
Not since 1890.
Exactly.
I've seen a game like this one.
Yeah, a long time before these guys were around, especially Pragg, right? So.
Pragg, yeah. So
this definitely is a battle of generations, these two.
Yeah, and the young generation, I think the reason they're so successful is they are just fearless, and they haven't learnt that fear yet, and especially while they're young, they're being taught to keep attacking these top players. When I was younger, it was like, nah, just learn to draw against them first, just learn to survive, learn to kind of play positional chess against these top guys, fight them in that regard, but why not attack them? Why not go for the king? And that's exactly what Pragg is doing. It's really dangerous for Magnus right now. I mean, this variation just looks almost winning. The one that Simon pointed out, just pushing this pawn forward, breaking open further lines, hitting the queen, among other ideas. As he also mentioned, rook takes pawn looks very strong.
Maybe you have to bring the queen the other way, David. I mean, I love the idea of trying to castle the Black King, right? You're not going to castle kingside. You have to go the long way where the queen is. You have to get the queen out the way. Let's bring the Black Queen all the way towards, as you say there, David, towards...
And why can't you go kingside?
It's too open there. You need your pawns in front of your king. They're like your bodyguards, and there's a target. You always look for a square that you can attack in your opponent's camp, and there's a way here that White can easily bring a bishop in, threatening checkmate in one move there, because black doesn't have a pawn in front of the king. So that's why going the other way, it's a bit more blocked over there, and you want to put your king on the side where your opponent can't get through to it with his pieces.
It doesn't look more blocked to me, but...
There's no bishop, so you can get through on that side. So
it's about the enemy pieces, right? So where's white's kind of attacking potential? It's the queen, it's the knight, it's a few other pieces. At least if you castle on the other side, the queen is far away. The white queen is going to be the one doing the checkmating. So just run away as far as possible from her. She's the one chasing you. You might as well get a head start in the race.
Okay, so that's a rule for everyone. If you do castle after move 12, which you said is the ground rule, try to castle before move 12. But if it's after and the queen is in the game, try to look out for her and castle the other way.
Yeah, just don't castle into the eye of the storm. Don't castle into the fire. Yeah, here Magnus's move is almost automatic, and Prag will try and find a way to make that less attractive.
Okay.
Yeah. It's quite funny. One of the things that I tell myself, or actually I tell my students who are very, very young, and I say, talk to your pieces, as in actually have a conversation with them. So if the king did go into the eye of the storm, and the king was like, hey, I need help, which one of the pieces is going to help? And if you actually talk to your pieces, the knights would go like, oh, no. Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Bishop, the dark square bishop, nope, you forget it. I ain't involved yet. And I give them all like little voice. Okay, this is why maybe I'm suited to teaching like 5-year-olds. But yeah, we have a lot of fun.
Have they ever done that in a tournament? They've sort of said, yeah, hello, right, where are you going now? And
just like Ivanchuk was, speaking throughout the games yesterday.
Yeah, it's true.
I just think that in the analysis portion, when you're by yourself or you're teaching someone, you should make it as fun as possible. And especially if you're engaging with young children, you need to activate the drama, the storytelling, because otherwise it can be just a bit boring.
Yeah.
And well, maybe that just kind of reflects on me, but I try to do that.
It reminds me of, again, Top Gun. We keep singing Welcome to the Danger Zone. And I watched the Top Gun a few nights ago, and I could see that Tom Cruise...
Oh, he does. He loves it. Did you see the new one?
Did see the new one.
Oh,
I liked it.
It was good. I saw it in the cinema last time I was over here, actually, so in Norway. Yeah. Very good film, I thought.
I liked it as
well.
Very
good, yeah. Talk to your plane, talk to your car, talk to whatever you're doing in life, just talk to it. So,
It makes everything a lot more fun.
Just don't let people see that you're talking to inanimate objects. They might send you to the...
Do you know something?
To get some advice.
Many, many years ago, they used to call Prince Charles, or King Charles as is now known, just fruity because he used to talk to plants.
Yep.
Oh! But then they did an experiment. They had like 2 plants. They had the exact same conditions. Now, okay, by experiment, I mean this is like social media. It was shared in a video, so who knows how correct it was. And one of these plants they abused, and the other plants they told it compliments.
Ooh.
And the one which received the compliments thrived, and the poor one that was like told all these insults just like looked really sad.
Oh.
So they said, you should be talking and complimenting.
And there's a lot of, they say that with grapevines. A lot of grapevines, they play classical music.
Oh.
And the vines that are growing near the speakers have bigger grapes, so it's true, must be true. So if you're trying to grow vegetables, or anything, just talk to them, sing to them, get some classical music on the go. If you want some big melons or whatever you want, then just, get the music going through them. Yeah.
Wow. So if you talk to your pieces, they'll be infused with energy and they'll do the checkmating for you.
Exactly. You don't even need to do anything. You're just like, hello, my little friend. You look lovely there today. Beautiful piece you are.
But then when they get captured, they'll feel so sad.
That's true.
You could say, good job, and they would feel proud. And talking about a piece that could get captured, well, there's a pawn on f7 that is up for grabs.
At least Magnus is castled, right? I mean, I think no matter what the situation, he just had to get his king over there. And I'd be feeling a bit more comfortable, actually, if I was him. I mean, you're not going to get checkmated now, right? I mean, you might lose some other way, but your king is relatively safe for the time being.
Wow, and we've been talking about Prag having a big attack, a winning attack. OK, he does play the best move. I was about to say Stockfish does say on our screens in front of us that one move is significantly better than the others. Every other move would have given black an advantage, but Prag finds it. We've called that Prag style before. He's very good at finding those moves when they're far better than the others, and he does take this pawn with the queen. Some viewers at home might be wondering what would have happened if he had played an alternative. So in this position, he took the pawn with his queen. Very sensible, the best move on the board. If he had taken with the knight, then maybe he would have walked into a pin. The black bishop would have stepped back, pinning the white knight to the white queen. This is awkward in itself, but there's also a secondary threat now. Because the black rook has opened up, there are ideas of the pawn pushing forward. So, for example, say white makes a move. The pawn will step forward with a double attack, hitting the knight, hitting the bishop, and black is doing very, very well. Also threats of the rook just winning this pinned knight. So, OK, Prag, of course, spotted that one. Not the most disguised idea by Magnus. If black didn't have that bishop retreat, he would have been suffering. So now after queen takes pawn, what do you think, guys? Two big threats on the board. Queen takes bishop and knight takes pawn. How does black defend against both of them?
I mean, if the black centre disappears, then, you know, it's going to be just a house of cards, right? I think, and black's position will crumble. You know, I say it's a bit better for black than it was because black was getting checkmated before, and if anyone can put up a defence, it's Magnus. But positionally now, it looks pretty horrendous, right? I mean, aren't you winning that pawn by force, or is there anything that black can do here?
Well, I accidentally looked at the computer analysis. Black does have a special move.
A special move?
Yeah, and it's out of the... Yeah, just push that pawn forward. And I guess the logic is that once the captures, say the bishop captures the pawn and knight takes bishop, I'm presuming, and then if rook takes, then the queen can actually capture. No, the queen can't capture. So this was me. That would be a big failing. You don't want to be doing that.
This would walk into a pin?
Yeah. I haven't seen further than this, David. I just know that d4 is the best move.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to work it out now, what the best move...
Bishop takes pawn, I think, is the way to play this.
Bishop takes pawn?
Yeah, then rook f8 afterwards.
Whoa,
oh, my God,
nice,
that's
Simon.
awesome.
Oh, well spotted. Bishop takes pawn and a skewer at the end. You skewer the white queen and the white bishop. Once the white queen moves out the way, this is a check and the tables turn.
So yeah, this is the kind of thing that can go wrong, right? Yeah. If you're not careful. So it's, yeah, I mean, he's got to find this move, though, right? I guess he's got to do a counter-attack here, otherwise this is really tricky.
Yeah, so this pawn push, we think, might be the only way for black to survive. If you just move this bishop, this attacked piece, maybe this is the other thing Magnus is calculating. The first move that came to my mind, OK, my piece is attacked, let's move it. If white takes this pawn, OK, he does find the best move, of course. Then knight takes pawn would have been very complicated. But Magnus, OK, he does decide it's time to counter-attack. No more passive play. And Evaluation Bar still thinks white's doing well, but that variation we showed, things were turning. So Prag has to be very careful. What is his move here? You could make an argument for just taking this bishop off the board. For example, oh, I don't know. Actually, black will capture this knight. And suddenly the white king is in a bit of trouble. Oof, it's incredibly sharp.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's really hard to work out now what's happening, even though, it's, you know, when the computer's there, OK, it's simple, but simple to say who's better. But if you're playing this position, I mean, Magnus is going to be feeling a lot more confident now. His king's safe. He's got some counter-attacking chances. So what do you actually play? I mean, do you take once and then take the bishop? Do you... I don't know.
Maybe this is a safer option. At least white's king is safe for now, but...
Doesn't look very good, though, does it?
But then you can actually go queen takes pawn and hold it all together.
I guess the white knight will jump into this square. It's still very complicated. At least here, white's king is safer than it was in the other variations we showed. It's just about the comparison of the kings, but black is still ahead on material slightly. And rook for minor piece. Yeah, if we go back to the current position, everything's hanging. This black bishop is loose. This is a double attack. A lot of calculation to be done. Both players around 5 minutes. We could see a turnaround, despite Prag being in control.
Yeah, in that last line, there's a crazy thing. You get 3 pieces for the queen. You know, after rook f8, you've got rook takes d7, right?
In this... Wow, Simon. OK, this is some good calculation.
just for a laugh.
OK,
so
we'll show what's going through the beautiful mind of Ginger GM.
Well, I don't know about that.
Bishop takes. This one, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
and we saw this position earlier. We might be headed in that direction potentially. So this skewer, and now rook takes bishop, giving up the white queen. But after a capture on this square, I guess the knight takes and plants itself.
Yeah,
It's 3 pieces for a queen.
Or rook takes f7 immediately was also the other option, I guess. So, but OK, this hasn't happened, but yeah.
OK, this is crazy. We can forgive Pragg for not going for this. Queen against 3 minor pieces. Yeah, who knows who's better here?
Yeah,
computer would probably laugh at us, but Pragg deciding to go for the safer option.
He often laughs at me, that's the problem. So, far too often. So, yeah, I think
that's a cool variation, though.
Yeah, I think the dark squares are too weak in that one, and he's gone for this queen takes bishop, but we didn't think that Magnus was in serious trouble now, did we? He's getting some coordination with his pieces, and he seems to be over the worst. I would have thought here, at least.
Yeah, this queen's struggling for squares as well. She's only got 2 safe squares. OK, she chooses this one. There were 2 options. Yeah, suddenly it feels like black's coordinating. Black's knight is nicely placed. Black's rook at some point will come into the action. Black can take this pawn at will whenever he wants. Yeah, it's in the balance.
Yeah.
Magnus has survived, and it was all about survival. That's, I think, the key in chess when you're defending. Just focus on one thing. You can counterattack later. And, OK, he hits the white queen. Where will she go?
Yeah, I like this strategy from Magnus, just kick the queen around, get her away from the black king. And that, in turn, releases the light square bishop, which can open up the centre line. Excellent play by the world champion.
Of course.
Even saying it's slightly turning in Magnus's favour. Could he win this game?
Definitely. I mean, it's all about momentum in chess as well. Sometimes we see a swing from completely winning from white to equal, and then that just means, as one of the players, you sense it. You know you were struggling. Suddenly you have chances. Suddenly pieces are falling on good squares. Your opponent, meanwhile, will be like, oh, I missed chances. Something went wrong. Psychologically, it can be hard to recover. Pragg also slightly low on the clock, under 4 minutes against Magnus's 5. Yeah. Anything possible in this one. Should we have a vote? Who would you pick?
I go Magnus now, because just the way the game's changed. I mean, he's got over this horrible opening, which we're getting so excited about. He's castled, he's attacking now. He is the exchange up, so I'm all in Magnus' side in this position here.
Magnus as well gets my vote, exact same reasons.
Yeah.
And
I'll say Pragg. Just, I like white's pawn structure.
Yeah, the bar is now going up to 0.7 for Magnus Carlsen in this battle of generations. 17-year-old Pragg against 1-year-old Magnus Carlsen. Another battle between generations. The youngest versus the oldest player in the tournament. 15-year-old Christopher Yu against 54-year-old Boris Gelfand. I can see the bar is very much in favor of Boris Gelfand in that game. So maybe the older generation is winning that battle. In the battle between our 2 Polish players, Duda against Wojtaszek, it's looking very good for Wojtaszek. We do already have one result, a draw between Ivan Saric and Arjun Erigaisi. So that means young Erigaisi is still on top of the table. If we do have a winner in this game, then that player will join Erigaisi on 17 points heading into day 3 out of 4 days in the preliminaries tomorrow. And is a win the most likely result in this game, if it is Pragg or if it is Magnus?
Yeah, I mean, even if the computer says 0 point something, I just don't see how this position is going to be a draw. It's just so wild, so imbalanced, not just in terms of material, but also pawn structure, king safety. It's wild. So a draw, I think the least likely of the 3 results there. And OK, the black knight jumps in. This looks like maybe the most natural move in the position, attacking the white rook. But, of course, the computer dislikes it.
Yeah.
So that's how hard it is for humans to keep up with computers. Why could a computer dislike this move?
I don't know, David.
It's so natural.
It looks so natural, right?
It does, right? Yeah. Maybe the only thing that I can think of is that the rook is simply going to move and attack the knight, and the knight has to take a decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white's rook is under fire. Got to move it.
What's the move? Is there a crazy one?
OK, there is a crazy one, and Pragg has played it.
Whoa.
I was thinking about that one, because, only because the bar told us there was something there. You have to. That's when cheating would help, right? Because if you knew in that situation the bar's changed, you'd look for something a bit outrageous, so your eyes would be drawn to this kind of move. I don't know why it works. It just, OK, wow. 2 exchanges down.
Yeah. What is the count here? Black has 2 rooks. In return, white has a knight, a bishop, and 4 pawns? I mean, someone do some maths for me, please. It's been too long a day. But it's a crazy material imbalance. And, I mean, the white king looks like it's about to get checkmated. The black rooks look like they're about to just get chopped off the board. The black knight looks beautiful. How did Prag evaluate this? I mean, maybe he thought there was no other option. That's the way often top chess players find the best move every time. It's just process of elimination. Moving the rook to a safe square didn't work, didn't look good, so you have to sacrifice and just hope for the best. But this one is still anyone's game, and I have a feeling both players think they have the advantage right now.
This position is so murky. We've never seen an imbalance like this, where both sides have got like this weird material combination, and both sides' kings are under fire. Just incredible stuff. I would just move the rook if I were Magnus. And, you know, black also has some tricks up their sleeve. Like the move that I would be planning and plotting would be to actually move the knight and put it on the d1 square.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jovanka, we can show this.
Wow. Wow, what a move. God, it's all going crazy. I love that move. That is such a cool move.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not sure it's going to happen. So this bishop is attacked. If the bishop moves, then, yeah, it will cover this square. Yeah, I mean, if the bishop doesn't move, then your idea, Jovanka,
Love it.
we should explain, is to jump in, you kick the white knight away, and once the king runs, it's going to be checkmate.
But yeah, unfortunately, as you point out, yeah,
queen takes queen, rook takes, and back rank, checkmate. But there are ideas against the white king. I think that's the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the current position, the bishop is attacked. If it moves, still some ideas maybe against the white king. If it doesn't move, it will just get chopped off the board. Again, how does the computer think it's just like such a small advantage for either side? It looks like someone should be winning. Okay, the bishop does move. And very sensible.
Yeah, I mean, white's pieces are looking good, and now Magnus is trying to swap off, right?
Yeah, similar ideas to what Jovanka has in mind, potentially. The white knight capturing the black knight, it wouldn't end in checkmate because this check can be blocked by the white queen. But, I mean, what a material imbalance we'll get in that endgame if the queens disappear. But, yeah, ideally, Prag, I guess, doesn't really want to trade off his defensive knight. After knight takes knight, for example, instead of this check, black could also just take back. And still, 2 rooks against 2 minor pieces. You've got to favour the 2 rooks somehow. Really, really complicated. What a game, these two. Just entertaining. I mean, strong players and entertaining.
They always have great games, don't they? I mean, every time these two play, it's always extremely entertaining and sharp stuff. So, yeah, as this game is, this is a brilliant game.
Yeah, I mean, often we see 2 strong players just neutralising each other, just playing a very sensible, kind of solid game, and it's just a draw. But these two bring out the best in each other. This could be a rivalry for the next 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
I just saw that someone was worried about my computer after the coffee spilt on it. I'd just like to clarify, it's not my computer, it's Kaja's. So if steam starts coming up, I apologise, you know. So
to remember to save all the important work I have on that computer.
Yeah, so, oh dear. Whoops. So.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the queens did leave the board. We showed that variation where black's queen jumped in with a check, white came back to block. And right now, again, material count. Black has 2 rooks worth 10. White has a knight, a bishop, and is it 4 pawns? It is 4 pawns. So knight, bishop, and 4. That's also worth 10. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So it's equal.
That's enough counting for me today.
We need that Ken guy back again to do maths on this game, I think.
But this position is just crazy because you have to let go of some pawns. And, OK, he's decided to let go of the g2 pawn. But the white king is now going to get mobilised, step up, attack some rooks. And then, you know, white's plan is so straightforward, you know, just push those passed pawns to their destination.
Yeah.
It looks dangerous. I would be terrified.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
maybe...
black,
yeah. I mean, is Prag winning this?
Our computer seems to think so. The evaluation bar's really woken up. And I love this last idea, just giving away 1 pawn, just not even caring that black's rook came and took a pawn, but the white king is going to join as an attacking piece in this endgame. It's similar to what Magnus showed against Aronian. Active kings, they're just an extra piece. And, OK, the black rook moves. The Wow, is this rook getting trapped, maybe?
Oh, wow.
You've got to be really careful where you go with this rook.
Oh.
Evaluation bar doesn't like it, but these are two very human players playing a great game. That rook does have 2 safe squares. I was going to say either you come across on a dark square or you go back up the board. Sit on a dark square, you don't want to get hit by white's bishop. Now the path is cleared for those 2 white pawns in the center.
So hard this game to work out, isn't it? I mean, so hard. I mean, it's the kind of game where it's probably easier if you turn off the computer evaluation because it changes so much, because it's so dynamic and either side can win this, even though it says Prag is well in charge. I mean, I guess his pawns are just very scary here. Simply, those pawns are going to roll. And the knight and bishop work very well together. The rooks are disconnected at the same time. Also, I'm just mentioning Ivanchuk doesn't seem to be having a great day today. I hope he comes back into the mix, Chucky. I want to see him qualify. And still, we're Chucky fans here, so we'll see tomorrow about that.
Yeah, and maybe we can jump in to explain why white probably has the advantage here. Just dropping back with a knight check. Okay, wow. I was thinking, yeah, black would love to just eliminate one of these pieces. But yeah, now suddenly the white pawn structure is broken up. The black king is going to take this guy. And Simon, you made a sound there. Not happy.
I think this is now, if anyone's going to win this, it'll be black now. Again, it's changed again. Probably a draw, but you've lost all your advantage by allowing that counter-sack.
White needed to keep the knight intact, maybe just retreat it to this square, keep these 2 pawns in your pocket for later. It's black's dream to get rid of his rook for your knight and 2 pawns. And if we catch up with the current situation, big mistake here from Prag, strategically, just dropping his knight back, allowing this transition. Suddenly, in the current position, it looks like a draw. Simply, the white bishop will hold everything together, defend the pawns, but the black rook is superior in general. So,
can white actually think about winning this game? After all, as you've highlighted, the king can run in, grab some pawns.
Yeah,
I mean, I think the onus is still on black to defend this one.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Magnus's last moves. I mean, here he had the white king cut off. Why not just defend the rook?
Look at his body language, David. I mean, he just, you could see that. I think he just did some sort of very upsetting, I've messed it up again kind of thing there. So you're right, yeah. Why has he done this?
Yeah, if he just protects the rook with a pawn, the white king cannot break through towards those black pawns. But he moved the rook, trying to keep the king cut off, but the cutoff is broken and this barrier is no longer existent. And oh, sorry, me and my arrows. The king is coming in. Wow, Magnus has played a really weird move this last one, dropping the rook back. The whole idea, I guess, is that if the king marches forward, the black king will also step out the way and the king is cut off on this line. But yeah, maybe you're right, Jovanka. Maybe white is the one hoping for the win still. What a crazy game. It's up and down and up and down.
It's a great game. Yeah.
We are definitely following the action in this game, but we're also joined by a player who is finished for the day. Anish Giri, hey, congratulations with the win in your final game.
Hi, thank you.
What has today been like, Anish?
You want my hot take on the hot matter, or
well,
what is it? Or are we going to pretend, are we going to ignore the elephant in the room there?
Well, you said it. What do you think about Magnus resigning against Niemann? Are you shocked?
Yeah, I mean, the show must go on, yeah. It reminds me of... I mean, it's like when you play poker and you bluff, on the first... Because I saw he plays poker, so you bluff on the first, then comes, another card, you keep bluffing, and then another card, and you keep bluffing. But, yeah, I mean... it looks like, he's clearly insinuating something, but, until you catch someone, you cannot do anything. So, it just looks very odd now. I mean, clearly, it all makes sense if supposedly Hans is cheating and he doesn't want to play him. But if he doesn't, then it is really very wrong. So, I don't know. We have to see. I mean, again, everybody is expecting some kind of big rabbit from the head with Magnus, but he just doesn't want to play Hans, it seems. And it's quite interesting that the game after that, he played so well. I was thinking, like you might be disturbed, but he was just undisturbed. Really a special human being, for sure.
Mm. Are you, like the rest of the chess world, basically calling for Magnus to explain this and maybe come with some evidence against Hans?
But I think it's pretty clear that he doesn't have it. because if he had, there would be no need to do that. It's pretty clear to me that he is convinced or near convinced that that is the case, based on the evidence that already is public. He just made took that call, and it's a big problem, playing people who have been banned, and especially who have admitted to cheat online before, because you lose trust in these people, and that is a major problem. Also, insinuating of cheating is a big problem. So all of these things, they have to be somehow resolved. And I mean, my word of advice for young players, especially the talented ones, there's so much damage you do to yourself when you cheat online, in some small events, because these things, they stick, and then afterwards the big boys, they don't trust you anymore, and that's not good. So yeah, definitely, with this drama, like every time you need some new information to keep the drama going, but today, with this thing, will definitely keep spiraling for a while. Just crazy stuff going on, and it's not clear how it will end, because as we see, like, I don't think Magnus has anything more than what's there. I mean, there is the repeated cheating online. There is the slightly weird character that Hans is portraying, but just the fact that all of that doesn't mean that he cheats all the time, or doesn't mean that he cheats over the board, or it's just very, very confusing. Not much to add, really.
Well, and you play Hans Niemann tomorrow in round 10, Anish. Are you uncomfortable playing him?
Let me be very frank, because I knew about all this. Everybody knew about all this stuff about online cheating, and we know about online cheating by multiple other players as well. Okay. Will be because these things, they just leak, and these are not the top players, but young players who have been banned on various websites. I always thought there is possibility that Hans is cheating, but looking at my own games, I have conviction that he never did that against me, because he usually plays very badly. But either way, there are swing levels, level swings in his play, and that might very well do with the fact that he's very young. There are also many level swings with everyone, but in particular with the young players, because they know some positions better, they know some position less, they looked at some lines, they didn't look at some others, they studied some Catalan lines, didn't look some, anti-Berlins. So, I'm eager to play Hans. I've done very well against him before. He plays very poorly against me, so I'm not concerned. But of course, he seems to be improving. His rating is rising, whatever the reason is, whether he's just legit very strong, or what Magnus is trying to insinuate. But either way, it is, of course, an exciting game, but can be dangerous as well. So I'm looking forward. Whenever I play, I always push these thoughts away. And I heard that Magnus said the same in some interview, but I don't know what happened to him. Like, whenever you play, you have to just assume that the opponents don't cheat. It's like one of these, it's one of the psychological issues that players chess players struggle. And normally you don't withdraw, you just, if you can't deal with them, you go to therapist. And you deal with those, because, there are always issues. And I've heard from my colleagues, many people insinuating not telling directly, suspecting other colleagues of cheating. It's always a thing. And I guess in other sports, they have that with doping or whatever, but you just have to push these thoughts away, because it's just very disturbing. You cannot play. When you think your opponent is cheating, you just cannot play. You cannot play an engine. You think you will lose for sure. You must push these thoughts away, and that's what I'm trying to do. And I think it's important that everybody tries to do that.
Yeah. Very interesting hearing your thoughts on this issue, Anish. We wish you best of luck tomorrow as well in your fight to qualify for the knockouts. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Thank you.
Very valid point from Anish Giri there. If you do suspect of cheating and you can't get that out of your head, that must be almost impossible to play. And maybe that is what's going on with Magnus resigning against Hans Niemann. This one, is it now going to be a draw?
Yes. I'm slightly surprised Magnus went for this last move, giving up his rook for White's bishop and pawn. White is a pawn up, but some calculation is needed. If the White king can make its way and win Black's pawn, it's game over, but Magnus knows his endgames, and there's not going to be a way for White to win this one. Black keeps the opposition like he does here, blocks off the advance of the White king, and we're just going to see a shuffle by both kings here. No way through. This is endgame 101. King of pawn endgame is so tricky, but if you know your stuff, you can save a lot of points. Yeah, this one, it's so unfair, chess. You see the most exciting game, roller coaster game. They always seem to end in draws, however. And King versus King. Did you see that? Magnus just clapped, applauded Prag, and we have a draw.
Wow, that is so interesting. Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa, they keep having the best fights in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And this one went all the way down to King versus King. A draw between the 17-year-old and the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Now we are, oh, look at that. An applause. What is that about when he's applauding?
I think he just loves players who go for him, who really embrace the battle, who play chess to the highest standard, and he knows that Prag is a potential challenger to the World Championship throne, maybe one of his future successors, and I think he just loves facing these top rivals.
Yeah. And now we are, of course, hoping for a comment from Magnus Carlsen. He has said before the tournament that he does not want to give interviews. He has not picked up the phone. It does not look like we will get a comment from him. We have also tried to call Hans Niemann. He has also finished for the day. He has also hung up the phone when we tried to call. It doesn't look like right now we will have reactions from the two players in the center of the stage. But we do have some other reactions coming up. But this game, David, maybe we could just take a look at maybe the reason Magnus applauded Praggnanandhaa here.
Yeah, I would just want to backtrack all the way to the beginning. The opening choice by Praggnanandhaa, it was so aggressive, it was entertaining for us to watch, and this is great strategy. I think any of you, anytime you play a strong player, someone who you think might be slightly higher rated, don't show them respect. Just go on the attack at an early stage. White has just pushed his h-pawn forward. This is a typical technique, a very trendy idea ever since AlphaZero was introduced. Anytime black fianchettos a pawn, you want to push your pawn forward, act as a battering ram. And the black knight came out, defending this square, seemingly making this advance impossible. But White said, OK, I'm going to do this anyway. Prag not showing any fear. And even sacrificing a rook for knight here, allowing the white queen to come out. And we did see that the black king was in a lot of trouble. If you analyze this game with the computer, you will see that Prag had winning opportunities later in the game, but great attacking ideas, great defense from Magnus Carlsen, and in the end, those balanced each other out. Really, really fun battle to watch, and it was a fair draw.
All right, finishing off with a draw after a dramatic day. Magnus Carlsen, someone who finished off with a win today, was Levon Aronian. And we are joined. Congratulations on winning against Adiban in that last round, Levon.
Thank you very much.
It's been a tough day for you. 3 losses before that great win against Adiban. So what has today been like?
Well, I should have lost against Adiban as well. It has been a tough day. Yesterday I had a better day, and then I think I forgot that this is always very turbulent for me, this tournament. And I kind of relaxed, and today, well, we saw the result.
Yeah. And I hear rumors, Levon, you have a cool picture on your T-shirt today.
Yes, that's
can we
Ponchik.
see? Ah, so you have Ponchik. That must be the luck of Ponchik in that last game, maybe then.
Ah, for sure. For sure.
Now, Levon, I don't know if you've been able to check the news in between your games, but it's huge drama in the chess world today. Magnus resigned after one move against Hans Niemann. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I understand the frustration of Magnus. You know, I mean, I really didn't know much about a lot of things. Now I'm somewhere in the middle. I do believe that Hans has been not the cleanest person when it comes to online chess. But, well, he's a young guy. Hopefully this will be a lesson to him. He will, he will not do any of bad things online. And but generally, I think, you know, this is a problem that requires a solution, and there are solutions. I don't think this is such a big problem. I'm sure that it's not going to be a problem if we just spend, let's say, 5% of our attention to it.
Yeah.
Because, mostly if you're intelligent and you play chess and you enjoy the game, mostly you don't have that temptations. But we should generally stop the temptation at the core of it, because we have many young, talented players. And sometimes with the young people, I remember also myself, you do have lots of temptations.
Yeah. And how dangerous is it with cheating, and especially suspicion then of cheating, for the motivation for you guys, the top players, when maybe for Magnus Carlsen today, he just can't get it out of his head, his suspicion of cheating, and so he decides not to play?
Yeah, I think since we had the chat with some of online server people, and we found out a lot of things about Hans, the multiple instances of him cheating, I think that creates a problem for Magnus.
Mm. And you play Hans tomorrow, round 11. Are you uncomfortable playing him?
No, I'm not uncomfortable to play with anybody. I just want to play, and hopefully it will be an interesting battle.
That's very nice to hear. Now, many people in the chess world are calling now for Magnus Carlsen to come out, give an explanation, come with maybe some evidence. Are you doing the same, or do you understand Magnus staying silent?
I think it's not such a problem. If Magnus has a personal problem and he wants to resign, that's okay. That's okay by me. And not that we're silencing anything, trying to hide. This is an extremely rare case that somebody is continuously maybe, doing the wrong things online, and hopefully he stopped already. But generally, I think once we take care of these things, once we have a better system devised, it will be completely gone. So I understand that Magnus doesn't want to explain himself because, it creates more drama. So at this moment, he's just saying, okay, I will not play against this person, and that's it.
Yeah. Now, finally, on a happier note, this is the Generation Cup. Levon, you already played Boris Gelfand. In the final round of the preliminaries, you're going to play Vasily Ivanchuk. And I want to ask you, because these two players, well into their 50s, they have stayed on top of the game up until now. And only 10 years ago, when he was 44, Boris Gelfand almost became the world chess champion. How much of an inspiration are these two to you? You are turning 40 next month.
Oh, yeah, they've been always inspiration, no matter the age. They're brilliant players, and I can say that I probably learned most of chess in my life was from Gelfand, Ivanchuk, and Kramnik.
Wow. Fantastic. We're really looking forward to your game against Ivanchuk, and best of luck in your fight to qualify for the knockout, Levon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And we're also joined by a player from another generation, Pragnananda, finishing the day off with a fantastic game against Magnus. He applauded you, Prag, in that game. Did you see Magnus applauding your play in that game?
No, I just checked it now, but I didn't know.
Yeah, when it
was a great fight, I think.
Yeah. There we have it. When it went down to king versus king, Magnus Carlsen gave you an applause for playing a great game and very attacking. What was your plan in that game?
No, yeah, I already played this line against Arjun in the first game, so I was checking it today morning. So, this H5 is already completely crushing for white. So I was just upset that I couldn't finish him off there.
I understand, but you've done very well so far in the tournament. In second place now, only behind your fellow Indian, Arjun Erigaisi. Are you happy with how it's going?
Yeah, the last two games, I could have at least scored one win out of the last two games, but saying that, the first game I should have lost, and I think against Vincent also, I don't think I should have won it. So So I don't think I should be complaining too much.
Mm-hmm. And we didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, but in the first game, you played against Ivanchuk, one of the older players in the tournament, and he was doing very well in the game, but eventually you did win. What was that like to play against the great Ivanchuk?
Yeah, so he's a great legend, and I think we all learned from his games. I've already played him once in a classical game, and I got crushed, to be honest, with the black pieces. So I just wanted to like keep the game going on. I just wanted to play normally, but then out of the opening, I played some very bad moves and got into huge trouble. And I think I was just lucky in that game to win it.
Okay. Now, finally, Prag, I'm asking everyone today because there's been some drama. I don't know if you've seen, but Magnus did resign in his game against Hans Niemann after only one move. Do you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, I was shocked to see it, but yes, it's a decision. So, yeah, I don't have any opinion as of now. I'm just tired after my game, so probably I will look at it, what's going on.
Okay, very understandable. Prag, we wish you best of luck tomorrow as well. Thank you for all the entertainment you're giving us.
Yeah, thank you.
Prag, he's in second place in the tournament. One game still going on in this final round of today, and it is the great Vasily Ivanchuk against Vincent Keimer. It's been a bad day for Ivanchuk after playing fantastic yesterday. And, well, look at that.
I think he's going to turn it around. You know, he's been skirting on the edge. I was following the game for a while, and it looked like he was just going to lose. But, you know, he's been so resilient. And now there's a big threat on the board. The queen is going to go up to the 8th row and deliver checkmate.
Yeah, and how is black going to stop that? It looks incredibly hard to get the black king out of danger. If you run to one side of the board, I think there are going to be bad consequences anyway. You have to go for this block. But now, can the white queen find a new angle? At the very least, you can just go and eliminate black's pawn on the edge of the board, the black a pawn. You could maybe give a check first. White's queen could just slide across 2 squares to the left and check the black king on this dark square diagonal. It just looks great for white now. It's just the power of the 2 bishops. Instead, he's insisting on trying to get to the 8th rank as quickly as possible. Ivanchuk, this looks very strong as well.
Yeah, the white king is completely safe, no checks.
3 seconds.
Black and Vincent trying to hold on. He's planning to defend the king with his queen.
Yeah, so the black queen can jump back to the 8th rank if needed. Ivanchuk, though, continues the attack. Check, it's blocked. He won't swap off queens. Pretty sure, maybe he can, but he won't swap off queens. Gives a check instead, and the attack continues, this time with white's b-pawn. Evaluation bar's gone down, thinking maybe the computer assuming that black can hold this, but it looks like it's on the edge, and Vincent just giving a bit of a shake of his head. Yeah, he's really, really struggling here. Okay, oh, there's a check. I missed that one, I must confess. It was not on my radar. Did Ivanchuk miss this check as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's good perpetual check chances now, I guess, isn't there? I'm not sure how the king will escape, because the bishop and knight, black's bishop and knight, are actually quite well placed. Black's bishop controls a lot of squares, the knight can jump in, and black can just keep checking the king now. And I think he might have potentially fallen into, yeah, this free fold. But OK, I'm just not looking at evaluation bar anymore. It's just annoying me. It's annoying me today. It's up and down all over the shop. But yeah, you just keep checking the king. The king's got to try to find a way out. That's the only way here. Can it?
Sorry, go on, Sam.
No, I was just wondering if it can find a way out.
No,
I don't think so.
I don't see it. I mean, the bishop on e6 is doing such a fantastic job of stopping the king from running on those light squares. And, well, Ivanchuk is trying. You know, he's moving his king backwards.
He's playing for the win, but this is playing with fire as well. The white king is now within range of the black pawn. It's within range still of the black queen. Look at Vincent suddenly focused. Maybe he's sensing that Ivanchuk is trying a bit too hard to press. It was all about that check. I forgot about it, the black queen getting active, but now that it is active, Ivanchuk has to be super careful where he places the white king. If you want to be safe, go for the draw, go back towards the centre. If you want to win at all costs and happy to take some risks, you go towards the edge.
And he does.
Yeah.
Oh. It's gonna get fiery. OK, the queen is going to come, give a check. King runs.
Yeah, the king at least has one safe haven if it can reach. If it can kind of continue marching up the board, the white pawn will act as a great protector of that white king. I'm surprised Vincent allowed this. He didn't need to. The white king, I'm assuming now, is going to go to the edge. There we go.
He's got his own pawn, though. I mean, this is something I'd be quite worried about if I was white. I mean, can you push the black pawn now?
White is threatening checkmate in 2 moves, though. White is threatening to bring the queen up to the top of the board and then slide it across into the corner using a nice pin. So
yeah, I was hoping I could get my knight back, but I guess I can't because the bishop can slide in. I guess so. It probably does work.
And also there's bishop takes knight. OK, and king runs.
Wow.
Run to the a6 square.
OK, it's running. But it's being pushed in the direction it wanted to go, the white king.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, the king is totally safe now. I mean, 1 square forward on the a7 square, it will be safe as safe as houses, I was going to say.
That pawn is now...
Oof, the white b pawn.
Getting very close.
Push it.
Push it. Yeah, and now you have a threat of queen takes. Ooh.
Super sneaky from Kaja. He's not allowing this white pawn to promote, or he is, but he's going to at least give up his bishop for this pawn. Yeah. If the bishop is captured, the black queen will go and take back, and that's really resourceful. How did he spot that with a few seconds left on his clock?
Yeah.
Really, really nice idea there from the young German, but the white king is just going to snake its way back. White has won a bishop for pawn in the process. Should still be winning for white if he can dodge the checks.
Yeah, I mean, if he can dodge the checks and at the same time keep the queens alive, I mean, it's going to be black's king that is going to be under heavy fire. Take the pawn.
Yeah, I think he's just a piece up, to be fair, isn't he? I mean, the white king can come back behind the white queen. He's going to run out of checks now, I think, Vincent, and then, as you say, the black king will be the major target when you've consolidated away from the checks. So it should be a win for Chucky, this one.
Yeah, the problem for black is that his queen and knight have not been combining yet. He finally brings his knight to an active square, but there's questions about whether, OK, the white bishop could maybe have jumped in. White's queen instead. Really active square here, stopping many checks. It's just about whether Chucky can just stop the coordination of the black queen and knight. It looks like it should be simple win here, but it's never simple with only a few seconds on the clock.
And
your king so exposed.
Still no check to the white king. The only square it can check on is on the e8 square, and that's not a particularly dangerous square. So why not activate the bishop?
Perfect move,
and he does it.
Yeah.
Threatening simply to take the knight, getting rid of black's remaining pieces, and this will, I'm sure, black will run out of checks very soon now.
Yeah, white's king is just going to start retreating if it keeps getting checked. And tenacious by Vincent, but Ivanchuk, I mean, what stamina, just kind of bringing his best game today, right at the end.
Yeah.
He was lucky to survive earlier, but yeah, ever since he got his chance, he's taken it in this one.
Yeah, I think we'd love to see him qualify, wouldn't we, really? And now you can even go for the ending if you want to. I don't know if that ending's probably quite easy, isn't it?
Trade the queens off.
Yeah, why not? You know, just take any risk out of the position. I don't think there's any drawing chances really there, and he swapped the queens off. Yeah.
Yeah, if the 2 pawns disappeared now, so if white's pawn and the black pawn were traded off, I think it is objectively a win for white, but black can survive beyond the 50-move rule.
Do you put the knight on sort of the B7 squares?
Yeah, you should fianchetto your knight.
Fianchetto, that's it.
So the black knight would love to get back to G7 or B7 or B2 or G2.
And isn't there a win in 150 moves or something ridiculous?
Yeah,
it's something crazy.
Over 50 moves at least, that's all I know.
I find that weird that you have a forced win that's over 50 moves, but there is a 50-move rule. I don't really get that, you know, but anyway, it's not going to happen.
I guess for a human, it's hard to find the forced win in 150 moves. Calculating that far in advance is tricky.
But there's no way the pawn's going to come off here. I mean, black can never swap off the pawns, and black's pawn will just be captured at the right moment by the king coming in.
And we should also mention that 2 bishops against a Baer king is a forced win as well. So even if black gives up the knight for white's pawn, just in case the white pawn is about to promote, for example, then 2 bishops can checkmate a king on their own.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see that, actually. That one, when I was young, I had problems kind of proving it. I was first taught, OK, how do you checkmate with 2 bishops? And I really struggled at first.
It's it's good like basics, isn't it? When you're starting off with chess, you go through queen versus king, rook versus king, and then 2 bishops, and it's a great way to know how the pieces coordinate well together. Not really a fun square to put the knight there, and that must be resigns now.
Yeah, and there we go. We have a result. Ivanchuk takes the win.
It's over. What an ending to what has been a little bit of a struggle today for Ivanchuk, but ending up with a great win against a teenager. 3 points for him. He is inside top 8 to qualify, shaking his head though, but what a player. Vasily Ivanchuk, he is really having some fun with the youngsters in this tournament, and let's hope we get to see him in the knockout stage. That was the final game of what has been a dramatic day. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, still alive.
Yeah, I'm still recovering, actually. I'm still shocked.
Yep.
And I'm judging from everyone's tweets that I'm reading. Everyone is as well.
Yeah.
Everyone has an opinion. Everyone wants an answer. And yeah, it's kind of almost been quite an emotional day. It feels like somehow we're seeing some big scandal develop.
Yeah.
And well, we'll just have to find out what happens next.
Yeah, and we did on Twitter, I've seen, you know, a lot of comments sort of in the favor of Niemann, calling for a reaction from Hans. But when we talked to Anish and Levon, they were kind of very understanding of Magnus.
Yeah, and I think it's worth bearing that in mind. And I don't think anyone out there should be crucifying anyone.
Yeah.
You know, it's horrible to, you know, either of the guys. They've both got kind of valid points, which have been talked about throughout the day. So, you know, let's not do that. And it was very interesting to hear that professional players were kind of more backing Magnus and saying, well, Hans has cheated. That's a fact. It's just a fact. And let's bear that in mind. You know, it's a bit uncomfortable playing against someone who unfortunately has that history. Yep. He's young, so, you know, it's a mistake obviously he's made, but it's you know, let's just not crucify anyone out there. I think is, you know, let's try to give everyone a chance going forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very dramatic day for chess. Let's finally take a look at the results from round 8. A big win for Anish Giri against David Navarra. Liemle won that game against Hans Niemann. We can understand that he has a lot to think about today. 0 points in that final game. Levon Aronian, big win against Adiban. It was a draw between Pragnananda and Magnus Carlsen. A beautiful fight between those two. Ivanchuk ending the day with a win against Vincent Keimer. Radoslav Wojtacek winning the all-Polish battle against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Boris Gelfand, his first win in the tournament against the youngest player, Christopher Yu. Really a battle of 2 generations there. And we do have the young generation on top of the table. 17 points. Arjun Erigaisi is heading into day 3 as the leader of the tournament with 2 players, 2 points behind him. That is Prag and Magnus Carlsen. Ivanchuk, Hans Niemann and Duda all on 13 points inside top 8. Currently, Wojtacek and Liemle has those 2 final spots. It's going to be a fight for players like Levon Aronian, Anish Giri to qualify. Do you believe they will be able to with all their experience, David?
They've been there, they've done it before. We've seen Anish Giri, Levon Aronian, players like that struggle in 1 or 2 of the days, but normally when the critical moment comes, they have those strong nerves, and they can definitely pull through. All it takes is a couple of victories, stringing them together, and nobody's safe yet. Still all to play for.
Yeah. Coming up, first round tomorrow, round 9 out of 15 in the preliminaries. Christopher Yu against Anish Giri. Arjun Erigaisi, the leader, takes on Ivanchuk. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. Magnus Carlsen starts today against Ivan Saric. It's going to be a big battle between Adiban and Pragnananda, the 2 Indians, and Liemle against Levon Aronian. David Navarra is the one starting out against Hans Niemann. Who are you guys taking everything into account, most eager to follow tomorrow? Who will you have your eyes on?
I'm going to say Chucky. I mean, I just, you know, it's always great to see him play. I just want to see Chucky get through and enjoy watching his chess, which we have been so far.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
For me, I'd like to see more of the Arjun Erigaisi. Okay. You know, I'm just captivated by his talent, by his play, and I really can't wait to see how he's going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's Hans Niemann. I mean, no matter what's going on, how does he recover from this? I mean, there must be so much going on social media for him, so much to block out. It's going to be hard to focus on the chess. So he ended up losing his last game of the day. Can he bounce back? It's going to be interesting to watch his games.
Absolutely. We still have not heard from Niemann or Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen's coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, has said yes to join us in the show tomorrow. Hopefully that will happen. I don't know how many answers we can get from Peter, but maybe something can be said about the drama going on. I want to say thank you to everyone who's been with us today throughout a big day in chess. And we're looking forward to everything that will happen tomorrow as well. So have a good night's sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.